Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Enoy. Everyone has a different dream life, and Enoy offers a variety of creative tools to help you build yours. First, let's look at creating characters, known as Zois. You can create realistic appearances with detailed controls over facial and body features. You can also customize hair and outfits to create a unique look. What about the space where your Zoe will live? You can combine architectural elements like walls, roofs, stairs, pillars, fences, gates, and ladders to build the structure you want. You can also customize various appliances and furniture to decorate your home in your own style. Worried you might not have the skill to do all this? Don't be. We have various AI functions that make creation easy for everyone. You can create your own textures to make unique artwork, or turn real-world objects into 3D models to include in Enoy. It's time to showcase your limitless creativity. Once you've created your character and house, shall we step outside? Can you edit the city too? Absolutely. You can edit street elements like animals, plants, billboards, and weather to create the scenarios you want. You can also adjust the city's cleanliness, safety, and relationship indices to simulate specific lifestyles. Create a world where everyone is in love or an apocalyptic scenario. Edit the city as you wish. Why keep your dream creations to yourself? Share them on Enoy's creative platform, Canvas. Upload and download creations, interact with other players, and enrich each other's Enoy experience. Remember, Enoy is a life simulation game. If everything happened as expected, it wouldn't be life or a simulation. While you can create your dream characters, homes, and simulations, the nature of the simulation genre means you'll face unexpected situations. Just like real life, you'll experience unplanned, given lives. To provide a more realistic life experience, Enoy has implemented a complete community simulation where every person in the city lives with their own will, facing various events and accidents, just like in reality, such as colds, trends, and rumors. Enoy allows you to view the world from a distance. Endless stories take place to the Zois you create within your modified city, all operated under the complete simulation. Experience your most desired life and the life that's given to create your unique story.
Chuamba. Randy Norby.
Enoy gives you the opportunity to experience not just one life, but the collective shared stories, events, accidents, joys, and sorrows of everyone in your city that make up the human experience. In Enoy, you can create the reality you desire, and in the process, maybe even find that the true gift of life is the journey we all share. We hope these realistic experiences in Enoy can enhance your enjoyment of life in the real world. Enjoy your life with Enoy. Thank you.
They come from the dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Looking the other direction, but on over to the MK Peaks on board, can't connect it, but he wins it! In the end, Himas reigns supreme!
Something Dave's going to get tossed on out, but I think it's going to go too far. Here we go, Perfectix lines up two, it's Lucarex, Quizzy down, but Tulin's got one, and it's Twisted Mind.
来了，就是你，连打带补有机会吗？没机会。 구상병을 그냥 눕혀버렸어요. 너도 내려!
Off the edge he goes and down back to lobby, but Pains follows up with the MG3. The last few games of yesterday, they've really started to kind of slow things down and find their footing, but the footing is completely gone.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Schoolborn what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
Hello PUBG Esports fans. After the closest finish we've ever seen at PNC 2024, it's time to kick off the PUBG Global Series 5 and 6 to keep the action rolling. With PGS points on the line, the stakes will be higher than ever. PGS 5 and 6 will be the final chance to claim your points and secure a spot at PGC 2024. All 10 of our global partner teams will be returning to the PGS stage along with 14 regional series qualifiers. Let's get into our format for PGS 5 and 6. The 10 global partner teams will join 14 regional qualifiers from 5 regions. These 24 teams will be divided into groups and compete over 3 days in the group stage. They will play 18 matches across 4 different maps. For PGS 5 and 6, Rondo will replace Vikendi in the competitive map pool alongside Tego, Miramar, and Erangel. The top 16 teams with the most points will advance to the final stage. They will battle it out through 18 matches in 3 days, where 1 team will rise above and claim a PGS title, along with their share of the $300,000 prize pool for each PGS. Importantly, this will be the team's last chance to claim PGS points to secure their spot at PGC 2024, with 300 PGS points going to the winners. PUBG Esports will be back in action in Bangkok, Thailand for the PUBG Global Series 5 from October 21st through the 27th, and for PGS 6, the final PGS of the year, from November 4th through the 10th. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports. It's time to rise above.
Your champions, PGS4.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It's time for day 3 of the PGS5 group stages from beautiful Bangkok, Thailand, brought to you, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO. My name's Toffees. This is Avenger. We're going to break down all the action. Last day of play, 6 games left. Time to make it happen.
Yeah, this group stage here, everything is just so open because we had so many teams take so many points away at the very top. The cutoff is probably going to be lower, depending on what happens today, of course.
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting day.
It will be an exciting day, and it is made entirely possible by our sponsor. I'm going to give a big shout out to OP.GG for being our main partner for PGS5, the only way to overpower your game. Also, thank you to Novotel Bangkok for being a part of PGS this season as our official hotel partner. The Green Park Studio Bangkok, who's given us the space to do this incredible set. And last but not least, TT Racing, thank you for being a part of PGS this season as our official gaming chair partner. All right. It is about to get, like you said, a little bit crazy. Some of these teams have taken points at the top. Do you think Twisted Minds will act as another one of those huge sponges today, or do they get a little crafty?
So far, we don't have anyone on triple digits, right? And they're a team that definitely has the opportunity to do so. The question is really, do they focus on getting as many points as possible to kind of win the group stage, or do they start thinking more tactical and maybe deny some of the teams the final spot here to maybe get more defense of their drop spots for either here for PGS or even looking as far as PGC.
I like that. You got to look ahead when you've already got yourself secure right now. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, as we look ahead towards the rest of the week. This is the end of the group stages. We'll have a day off tomorrow, so go ahead, get a little bit of that touching grass if you need to, and then be back here on Friday because we got 3 days of crazy PUBG action. We will crown a champion of PGS5, decide who gets what shares of $300,000, and some very important seeds for PGC. Now, let's talk about that format. It is relatively simple. You guys have seen this before. 6 matches a day. The top teams play each other. The top 16 go to the final stage. That's really all there is to that one, and it will be the 25th through the 27th when you will see that grand final take place. Now, let's talk about the teams these are the groups as they have played so far. C is in their final day. We have already seen Group B is done. They're all having to sit at home and watch what happens, right?
They're chilling, right? And some
are chilling.
Some are chilling. Others are biting their nails.
Yep.
GNL is chilling until 10 days.
10 days, right?
They're going to be playing at PGS 6.
They booked flights to Phuket. They're going to relax for a little while. They'll be back, I think. No,
sure.
They're at the hotel for sure. But Falcons watching stressed out because they want to make it to the finals to get their share of this prize pool. $300K on the line, $100K for first, and it goes down from there. Being in the top 16 is the only way to get yourself paid those dividends.
Yeah, and a huge linear way all the way to the top. Every single placement matters, as we talked about here. Point system, as you know it. 1 point per kill, 10 points for the win here. About 65 to 70% of the points from the match overall comes from kills, so very kill heavy. Some of the teams are even more kill heavy than others. You see here, for example, Tianba has been very placement heavy, but also got the kills. That's why they're in the very top here, tied with Eternal Fire. Both way tie here. If we had to figure out who is best, we had to go all the way to the second and third and fourth tiebreaker to figure out who's actually going to be going through. But they just need to get top 16. And right now, Falcons is not playing. That's the next one, Toughies. 55 points is the kind of breachable point, but we still have a lot of teams that need to have a decent day to actually make this point mark.
And I know this goes without saying for you guys at home, but if you see that thing that says matches with 6 and 12, that's because that's how many games they've put in. Once you've played 12, you are done as far as group stages is concerned. So throughout the day today, we're going to see all of these teams with 6 have their chance to climb. GNL Esports, they're out of it. They got 12 games with only 22 points. I assume that the next week will be drawing board for them because they have to go back to it and figure out what they're going to change.
Hard day for Luna Galaxy, Day Trade, Petrichor Road, 4 a.m. FaZe Clan even. Not a lot of placement points coming their way. They need to step that up along with getting those skills. Then there's the other side. Everything is just one big mud pool here of teams that are extremely close. They need to crawl the way out of that, otherwise they're not going to have a chance.
But I think the biggest takeaway, and as we look at that road to PGC, you want to get that first place. You want to get those 300 points out of PGS. But the biggest takeaway with that scoreboard is the idea that it's only 33 points at 16 for the cutoff. So right now what matters is being in the top 16 so you get your shot at these PGC points. And that means that it really is still, Luna could even come out and have a big game and get themselves in the top 16. So it really is anybody's hunt. Now let's talk about that road to PGC so far.
Yeah, exactly. These PGS points here, of course, has been given away all the way through the season. We have for 5 and 6 the same. You need to get in the final. If you're in the bottom 8, you're not getting any. And the current cutoff is the 185 points for FaZe Clan. They need to be in there to kind of defend that top. They are going no matter what because they are qualified through the regional system. So that could be garnering in one extra spot for Emir. And we have some teams at home looking. That's our only chance if our regional teams do well and get one of those spots here. KDF right on 9th. Very close for
and
them.
You did say there were like 3 teams that you said to keep an eye on. That they're teams that really need to try to qualify through PGS. And which were those teams?
I mean, a few more, but Na'Vi need to get their way through. Ascend, of course. 17 Gaming as well. Either needs the help of another Chinese team or needs to make it themselves.
And those are favorites that we expect to be at PGC. So that's why there's so much pressure on them right now. These are the teams that are participating, coming from all the different regions. GPTs obviously got the auto bid, though they did have to still play. And a lot of them still came out on top of their regions and have performed well. The others, they had to go through a pretty hard grinder to get themselves here. They wanted those points.
And for 4 a.m., Day Trade, Petrichor Road right now, FaZe Clan even so. They need to have a big day, otherwise they're not going to be in the final here. They are TPT teams. We're expecting them to be in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that kills me. I mean, 4 a.m. in particular is just a situation where you stare at it, you're like, I just don't understand why we're not seeing more out of you guys. But they have 6 games today where maybe they get it up and running. The other question I have for you is Petrichor Road there in Group C. What's going on with them? Because they are a storied organization. We've seen them for years, and they just don't seem to be doing anything.
Yeah, when you're missing a star player like Ixlep, that's really going to have a huge impact for 4 a.m. as well. When you're changing a roster all the way throughout the year, having Godby in there, not having him in, it just doesn't. That continuity can. Continue.
I mean, I thought it would get. I thought they might do a little better.
Yeah, for sure.
Is what it is, I guess. So we'll see if they improve. Let's talk about teams to watch today. I love this. Twisted Minds and the Expendables.
Very close here in terms of how many points they're able to get. Cool. It's we have to remember they're also swapping days, so it's different to what some is Miramar, some is Wrangle in terms of match 2, right? So it's a little bit different, but still their second match huge for them both, getting a lot of points here, and the same kind of average. Low match 3. It's again, we're talking about these curveballs, Takeo and Rondo it's a kind of Joker map. You can get a lot of points there if you tend to do well, but statistically we've seen them very average. Unless you win a game somewhere, we've seen them very average. With points spread out quite nicely because the kills are so evened out on these maps.
And when you say Joker map, you mean in sort of a wild card. You don't know what to expect. It could be just about anything. And that's what we do know is you can expect things from Twisted Minds. I expect them to always be at the top. They got themselves the win at the last PGS. EWC was underwhelming for them. I think that was pretty clear. And to see them bounce back here would be wonderful. Now, another team, Expendables, has been great to watch. Came out on top of their regional qualifiers and have been really exciting yesterday.
Yeah, Tanwu looking extremely strong. Cloris also has a huge match for them as well. Many clutches were had throughout it, and I think they're going to be an exciting team to watch here throughout. Tanwu for this, I told this yesterday, the jump, Then with the AK, even the seed swap gets him. Double knock there in Xiaobei, and Lil goes huge play here from Tanwu.
It's like he smelled the seat swap coming. Now you can check out our co-streamers, all of them on the screen, as well as many more will be over on Twitch for you to follow along. If you want a second opinion or you want to get their thoughts on the game, head over there and check out our partners. Thank you to all of you for being a part of PGS5. As well as you guys, the viewers, you're welcome to hang out here. We got a map stream going for you. Our casters are ready to go. We're just minutes away from kicking off the last day of PGS5. As you think about what is to come today, teams like Luna Galaxy, they're 14 points. They're on the bottom. They told me that they think they're not going to change anything. They said that, our timing was just not right. Our execution wasn't crisp enough. What do you say to these teams that are at that point? Do they have time to start? Do they go, do you change the way you play?
As you said yourself, we are still close enough to that 16th cutoff. One big game, and you're going to be close enough to the 16th that if you have another few decent games, mediocre at best even, you would still be in that top 16. But it really comes down to our top sponges, the teams that are already almost guaranteed to qualify or already in 45 or 40 plus points. They just need a mediocre day, and they're going to be far in the 60s.
And if you want to farm, if you know the team that's going to be up there in the 60s, then you can play along too at your fantasy league over at twire.gg. If you did not get time to make a team for group stages, don't worry, because finals are just around the corner and you can get involved as well. It's a lot of fun. It's a great way to find some new teams to cheer for, even because you kind of get to know other players you might not be familiar with.
Yeah, and you're currently in 8th overall.
I'm in 8th right now, so I'm in the money.
Yeah.
I got 1,500 G coins. I got some schematics coming to me maybe, but I really want those chips.
You would have been first if you didn't have Shrimsy yesterday, I think.
Yes, I didn't want to do them like that, but you're right. If I hadn't captained Shrimsy yesterday.
He had 69 points in the first day, right? And he had 82 total. That's a huge difference for him. But yeah, you had to have him. He looked good. They said they were not hot dropping. They said that we are going to be, Shrimsy did. They said we're focusing on kills, so if you're not hot dropping 17, he's a great pick. Yeah. Technically, but yeah, he had a little bit of lower one. Rex looking extremely impressive with that cost right now. Of course, this is because we had some teams that have played 12, some have played 6. So
everybody up there was a 12er.
It's a little bit skewered, right? Everyone had played 12.
Absolutely. Now, Hackator yesterday was awesome to watch. He came alive. So some of those players really did stand out, but I'm excited to see who pops today as we start out on Erangel. If you had to give a recommendation to our viewers who are playing right now, someone to swap onto their team, who's your value buy?
Heather.
Yeah,
he's too cheap. It opens up a lot of things. I think he was too good. I recommended that our first day. I didn't follow through myself, and he was like one of our 2 pick. Yeah, you listened to me.
It was him I listened.
Yeah, exactly. No, but he was a great pick. I think KDF is in a spot where they can do extremely well still.
You worry about that? They kind of got stuck in some hot drops. They got stuck in some kerfuffles.
You're not going to do that 2 days. You're only going to do that 1 day. So let's see what happens.
Yeah,
hopefully not.
I once watched Liquid do it for an entire tournament, so I never write it off.
Entire year.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
You also watched Sonics do it for 2 years.
Right? Well, it's time for us to watch all of our teams do it for 6 more games. The first match of our last day of the group stages at PGS5 starts now.
PUBG Esports globally is one of the most competitive esports. We have a different regional winner from basically every single region. I think the difference that the championship caliber teams have over others is firstly their work ethic and secondly their confidence.
如果想做一个冠军战队，4个人的整体实力肯定要强的，然后还有足够的信任吧，信任队友。
It was amazing to finally lead the trophy of BGS. I think it was just a matter of time, and we're ready for new challenges. We like the BGS trophy, and I think we're gonna keep it.
Minds, your champions of PGS4.
We only can qualify us for PGC with PGS points, so it's our last chance to qualify for PGS, and we want to do that.
I think people got surprised on PGS4 about our 4th place, but on that tournament we climbed the leaderboard the last day, and on EWC we had clear chances to win. So I think we surprised people about our team, but I don't think it's a surprise for ourselves.
지금 저희는 한 60-70% 정도 완성됐다고 생각하고 30-40%는 이제 남은 피니시 전에 기간 동안 다 채우려고 노력하고 있습니다. 우리가 당장 완벽하지 않더라도 너네 이길 수 있다.
몇 년 만에 이제 벤지가 PGS 그리고 PGC에서 우승할 때가 온 것 같습니다.
其他战队战斗是为了生存，那我们战斗是我们喜欢战斗。
我们到更大的舞台就是一个更好的队伍。
đến với giải đấu lần này, bọn mình là tâm thế của nhà vô địch A Bắc, bọn mình cũng đã chắc vé đến BGC thì bọn mình sẽ thi đấu tốt nhất có thể. Mong mọi người hãy cùng cổ vũ cho bọn mình.
Mọi người hay nói team mình không có tài con thì không mất như trước, nhưng mà tại giải đấu lần này bọn mình thì chứng minh không có tài thì team mình vẫn như thế.
ก็ก่อนที่จะแข่งปีเจน5ปีเจน6ก็เรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะเหมือนแบบฝึกซ้อมกันมากขึ้นเตรียมตัวกันมาแล้วก็ลองอะไรหลายๆอย่างเพื่อจะทำให้เป็นแชมป์ในการปีเจน5แล้วก็6ครับยุคสมัยใหม่กำลังมาครับพวกเราพร้อมแล้วที่เป็นแชมป์
Welcome to Thailand ครับยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ประเทศไทยเลยครับก็ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ประเทศไทยครับแต่มันก็ไม่ง่ายนะครับที่จะคว้าแชมป์จากไทยไปได้ครับ
You didn't mean to kill that policeman. Well, of course not. It's against everything I've ever stood for.
Top, way to mother. Seen it. Top, way to mother. Seen it. Never seen it. Top.
And what is up, everybody? Welcome to the final day of the group stages here at PGS5. It's groups A and C to find out which 16 teams will be going on to the grand finals in just a couple days. Saga, paper thin. Dude, so excited to be here with you, man. So excited for these games today.
Yeah, last day of group stage, and for 8 of the teams that we've seen so far playing over this 3-day group stage, the last games of PGS5 will come today. This is it. It's game over. It's done. If you don't make it into the top 16 today, you're pretty much waiting for the PGS6 in a week's time. And that's not good for anyone's hopes of going to PGC.
No doubt about it. It's going to be a grind today. There's a lot of teams that have a lot to play for here. Not many teams can really rest on their laurels. They're going to have to put forth a really strong effort. And some of those teams that have already accumulated a lot of points, opportunities to maybe practice some things, maybe target some teams if you so feel like it. But I'm really curious about teams like the one you're seeing there on your screen, the Afrika Freaks, T1, some of these Korean teams who are probably in an okay position, but still some work to do today.
Color me surprised, Paper Thin, that you're curious about the Korean team.
It's shocking,
Personally, isn't it? I'm curious about Europe, APAC, everything else in between. But no, it's going to be an exciting set of games for sure. There's so many storylines and narratives, teams that have been on the global stage multiple times this year alone, that maybe some of them have faltered and not quite pushed the boat out as far as they would like. Others, this is their debut this year, if not of all time, and they have to make it count.
Absolutely. So we are ready to jump into our first game of the day here. It's the last day of the groups of PGS 5. A lot on the line here for a lot of these teams, and we're going to be kicking things off on Erangel to start the day. Match number 1 to see exactly how this one shakes out. And of course, you know, maybe there's some interesting drops. I don't know if the Freaks are going to be fighting everyone everywhere all the time, all at once, but we'll see exactly how this plane kind of kind of pans out for us.
Yeah, they've been about it, honestly. They've wanted all the smoke as early as possible, and you can't really fault it for a team that won the PWS. They came out of first seed in Korea, and have honestly done extremely well on day number 1 of the groups as well. Maybe already above the cutoff point, and so what do they really have to lose? Going for these drop spots, make sure they get them for the finals and potentially beyond. But the question is anyone going to contest them for those drop spots? Doesn't seem so in this game alone.
And I think it makes a lot of sense to me at this event as the Freaks to be contesting drop spots because your PGC slot secured, you're good to go, you know you're going. So from there, you know, you want to make sure that coming into that big event, the event that matters the most at the end of the year, that you have your drop spots secured, the ones that you're comfortable with. But there is a hot drop here, an immediate kill for Zenith. It is a trade here, 2K for Hong. Type and Zenith down. This is a crazy start to this match here in Gatka. Vaughn as well getting involved with that mini. And T1, this may be something they weren't quite ready for. An EN trying to get out of here, trying to salvage something out of this round. But this is a disastrous start for T1, who's one of those teams kind of hanging around those bubble points. EN does get one before he's taken down.
Who better to pick up the OPGG first kill than Mr. Red Hair himself in Hwang F? I spoke to him a little bit in the lobby today. He told me, hey, I'm dropping 18 kills today. He's made solid progress on that. He's already hit his average mark for this game, and we're not even 2 minutes in. T1 in the trash.
The man pointed and called his shot. Amazing. I love it. Great. He knew, dude. What a great start there for TDT. And him in particular. Hwang has been such an enjoyable player to watch so far this event. On day 1 in particular, his kind of heroic plays for TDT in that Miramar game, you know, defending that crash really, really well and then snaking it out to get a ton of extra points. So really impressed with the play that we're seeing from him in TDT.
Ton of Chinese representation in today's lobby and on the POV streams as well. So head on over to PUBG Esports website or scan that QR code and make sure that you get up to date. You can also catch Day Trade Struggles down in 22nd place. We're expecting that a team like the Falcons that in yesterday's matches ended the day on 55 points. They were not certain at all that that's safe. In fact, a couple of them said, no, we're pretty much doomed. They might be anticipating that it's going to be a very, very tense evening for those Falcons guys. But it all comes down to whether or not the teams below them can catch up and overtake that 55-point mark. Day Trade, about 33 points left to go. They only got 23 on day number 1. So a bit of work left to do, but hey, man, they've definitely shown that they're capable of getting to those international finals before and making an impact there, so could well do it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the big key, is to just get there first, right? These group stages is all about, you know, getting used to the lobbies, getting used to the teams, kind of getting some information, getting some data, and making sure that you're playing good enough to get yourself into a position to qualify for those grand finals. Of course, 55-54 were the point cutoffs at PGS 3 and 4. We're going to see if they can replicate that. Sparking, Molly out early, player on to T5. Not doing so well on his own here. Patampong trying to smoke his way out of this. TSM, though, going to flood the building to clear it. Patampong going to try to get underneath the ridgeline. There still is another TSM player out there, Luke. One of those great anchor players. Still something to be considered here. KDF as well, hearing these shots, wants to see if there's anything that they can vulture.
Each team has a solo player isolated, but it's T5 who collapsed the trap onto Luke more effectively. Patampong slipped away, and oh no, trying to find some sort of answer, some sort of repeat. TSM expose a little bit too much of themselves to the heavens, and he immediately sits them down.
Fantastic play for KDF. Got to be a little bit careful now. T5 has an angle on to salute there, so takes a little bit of damage and says, okay, well, maybe that's job done. TSM crippled. Purdy trying to be rezzed, but it's going to be very, very tricky now for TSM to do much else in this game. In fact, KDF.
Oh, they're going in.
They know. They know they've got him dead to rights.
They know it's a solo. They saw the knock in the kill feed. They know that they got 2 down. There's no chance that Sparking's managed to get the res, and he's low HP. He has to try and slip away Patampong style, but the man himself is just lurking on the other side of the river. Sparking with an impossible task.
I mean, the KDF chose violence today, and Heather just spraying the door and Sparking down. Well played here by KDF. Some parting grenades just in case, but a well-timed execute here by the Kwangdong Freaks. who start off hot again, but it's more fighting, not exactly in the same way that we saw earlier.
Yeah, everyone check off KDF getting 3 or more kills in Phase 1 off your bingo cards. That's an easy one. That's basically the free square in the middle at this point. These guys love an early scrap, but they somehow managed to do it and still remain consistent. I'm not all that shocked to see that engagement. 2 teams that like to loot in South George getting involved on the rivers right next to it, but this one, a little bit out there as Hwang F and the rest of TDT made a push from Gatka, and they've got a chance to take down some Vietnamese compatriots as the Expendables make their way up towards Everest just under their noses, but they did not spot them out.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious. TE has one player looking in this general direction, but the team itself is rather split up. Hong again on the hunt.
They've seen something.
Yeah, I think Clory's just might be getting a read on this here momentarily, if not already.
Close, Delvin switches over to a grenade. Oh, Clory's with him. Long range taps with the MK12. Sits down ZYU. And TDT, who thought they were going to get the drop on the Expendables. The table has turned. Delwyn's activated as well. Found an angle on towards Jun. And an amazing start for TDT. Might just be falling apart quickly as they climb the mountain.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They kind of got outmaneuvered just a little bit. That grenade's going to roll right past Delwyn. Looked a little bit better. Could have been pretty strong. The up and over from Van. Not good enough. It's actually going to be Duck Juice claiming point on to Jun. Hong and Van, 2 players left here for TDT, trying to find some kind of safety, some kind of reset in this fight to try to figure some way out of this.
TDT trying to climb up Everest, but they must have had their green boots on because they didn't make it all the way to the top in one piece. A couple of them did, but the Expendables took down half their number on that amazing start. We get a bit of a replay of nothing better than landing on a hot drop directly on top of an S12K and thinking, yeah, okay, run at me, see what happens. Yeah, let him know, Wangav. But unfortunately, half of his team does go down to a well-played spot from the Expendables. That could have been disastrous for them, but a little bit too aware.
Absolutely. TSM seemingly going for another rotation read. We've seen a couple of those from TSM where they try to identify solo players from T5 or some other squads and see if they can pick on them a little bit. But this time, they bit off a little bit more than they could chew with KDF getting involved. This is a team I have my eyes on today, Saga, is New Happy, a team that I think we're expecting to potentially be a threat at these events, but so far here in PGS 5, they really haven't shown us a lot. It's been a pretty mediocre performance, to be honest.
Yeah, looking at that graphic as well, 55 points was the cutoff at PGS 4. 54 before that, 53 and 57. So the Falcons are really going to be watching this back in their hotel rooms, just sweating a little bit, hoping that teams like New Happy, who have had a bit of a slower start, still 5 points per game on average on their first day of games is not terrible, but will it be enough if they can maintain that level of performance? Perhaps, is all we can say at this point. But for so many teams that are looking to chase into that top 16, seeing that 2 of the teams who are already qualified, but they're not too far ahead, TSM only on 43 points in 12th currently, this is an opportunity to try and overtake them and put them in the danger zone instead of yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, if your team's like the Falcons, you're really hoping for point sponges today.
Right.
You're really hoping that like Twisted Minds or TE just goes on a tear, gets 2 or 3 chicken dinners and just kind of makes it a lot more difficult for some of those teams at the bottom to catch back up to that middle area. But we'll see if we get there. Day trade a little bit on the outside of the circle, looking in towards the north of the Gatka fields and trying to circle around the edge, see if they can find some safety. Looks like they're just going to use the radar tower hill to do a little scouting perhaps, and then make their way in from there. But right now, just looking at the map, I don't see anything super spicy brewing. Some shots being traded between 4 a.m. and Cerberus. But other than that, everybody's kind of found their homes and they've settled in nicely.
Best thing that could possibly happen right now to everyone in the server is a hard southern shift that sends everyone who's gone north back south, and then we start gaining more people killing each other. We've only had 10 deaths in the first 10 minutes. At a global
this isn't
stage,
acceptable to your standards?
We've got to punch these numbers up. This is ridiculous, boys. Come on. Get shooting.
I feel you. I'm with you. That's why I'm a fan of the Freaks right now, is because they actually, stir things up a little bit. You know, I'm a pot stirrer. I like to stir the pot. What can I say?
And that's one of the things that I've liked about the Expendables as well for a while, just that raw, untamed aggression. It's caught a lot of teams off guard so far. They're currently second highest in this lobby and only a few points away from Falcons and the hypothetical cutoff point of around mid-50s. But they're not going to get any sort of opportunity granted to them by the zone. They're going to have to fight their way through, along with many others, as up to the northern side of Georgia Paul we go.
Absolutely. Our observers identifying that maybe Luna might consider a northernmost rotation. It should shock no one on this earth that Ascend is going to go edge towards the north as well. Very much in their wheelhouse. Couple teams, though, might be crossing that westernmost, the long Georgia Pole Bridge. That could be a point of contention I could see potentially, as I see New Happy also kind of rotating in that direction. So that one might actually end up being a little bit spicy. We'll see, though. Sometimes teams don't really, try to trap each other on one side or another, do too much. This kind of depends on the timings often. Twisted Minds needs a few more points, I'd say, to feel comfortable, but it's hard to imagine that these guys aren't good for, at worst, 20 points, on a bad day.
Definitely not the most consistent team, definitely in EMEA and perhaps even the world. Maybe only managing to lift a title, lift the trophy once, but always there or thereabouts. The Norins will make sure that Nan will get no further into this game, trying to sneak his way around the back of the side, but Daytrade's rotation towards that bridge was held off as a bit of presence shown by the Expendables, forced a delay, and New Happy just ran into the back of them. Nan a little bit too separated. They didn't have a chance to fight back, and that's a big loss for New Happy.
Yeah, it's a bit of a traffic jam, and it's just tough in this situation when you're trying to be that team that's going to take the wide rotation. You're trying to be the team that's going to try to play edge, play a little bit safer in the early game, and you have the same idea as a couple other teams, and you run into each other, and you're the ones who suffer because of it. Cerberus going in towards this shack right in the middle of this valley. That's a dangerous position to play from, in my opinion. I have a tough time in that valley myself. Like, there's a lot of angles down into it, but looks like they're fanning out a bit, trying to gain a little bit of territory control in that area.
It's a tough one. It's a big, deep valley up towards the north. It's hard to scout the opposite side of it, but there is some free space out towards the west. That might be where Daytrade is hoping to head, but there's just so much of a gatekeep in and around the crates. Xiaobei gets a ton of damage on towards Daytrade's fresh new IGL of Belmoth, but he survives with just a little bit of HP. Xiaobei spots the vehicle. He knows he must be lurking around here somewhere, but Belmoth's going to toss out a grenade first, and a big spray from Flash as Lil Ghost comes in for the regroup. Daytrade might have just won themselves the advantage in this potential engagement.
Yeah, Belmoth hasn't been able to get the heal off for whatever reason. Xiaobei trying to obscure his footsteps. He's got him flat-footed. He's got him dead. Nicely done there by Xiaobei.
Shadow gave him away. He was lurking behind the crates, but the sun was just in the right opportunity for Xiaobei to get that information, and Belmoth did not have his weapon in hands to fight back. Even if he did, wasn't full HP. Lil Ghost has been revived, and the call will simply be for Daytrade to disengage, try and find another way over the river, or at least into a compound where they're a little bit more safe than where they were currently.
And look at TDT. They're thinking about getting involved in this scrap now, too. TE as well, out there driving in towards the containers. I mean, a lot of teams, thinking about the points they need, and like the desk was talking about, kill points are really important in our format. That's how you can really accumulate a lot of extra points. So all these teams really considering it. All this fighting around here, plus it's one of the safer edges. No one even ends up crossing that westernmost bridge. The long bridge never even, it was free for the Expendables if they wanted it. Instead, they're going into the containers to take fights.
That's it. The Expendables sees and hears gunshots. They want to get involved. They want to get some points on the board. Placement and survival comes later. That one bridge is going to be heavily contested over to the west. Yes, you're going to tank a little bit of blue zone damage, but that might just be the safest option for New Happy in particular, all the way down towards Everest, as everyone else in the vehicles, a mass migration towards the west.
Yeah, there's a lot to play with right now for the teams that aren't caught up in fights. You've got a ton of North George available. Some of those hillsides like we saw yesterday on one of our Erangel games. We're going to see a decently similar circle right now in terms of what is playable and what's not. Oh, that's trouble. That's trouble. This is really bad for Luna. Haven and Vinny already getting knocked. Haven confirmed. The other two players of Luna trying to figure out how they can get away from this traffic jam. That's Perfectix taking down Posa. And I don't think there's much that the last player in Kraken can do.
Well, if there was ever a zone where a solo could snake and survive their way into the late stages of the game, it's a place that has 27 or more massive apartment buildings that he can just disappear and be forgotten about for a long time. And ironically, Luna's best games on their first day of games came when 2 or more of their players died in the early phases, and they were able to make it to the very late stages of the game on a wrangle, in particular on a heavy southwestern zone. So maybe let's not count Kraken out of the picture entirely. More than likely not going to win the game, but certainly could get something on the board, and getting those salvage points so important.
Absolutely. That's the kind of play I really enjoy watching. Players who are put in bad situations earlier and are able to do their best out of it. New Happy is going to be our team that crosses this bridge. Thank you very much. We appreciate someone actually going all the way over here to try to make their way through. Oh, no.
Scrap that.
Well, we jinxed him. It's your fault. I'm blaming you.
Apartments were right there, Kraken.
I don't disagree.
Well, Cerberus did make a move full send over to the west. They were maybe anticipating that someone would have played that position earlier. They were a bit cautious in their way getting over there, but now having scouted the west, there's no other teams in several hundred meters, and that's not the case over on the east, where everyone is condensed down up close and personal, but still using the DMRs to try and get any sort of sight lines through the thick, heavy foliage. Tulins trying to line up some shots and keep 4 AM suppressed.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds. Really, really good in these types of scenarios, understanding, where they can safely poke, where they can fall back to. In this case, just more and more damage being peppered onto 4 AM, and they're stuck, clumped up behind that ridge line. KDF playing out on the southeastern side, have quite a bit of control over a couple different mountains. Can have a lot of info, but there's a couple big valleys they're going to have to most likely cross in the next circle. So they're trying to see if they can find some knocks, find some opportunities to maybe get a fight going. Try to see if they can clear a little bit of extra space. But so far, Daytrade not really offering up much, although they don't have that far to go. We go right towards the Georgia Pole Bay here.
It's just a big empty run that they have to make to get to the closest little bit of hard cover. Only really Suju of 17 Gaming that could get an angle towards them currently, and he is backing out of there, so Daytrade might be able to sneak their way under the noses of KDF to some form of cover, but for Ascend, it's a big shift all the way up to the north for them. The entire hilltop is theirs to patrol, but they've got to make sure that they hold their edges first. Teams like Cerberus and FaZe might be looking to make a wrap in towards them, and they've got Pains all the way holding the very edge of Blue Zone, Brexoff by himself holding West to make sure that cannot happen.
Yeah, if they can keep those two teams, whoa, 2 quick knocks there for Twisted Minds. But I was just thinking, if Ascend can keep FaZe and Cerberus, those 2 teams you're talking about, off of their territory, they have a pretty good shot in this game, I feel like. New Happy, by the way, got stuck on the bridge. Somehow the Expendables get to the other side and they rip them apart. New Happy, gone in a heartbeat. Oh, the Expendables. I don't know how they got there, but they found the right time to.
Yep, Expendables saw a chance to bridge camp and they took it. Example throws 1 single grenade and 4 angry men are sent right back to the crib. 4 angry babies flailing and wailing as they get blown to smithereens by Twisted Minds.
It has been
a mental image no one asked for. But
you know what? I appreciated it. You do you, brother. I really... I feel for 4 AM, though, and their fans. It has been a rough event for them. 17, though, still kicking with all 4 up. Even in that containers fight, you would have expected that there might have been some pretty heavy losses for a couple of the teams, considering there were 4 in there at one point. 17 actually able to get out to it unscathed, and KDF is now going to take their crack at breaking through here. A lot of opportunity for Blue Zones, 4 frag grenades to clear this compound. Xiao Bei trying to hold the angles, trying to hold the exit. One player from his squad is able to escape. Now KDF lets loose with some more grenades. Agumi's going to pay the price. Did he have a grenade in hand there? That's my big question. Yeah, he did.
That's big damage. Lil Ghost hops around the side. The folded shield does nothing. The smoke does nothing. Around the side they go, and this aggressive push from KDF finally looks like they might have met their match.
This is really good stuff from 17. Heaven does get Xiao Bei. Meanwhile, Tanadol dicing it up with Suju. He's going to take him down. Lil Ghost, well, I was going to say Xiao Udidi, but he's done. Lil Ghost from afar. Just one more bullet's going to get him. He's running and gunning. He does take down Heaven. But he's the last player alive for 17 Gaming at this moment. Can he find the res on a Xiao Wu? That is yet to be determined. Daytrade going to get the res on a Flash.
Yeah, Daytrade made good use of the opportunity as KDF made their move to make a move of their own, crossing that wide open terrain to get into the cover of the buildings. It's temporary cover at best unless they get the most gracious of hard shift, which they don't. And now they have a wide open road that they have to try and cross. It's not going to look good for them, but at the very least, they've outlasted KDF.
Look at this setup that Twisted Minds has over FaZe. You've got Perfectix as the solo on a flank angle, setting up a great crossfire that FaZe is going to have to contest with. Let's see if they can break through. He spots out Jeems, gets a little bit of damage, but that's position revealed here. So Perfectix going to have to reposition. See if he can keep FaZe a little bit off balance. Of course, you still have to consider Ascend out there on that northern edge of that hill. They potentially have a role to play in this. Twisted Minds trying to see if they can find an opportunity to get this fight rolling.
They've got to be careful. It's Chris is already starting to creep his way forwards. Perfectix is looking out for it, keeping his eye backwards, but he's putting shots over the top towards Kilyakai as Lu gets the angle down towards Fex through the smoke, gets good tags, tosses a grenade down to try and finish the job, but it doesn't quite meet its mark. And the hold for Twisted Minds is a good one with solid foundations, but with multiple teams pushing, and Chris up close, undetected, Perfectix taken down, and it's all alarm bells now for Twisted Minds.
Classic, it's Chris. He's so smart. So sneaky. Time and time again, he just catches players completely off guard. Finds so much value just with his brain alone. And that's going to be Perfectix out for Twisted Minds. 3 players left now to try to hold this eastern edge. See if they can find any more value. But there's so many teams around here, and even 17 now lurking to their south, trying to get involved.
And out of the compound, Petrichor Road is making a move as well. Cerberus have vacated the field to the west. There's no threats that can shoot them in the back as they make a push up the hill into the back of Ascend, and that's going to force them into a really difficult situation. Sandwiched between Pero, FaZe Clan, and Twisted Minds, and Mill makes the most of it. Gets the confirm onto Pains. Kilyakai taken out as well, and Ascend, well, they got the drop on Twisted Minds. They found themselves between a rock and a very hard place indeed.
And Ascend has taken this opportunity to slip the net, to try to get out of this fight and try to get towards the center of the circle. So lost a couple of players and decided their better option, try and go for a little bit further placement pointage. See if they can get that rolling. 17, though, wants to fight. They want to scrap, but Lou already has him dialed in a bit. Runs out of bullets here with that Mark 12. Opts to pull back. Milt still watching this angle. Now it's FaZe that he's going to have to contest with. They're flirting with the edge of the hill. Circle is going to force the issue sooner rather than later, but Cerberus actually getting involved in this. It's Chris gets one. That's a good shot there for Mildo. Take down Corexi. Takes a bit of damage as he goes into the smoke, and here's Cerberus trying to see if they can take a bunch of these kills, and they're doing a great job of it so far.
Just a constant game of teams pushing out, wrapping around one another, and then being pushed out and wrapped behind. Whoever seems to be pushing out last and latest is the one getting the backstabs, and right now it's FaZe Clan, who was one of the teams that pushed Ascend into their terrible situation, that's now being sandwiched between Pero and Twisted Minds. Cerberus once again getting involved, putting more shots on the board as Example fights back with 2, and FaZe is the team that gets taken down by a grenade from Chewy.
What a play here from Twisted Minds. 9 kills, and they've got 3 back up and running. Breck's the only one alive now for Ascend. Right by that crate, that level 3 gear, but Himas, Chewy with the scar. Oh, he gets hit right with the molly in the chest. That does not feel great. Not sure if it's going to be enough to get the knock. No, it's not, but he's stuck behind the tree, and Himas has him dead to rights.
4 kills for Himas. It looks like it might be happening again. We're getting big boy energy from Cerberus. Brex, the smokes give him away. The grenade from Norins doesn't quite find its mark, but Tanador's Mark 12 does. Ascend now cleaned up entirely, but Twisted Minds, like you said, slipped the net. They managed to get away from a precarious position, but it has left them on the edge of the zone. They're going to have to fight their way through opposition, but Tanadol already taken down at the hands of Lou.
Lou, so quick there. Swap back over, confirm that flush. Day trade, I was just thinking, well, you know, if they could get 2 players into the late game here, maybe a second or third is in the cards with some extra kills, but not going to come through. Damage done to Himas, but Duckmai's right there to back him up. Example out of this one. 2 left now. Excuse me, just 1 left for Twisted Minds. As it's just Lou trying to find some kind of safety there on that eastern edge, and a lot of players are going to be able to see him. There's only sparse tree coverage for him. AWM scooped up there by Nurens in the background, but Duckmai Himas want to make sure Twisted Minds are no longer going to be a thorn in their side.
Big opposition to clean up, and they've got the opportunity to do it right now. Lou just has a rock to work with, and that's what we like to see. Nurin switches over to the AWM, puts Lou out of his misery. 1 bullet to the dome, and Twisted Minds are no more. 10 kills on the board, though, and there'll be a couple of players back home who are happy to see that, hoping that Twisted Minds sponging up and absorbing as many points as possible. And in game number 1, they've done just that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all those teams around the bubble that aren't playing here today are definitely going to be happy about that. TE, 4 players up. This has been a great little game from them. You know, taking some fights, but not overcommitting to anything. And getting 5 kills along the way and finding themselves in a top 5 situation. But they are going to have to contest with T5's position there on those northernmost apartments. Tricky to push through those, but there's a lot of windows to consider. So for both squads, it can be a little bit challenging. And yeah, 1 cross. Attempted to sneak there by Delwyn. No smokes, just trying to see if he could catch him off guard. But Rossiter Jr., the wily veteran, very wise to it.
Patton Pong is one of those players. You ever watch FPS tournaments where players have their keyboards at like obscure angles, like 45 degrees? His is like 90 degrees, and half of it is off the desk. He takes minimum room to press WASD, but it just gives him more room to move that mouse arm around and get the knocks when they're capable of doing so. They have an extremely solid defensive position now, as everyone else is going to have to cross the road directly in front of them. It's wide open. TDT have already managed to sneak their way across just down towards the east, but getting up the hill is going to be a treacherous proposition for them, as TE still has a little bit of time left before they're forced into the waiting arms of T5.
I'm curious about that rock for TDT, if it's in the circle or not. It didn't look like it.
Look at this. It's a very APAC end game, isn't it? Every single team out here, out of Vietnam or Thailand. So we're guaranteed an APAC champ for game number 1, which love to see it.
There you go. I'm about it.
Yeah, good.
I'm really curious to see who's going to win this one. I mean, I think you got to favor T5 a little bit based on their positioning, and they've got a little bit extra cover, but still phase 8. You have to show itself, and they're going to have to contest with TE. And if there's any team that can scrap in a situation like this, it's absolutely them. I'm just kind of curious what the smoke situation looks like for TE right now. How are they going to be able to find a way to get across the street to get into the next circle?
Yep.
That's going to be challenging because there's a lot of windows.
You're going to need a lot.
Yeah, Teraton 5 can see so much from this position.
Up north, Cerberus still holding the line at the back, but Norins could still play a factor. Remember, he has that AWM in hand, so 1 click is all it takes to put... there was a song that just jumped into my head for some reason. Never mind. Flucky makes a cross, but doesn't quite connect onto the spray. Spots out the doorway, puts a couple of holes in towards it, trying to make Duck Juice's job a little bit harder, make him expend 1 more smoke, and that's not towards the road. So it's temporary cover at best, but it's not going to get them any closer to the zone, and Flucky still just putting pressure on, putting bullets into the smoke and limiting the options for the expendables.
Well, they got somewhere, step 1. Now they're getting a little bit of help. Emas from Cerberus gets the spray there onto Rossiter Jr. Tried to go out the door through the smoke and could not make it. Ranger X trying to keep the rest of Cerberus at bay, but we know that Cerberus, once they smell blood in the water, they'll absolutely start to bite down. Here comes some grenades trying to soften up T5, but the response from Fluky, very, very nice there. Clory's down. I don't know if that's Resable. Emas just spraying into the smoke, looking for the confirm. Maybe even another player if he could.
Fluky has 1 Molotov left to work with. He can cut off the angle around the side. Norins, 1 opportunity to get the shot off onto Huang, and he gets it done. It's stolen away by Tanvu from the other side of the road, and hearing that big gun ring off from the northeast side of the road, Cerberus suddenly has to turn their attention towards that. They can no longer focus down on towards T5, looking to get the flush on towards Rossitid. They've got to turn back, but now that opens an opportunity. Tanvu, the Dragonov again, 1 shot to the face of Fluky, and they might just have a chance to get something done.
And I'm pretty sure he picked up this Dragonov in these houses in the previous circle while they were getting ready to try to make these moves, try to see if he could get those 1-taps to open things up for them to cross the street, and he's doing his damnedest to get TE in this. They are even going to get the res onto Clory's, but more grenades are ringing out, and right as he's res, and another one hits Duck Juice. Just Tanvu left right now for the expendables, trying to see if he can find some kind of res onto his fallen teammate. Stuns are there just to maybe make him rethink it, see if they could get him to pull off momentarily. But for now, Cerberus just claiming a little bit more real estate as Durans is dug in.
There was a time not too long ago where APAC nades were a bit of a meme. They were all over the place, left, right, and center, everywhere but on target. But now T5 Kwam Rabird and TE have nothing left in the tank. No more smokes, no opportunity to get over that road under the watchful eyes of 100 windows under the control of T5, who can now turn their attention north when Norins hits another shot with the AWM. Oh, the TDT taken out of the picture entirely.
My man, he is cracked with it. I could just watch him the rest of this game until he dies or until he wins with that AWM, with the way he's hitting shots. But it's going to be Duckmai's job to try to deal with him, to try and knock that danger out of this, that potential third party that you don't want to be on the receiving end of, something that could, when you're already a player down compared to T5, could kind of really spell disaster. So he's going to prone down and try to crawl it out.
I like this. Duckmai, usually a supportive player. We saw it a little bit earlier as gave the assistance as Himas was making the push on towards Example, but now looking to make a bit of a solo play. Needs to take down Norins, but he knows that the rest of the squad needs to focus as much attention onto T5 as possible, so he's going to just spend a little bit of time trying to make sure, to the best of his ability, that he doesn't get turned into the next target of those big AWM sprays, and hope that Norins gets active as Sololzi and Himas start putting some pressure on T5 across the zone.
I love those 4x sprays there. 3x's, 2x's for Teraton 5, trying to climb their way up this hill. No more smokes left here for Rossiter Jr. Not sure how many they have the rest of the way. It's going to be tough. There's a bit of a lip here for Cerberus to fight from temporarily until the circle pushes them off of it. Duckmai still trying to hunt down Nurens. Panampong looking for anybody in those smokes from Cerberus. Not going to find any. They're going to try to wrap around the other way. Nurens continues to just hold this angle. Just saw the jumping head of Duckmai. Not going to be able to pull the trigger just yet. Stuns another utility being thrown. It's going to be a 2-2 split here, or excuse me, a 3-1 split. I think he might have saw Nurens. Yep, he's got him. Duckmai is going to claim that point. Immediately take a bunch of damage.
Yeah, you don't want to go for the re-peek on the jump when there's 3 members of T5 staring at your rock. They don't manage to land the headshots that they needed, but it's enough pressure forcing him behind the rock as the blue zone makes its way in. He doesn't really have much time to heal and get back into the fight.
This is going to be tricky for Cerberus. Good stun there to at least keep T5 pinned.
All mollies.
Yeah, if you had anything else, you would really have T5 in a bad spot. But Cerberus has been fighting for quite some time, trying to spray over the hill. Solalzi got quite a bit of damage. Ranger Axe going to get the knock onto Duckmai, though. So Himas and Solalzi, the duo, that's one. Can you find another? Peek around the corner, did quite a bit of damage to Panampong. He's going to have to hold it up. Fluky, though, got Solalzi on Himas. Can he finish the job? Not quite just there yet.
800 damage, but one more bullet would have been enough. If he made it to 850, he would have had a 1v1, but he can't get it done. Teraton 5 on home turf come out of the northern side of Georgia Paul, up the hill, into the face of Cerberus, and to the championship for game number 1.
It was a really interesting game there, with the way that that circle kind of kept shifting towards North George. All of those teams kind of having similar ideas early, and then in the late game, you know, this solid defense and then a solid push up that hill from T5 gave them the win.
Big showing from APAC all across the board. This is that total of the final 6 teams, all APAC, but it's T5 who claimed the title in match number 1.
Big game and a chicken. 5 as we come out with a very strong start to the last day here, the group stages of PGS 5.
Yeah, huge game. And very similar to what we saw yesterday, obviously. So that some of the teams might have taken some things away from that. But yeah, it was... We ended a similar place, but still we did have a different kind of path to where we were at that northern side.
Yeah.
With Twisted Minds, with Cerberus, with Facelanders. Send even huge fights coming through the way here.
But it started out already with action. We saw that sort of TSM pushing up against T5, who ultimately made it to the end, and it was kind of a revenge situation. Remember yesterday, we saw TSM crash T5 and take them out at the last game. This time around, T5 won that over at the Cube, and they managed to get pretty late into this game and walk away in a really good position. So that, I think the big one for them is, remember, they left Cube. They said, I'm not involved with this. Leave this to KDF to deal with. And that was a really smart retreat from them that ultimately got them strong, coming out of town, and walks away with the big win. Oh, this fight was amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
I loved it.
I really loved that 17 push on that. Super well executed here. And this northern side here, we talked about it a little bit during the game, and we're like, oh my god, there's not a lot of space. These 4 or 5 teams are fighting from all these teams involving themselves. Twisted Minds in there, of course. They had to try to clean up. They controlled that ridge.
They did.
There was only 2, like technically 2 teams could maybe have gotten out of that circle and still played alive, but still 4 or 5, 6 teams even got involved at one point. Cerberus pushing over, taking control of that. And then, of course, Nurens with the big boy gun.
Well, and that's what it really came down to, is who controls the high ground, who controls the city exit. And that's what we saw the story of 2 battles. And then it comes down to the head-to-head, right? We see Expendables get locked down, but it was, to me, a lot about Nurens. Nurens not only got tons of points for his team by himself, but then he slowed Cerberus down to a point where T5 was able to get out of that city without any kind of ground control by Cerberus, right? Because they had to hunt Nurens down. And I think that really opened the door for him. Let a look at TSM. They will not be happy after the start of that game.
Oh, they had to, not the best start for the day, but still,
not their fault.
Yeah, not their fault. There's some other things happening for that for sure. And here, the boys were obviously happy. I think Example walked away with 4 kills, so they did get a decent amount of points across the board here for those guys, but still, Expandables really well closed down here. New Happy did not get to cross that bridge. They got shot down. Again, bridge camping is in a situation where, like, okay, this is actually a good time to do it, because you know we had that amount of teams had to cross. New Happy coming over, fully packed, 2 cars, and just 4 easy points for them. So why not consider that?
I did like that. It felt like a lot of our teams were being very proactive in the first game, right? TSM going for the cube, the way that we saw 17 sort of lock down their spot over there, and that hold against, I think it was KDF that crashed them, right? It was a phenomenal fight. It was exciting to watch the teams coming into the final day, even though some of them have essentially already gotten themselves in the grand final, playing a very, very clean, fundamental style of PUBG.
That's like, we're going to see that a lot today, because both groups, all 16 teams, it's their last 6 matches, right? So it's the kind of the same mental state that these teams are going through. It's going to be like, okay, either we have enough points now, or we need to continue to do better. Or if you have enough points, what do we do? Are we in a tactical situation, or are we going to try to break that triple digit and show that we are actually the big dog coming out of this group stage?
Sure, I think Twisted Minds would love to do that, but also, again, if they don't, it's no skin. That's why you see they go down, they give each other some fist bumps, they stay in that positive mental state.
Yeah, I think they're in the path still. 56 points, the amount of kills that they had now, like, I think overall, they're going to have one big game today. We know probably have, a pretty big double digit, maybe even the 20s. And that's going to put them quite far ahead. And a lot of teams, they need that. They need those sponges to make that cutoff even closer, right?
I think they'll do well, especially as we get to the end of today when the wheels sort of come off for some of our teams. Remember, when we get to that leaderboard, you're going to see just how close the battle for 16th place, which is where that cutoff is going to be, truly is becoming. And I think that in those last 2 games today, when we wrap up over in the Dusty Dunes, is going to be pretty wild. And to be honest, finishing in Miramar is kind of exciting for me, because that is a map that we don't always get to finish on, but does, I think, cater to the chaos politics of teams desperationally trying to get those points at the end.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that it's a map that caters a lot to the teams that are playing all types of PUBG, right? You can third-party quite quick. You can play that slow edge, high ground placement. You can go center quite early, get some of those good compounds. And the teams, they know the map so well now that it really depends what do you really prefer, how's the style, also what situation are you in when you have 2 more games to go once we get to Miramar, how many points do you have, the teams that are close to you that you potentially could crash into, how many points do they have, are we in a potential fight with them, what's happening, all these gatekeep situations that are super interesting to watch once we're in our last 2 games of play.
Yeah, so I do think, obviously we're not there yet, but as far as today goes, it's that question you have to ask yourself as a team. Do we wait till that moment where we're in Miramar? Sure, it'll be fun, it'll be crazy, there's opportunities there. Or do we make sure we do it in the first round? And that's what I like seeing out of the Expendables in that last game. They came out, they played a very good game. You could see that they were focused on doing what they do best and looking for those fights.
Yeah, and that's the hard thing. When you're in a big city, urban-wise, you have so many windows to cover. You have so many things you need to kind of think. Sure, they could have been 4 live if they're on the southern side. If they had more smokes available, they could potentially push towards TDT. That could have been a different play. But still, timing-wise and everything, and kind of looking through all those small houses, you just don't have time to check that. But when you're looking at it, if we're looking at the map, like there was space over there, potentially that could have been the game-winning play for them.
Right, but the alternative option they chose, knowing that TDT and some others might be contesting them later on, is that they picked spots where they said, you know what, if we get locked down here, we can get our reses, we can deny to the blue, we can take points away from teams that will be competing with us.
Exactly.
And I gotta give a lot of respect to that sort of presence of mind when it comes to that sort of play. Because we always talk about going in the city, getting out is almost impossible. And so having that headset of like, maybe we try to get to the point where we get to be the winners to get out of the city, but if not, we're not going to give the winners any points.
Oh, exactly. I think it's only Cloris that ended up being, of course, the kind of non-resible factor for that. They managed to deny 2 points, and if you manage, like, if you the sooner you realize that you're not going to be able to win the game, and you're like, okay, we're not going to give those points away to a team that we are, as you said, directly competing with. That is just so coherent play. You're so aware, like, okay, this is a team we know we don't want to give points to, because those could be the guys that are on the cutoff points with us, and I really love that. And it's always an interesting thing to kind of talk of, because if you're super aware of that and you're kind of following through over the 12 matches that we're playing, it could be, in the 20s in terms of amount of points that you're not giving away, if you're focusing on not giving it to the points, to the teams that you're directly competing with here. But yeah, top 4 teams, toughies.
Let's take a look at him. T5 does come out with that victory. 6 kills, and be very happy with that. Cerberus walks away with 8 and second place. Daytrade gets 7, and a lot of that was on the back of Nerns just grinding that out. And now, if you're going to grind it out as a solo, that's the weapon to do it with.
That. Yeah, I love that.
But they played really, really well. And then Twisted Minds, no surprise, they're always there. They're always in the top 4, and then they get 10 kills to go along with it.
Yeah, 10 kills. It's the total points here that we're not considering placement points. So it's the total point from that match there. They didn't finish in 4th.
Gotcha.
But they still got enough points to put them in 4th from a wall, right? So they got double digits. Here, though, T5, good amount of kills. They managed to lock down that city. We having that kind of hardship towards the city, which really destroyed, 4, 5, 6 teams on that northern side, on those 2 ridges. It just made it so hard for anyone to get away from that.
And to give them credit, they played that city so well. As we take a look at Pathom Pong, your man of the match with the 2 kills and 2 knockouts. Sure, the damage isn't that high, but it's because they had to play the fundamentals. The way that they held out the 4th player of, I don't remember who it was on Expendables. Delwyn. They just locked him down, could not get in, and they very coherently made sure that entire edge of the city was just there. They didn't focus on the hill. They let the hill be the hill and did what they needed to do to play defensively.
I love that. They made sure to lock down one side, keep that one edge to yourself. That western side was theirs, and managed to get 16 points from this here. 4 total teams being able to get double digits here, but 2 more teams, Expendables and TDT, also getting 9 points here because of their, first of all, TDT, not so many kills. Remember, they did get taken down by Nerns, right? But still, they only had 2 players alive for that long, so they managed to get a lot of placement points out of a match where they're salvaging. So 9 points to them is huge. Good to see Petrichor Road here in the left side. We need to see them more.
Talk total leaderboard. Remember, it is going to be the top 16 teams that advance to the grand final. Tiamba and the teams that are at 12 are still going to show up on the leaderboard, but we're really interested in those teams that have 7 games played so far. Twisted Minds at 68. That's just ridiculous how good they are. So they're already in 4th place with almost half the games of everybody above them, which is absolutely wild. Then jump down to Expendables, who have looked incredible yesterday. They're already back on form right now.
Nice.
17, Cerberus, Teraton 5. All of these teams feeling pretty comfortable, because once you get over that 55, I think you can feel relatively safe.
I would say so. Like, if you're going into the last match with 56 or above, you should be feeling pretty comfortable here. Other side, though, if you're on the bottom right now, you really need to step up. Your Forngrim, Face Clan, they need to at least double their points. Luna Galaxy, 5 games to go. They need to win 2 games to be anywhere close to the 55-point mark. So, yeah, all the other teams also, we're talking about this big kind of pool of, we have a huge mid-pack. I would say, 9 to 11 teams are in that mid-pack that are fighting for 3, 4, 5 spots, right? So that's really the big one.
And I think when you talk about that cutoff, if we say 55 sort of where that balance point is, it is scary, because so many of the teams all the way down, even below 16, are 1 or 2 games away from striking into that competitive territory. But you want to do it now, because with it this close, when we get to those final games of the day, it is going to be wheels off, because everyone's going to need 4 to 7 points to get themselves back in the mix, and they're going to be hunting to get those. So now is the time to make it happen. Let's take a look at FaZe. I know you spent a lot of time with these guys. They feel pretty confident coming in this morning.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're in a mental space that's where we can do this. We just need to get a little bit of placement points. We're going to get the kills. We know they're going to get the kills. So yeah, let's see how they can step up here. We're getting a few seconds out from the first match here, but overall, yeah, last time on Erangel, before we go on to wildcard maps, and then we go on to Miramar. I really like the kind of setup. It's a little bit of a change, as we talked about. Not ending in Miramar. I kind of like it.
I do too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Erangel. It's my favorite. It's my first. It's my always. But it is fun to see, especially in the end game. That end, Miramar, I think, is going to really throw some flavor text in. Well, I know who's got flavor text for you as we get ready for game number 2 in the grassy pastures. It is your casters, Saga and Paper Thin.
We got flavor aplenty over here. Saga, my man, we are ready for our last game of Erangel of the day. And a bit sad to say goodbye to the grassy pastures, but got to do it at some point. And a great start here for a couple of our teams, and T5 in particular, really showing us some really solid variations in their play. Able to play defense, play offense when they need to.
It's good to be versatile in a game like this, and when the zone has so many implications, the flight path, the teams around you, there are so many variables in your game that if you're not coming with multiple options for game plans, things are going to go south pretty darn quick. 800 damage for Himas in game number 1. Anyone who splashed out on the fantasy is going to be happy to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cerberus always a good bet to go for one of their players, especially Himas. I mean, last year was so good. So good. Still is so good, but last year was crazy, the numbers he was putting up for a while there around PGS 1, and now, a little bit of a different playing path, but could end up with a similar circle. I don't know. We'll have to just wait and see, but trying to keep track of anything that catches our eyes here, Saga, about if there... I don't see anything that's going to be super contested. Maybe just those vehicle spawns northeast of school, but it looks like KDF isn't going to really mess with that.
Well, KDF will probably find a way to fight somebody within the next 3.5 minutes or so. We'll keep an eye on that. It looks like it may be Twisted Minds on the cards, as they're going to have to head southeast to get in towards the central positions of our Phase 1, which is centered up on the dirt road just above the Snake compound, west of Shelter, where the Expendables are currently heading to reach their drop spot. For the most part, Tanvu is actually in a vehicle heading over towards Heaven, where Chewy was still taking a very long-winded parachute. Maybe he'd grabbed a gun out of a shack and was looking for an early opportunity. Didn't find it. He's turned back to join the squad. He's now at a nice leisurely pace back to the boys.
Absolutely. And into the Shelter goes TE. 2 players here. One over towards the prison and one to the west and one of the Crossroads compounds. T1, though, team that started off very shaky with their drop in towards Gatka with TDT. Didn't really get anything out of it, and now they are pushed to the western coast to some trashlet over here.
I'm not at all shocked that they haven't opted to go back for the attempt at the hot drop given their position in the standings. They've got a lot of work to do, but let's see what he has to say about the work that is already being done.
T1이라는 팀에서 이제 활동하게 돼 너무 큰 영광이고 앞으로 이제 이 T1이라는 영문팀에 걸맞게 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 열심히 할 목적입니다. 일단 저희가 초반에 좀 많이 이제 감을 좀 못 찾아서 좀 약간 그렇게 좀 좋은 이제 퍼포먼스를 못 보여줬던 것 같고요. 근데 이제 좀 후반에 좀 다들 이제 자신감을 좀 찾으면서 좋은 모습을 보여드렸던 것 같고 남은 경기는 이제 그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하면은 충분히 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 거라고 생각해서 큰 걱정은 없습니다.
And EN, a long-time fantastic player in Korea, talking about how important it is for him to represent T1, one of the most storied organizations in all of esports, not just in Korea, in the entire world. And very important that they get off to a better start than they did in Game 1 for the rest of this day. They're one of those teams that's in danger if they're not putting up some points that they might not make it into that grand final. So a lot of work to be done for them, for sure.
It's surprising that they managed to find a way in a country that's currently 30+ degrees to even have cold fingers, but they managed to do it. And yeah, towards the end of day number 1, managed to pick up a little bit of the pace, but starting off slowly. Now giving themselves only 5 opportunities to stack up the needed points to make that appearance in the grand finals that has been lacking T1's name and presence for quite some time. But once again, if they do fail to do so here at PGS 5, there is another event, but for so many of those teams, this is the last chance to get to PGC. if you want to get there, if you don't have the points on the board already, you practically have to win one of these two events or at least have a very solid showing at both. So this is Last Chance Saloon. Chewy has somehow managed to sneak himself into a position unnoticed by Tanvu. Or perhaps vice versa. Not too sure who was here first. I think Chewy was the one who was being chased down towards heaven by Tanvu. So it seems as though Chewy's looking out for a bit of revenge, and he's got it. Tanvu was not aware at all. Through the bushes, they provided not enough cover, and Chewy grabbing the first blood.
Yeah, feels like it must have been Chewy who showed up a little bit later.
Yeah, he snuck over on foot.
Yeah, really.
Ready for it.
Really interesting stuff there. Duckjuice looking to see if he could find some damage with the Dragunov, but switches over to the SKS there, sticking it into the vehicle, actually. Loading up for future situations. New Happy as well, trying to see if they can find some easy pickings. And you've got Duckmai just to the southeast there in the warehouses. Now going to be leaving. Not sure if they saw Himas cross or not, but you can see Nan trying to be that point man, trying to see if they can figure out exactly where these CES players are, and oh boy, this is maybe going to get spicy here in a second. I feel like Duckmai's wise to it. He stopped. He's not really looking around too much. I think he heard something.
He hopped in the vehicle for a second and then hopped back out again. He seemed to suspect something, but it does not matter. Could not predict. The premonition was not strong enough for that grenade. AZ lands it around the side, and before Himas can even react, his teammate now taken out.
It's a nice play for New Happy. AZ just pinpoint with that grenade. And not much there that Duckmai could do. TDT just eyeing this situation to see if there's anything that they can do. See if there's any involvement they can find themselves with. But not going to be there as the rest of Cerberus has already pieced on out. So TDT as well is going to leave just one player there to watch. And the rest try to gain a little bit of positioning. T1 as well, jockeying for similar areas, so you might not fight in Gatka, but are you going to fight outside of Gatka is the real question here, but I think T1 is going to be content to take the compound to the north.
Seeing a lot of early targeted aggression, it feels like, from the Chinese rosters so far, and maybe coincidentally towards the Vietnamese teams who, up to this point, have had pretty solid showings, but early losses are never perfect to run across. Belmoth leading the charge for Day Trade, making a late entrance towards the southwest and getting dangerously close to finding John on the rotation, but both will go their separate ways. New Happy, of course, being nearby just on the new ferry pier. If they heard shots here, they might have been interested in flexing out once again, looking to see if they could find anything, but it will be back to safety, back to holding down the positions they have, but Day Trade are still making a push forwards.
And coming from the same angle that New Happy just did. Yeah, this happened. And not much reaction there out of TE. They're just like, yep, it's another day at the office. Nurins, oh my God. It'll never not be satisfying to see the AWM. Oh, so much good shooting there as well.
See, it's nice in the late stages of the game where we have enough observers to just have one guy just sit on the dude with an AWM, and if he clicks on ahead, then we can just show it in the replay. It's nice to have, and I'm glad that we got to see it, because Norins did a lot of heavy lifting for Day Trade. They came into this game all the way down in 23rd, and after a little bit of the back of his solo individual play, they are now almost up towards 16th place, just behind T1.
Absolutely. I mean, if I had my way, we'd just sit on the AWM all match, but it's probably better that we don't have my way, all things considered. It's a little bit better to see what else is going on, I suppose. Ascend, they are driving through, I think one player of 4 AM is in there, just Bobo. I don't see anybody else on my map, but maybe my eyes are tricking me.
Now the rest of them are flexed down south, opposite side of the South Yaz fields, where Eternal Fire found a lot of success towards the very end of PEC. They are a team that, once again, already qualified for the Grand Finals off an exceptional performance over the first couple of days of games. So looking for the teams who will be there to join them. FaZe Clan looking to hold down the line on Shelter, hearing the vehicles of Pero making a push up from the north from where they took down Tanvu earlier on, and FaZe doing enough, showing just enough presence to give Pero second thoughts and say maybe we don't want to overcommit into a 2-2 split into enemy territory.
Yeah, and now this compound abandoned by TE, Petrichor Road going to claim it for themselves and try to situate themselves as close to the center of the circle as they can, as TE is taken about as dead center as it gets. And just seeing what is what around them. A few shots here or there, but nothing too much to consider. So I'm just kind of keeping track of some of the other things going on. This one, what do you think?
See, I was waiting for this to show up because I've been watching on the map stream, and you should be as well. But Flucky just sort of drove across the pond to the north, which means he's, of course, in a glider, and that seems to be a big difference. Thailand teams really like to put their good shooters in gliders so they can shoot people. It's a big difference to what we typically see from gliders and the usage in regions like EMEA. Players like Brexco, IGLs like to just scan the skies, get that information. Thailand tends to like to use them as a combat tool more so than reconnaissance. But I've got to say, definitely more effective as the former, or so it seems to be the case. But T5 have done enough using Flucky as both to get themselves a position into the zone relatively safely.
Oh, I like to see it a lot. I like to see the creative use of the gliders, for sure.
Yeah, it's differing between regions is an interesting thing to see.
It is. Meanwhile, in PWS, they don't get used very much. That looks like tempo dip time, 4:17. That's about all I'm seeing that's really available in this vicinity. Close-ish to the center, a little bit to the west, but I mean, you can hold that position. It's just, is anybody gonna also have to end up crashing it because they're trying to get through contested territory? Cerberus cutting just to the west of Prison, trying to find their way through. Might be getting a little bit close to phase. We'll see. TDT as well, driving for some kind of open territory, rerouting now, maybe looking for a wider wrap.
Yeah, a lot of teams trying to get in the vehicles and push towards the center of the zone. It's left a lot of wide open space over towards the east, typical of what tends to happen when we get a hard eastern shift like the one we've just had, but it is still only phase 2, so while it is a hard shift all the way up towards the eastern edge of the phase 1 blue zone, there's still a solid kilometer square of space that has no players. The entire Prison Hill and the entirety of Mansion, that entire area up towards the north side of the zone 2, pretty much empty. Ascend still holding a very bold 2-2 split between Mansion and Alamo. Hopefully they've got vehicles to regroup should they need to. But still, no major aggression just yet. No one spotted out any sends that they want to try and punish, but teams like this can be unpredictable at times.
Absolutely. I think for day trade here, they might be one of those teams that ends up in that grid you're talking about, that empty grid on the map between Prison and Mansion. They're the ones seemingly going for the widest rotation right now, even all the way down on the Milta Beach, trying to be as safe as possible. You want to make sure that you get that full 4 up into the late game if possible. You don't want to let Nurens just try to do it all on his own every time.
Sometimes you can tell a lot about a team from their drop spot, and if you've got a team that drops down in Primorsk, they're probably going to want to sit on the edge of zones. Batulins, 13 kill steals. Oh my, that is actually outrageous. There's a reason why this man likes to get up onto the high ground and be able to see the entire server in front of him, and it's so he can yoink all your knocks, apparently. 68 points, and if 13 of those have been other teams' flushes that he's stolen away from them, that has huge impactful standings on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. That's a big part of the game. It's putting yourself into positions to punish not just, other teams initially, but, when those knocks come through, do have the Panzerfaust available.
Have you ever seen anything more KDF than taking an emergency parachute with a Panzerfaust in hand? And you're like, if I see someone, I'm dropping on them and they're getting bonked.
Yep.
It doesn't matter who it is, they're going down.
I mean, I do appreciate that they just want to fight right now. It is rather entertaining. And look, they're getting itchy, man. It's almost phase 3 and they haven't killed anybody.
It's crazy.
This is unacceptable.
Yeah, they're getting hungry for blood.
Oh, another yoink. Southeast this time, towards the Prison.
Gonna need that EP cup, aren't they?
Yep. I absolutely think they are. The real question is where do they go? Lumberyard is already being contested between a couple different teams. Dropping into the Prison, never ideal. The edge of the Prison can work, but it's usually scrappy. So I'm pretty curious how KDF is going to navigate this. T1 already on the move, trying to find some kind of open space on that hill. A little bit to work with. But a lot of that territory on that southern edge that's, I think, a little bit easier to play from is already spoken for.
Yeah, Ascend, a 2-2 split, common from that position to try and make a move to the Wizard Tower, but that's already taken, as is this spot. The T1 tries to push through, phase there to meet them, and T1 straight out of that fight and into another as well as New Happy throw their name into the ring. TDT now fighting on multiple fronts as well.
This is disaster again for T1. Jun, though, taking some damage from New Happy. Has to prone it out to try to get the heals through. Huang is trying to put up some smokes to keep T1 cut off. Reinforcements have arrived for New Happy. In the meantime, Ascend and T5 are dusting it up, and Brex has got Ranger. 2v3 now. Pain's on the ground for Ascend. You have 4AM circling on the backside, looking to claim some points, and they do. Fluky gone. And things become a bit of a stalemate now as 4AM seemingly looks like they're just going to take that point and drive by.
You mentioned the word timing earlier on as we were talking about bridge camps over by Georgia Paul. Timing was the problem here again. T5 took a very wide wrap all the way around the south side of Yaz, but it was a direct route from Ascend, just directly straight across the field, and they both just showed up at this compound at the exact same time. No one had defensive positioning. It turned into a scrap, and 4AM, who were wrapping even later around the side, pick up one free kill point, and they're on their way up to the side of the hill and into Day Trade's area of control.
Yeah, and they're going to have to take a moment here and figure out how they want to get into this next zone. If you're looking at the map, you're going to say, well, they've got the west of them completely open. Well, that's a really dangerous area. And that part of the map, extremely tricky to play through until the later stages of the game. Grenades doing some damage here and there between both teams. Brax, thought maybe that one might catch, but didn't quite get in. And now another grenade towards T5 players.
Oh.
They're doing a good job avoiding that damage, though.
Yeah, and he switched over, dropped his DMR. He's got a pump-action shotgun. If there was ever an opportunity to try and put that to some use, he's kind of just hoping that Ascend's pushes into him now. But Ascend would prefer to get it done with the utility, but the initial barrages didn't quite find the mark, so difficult for them to slip out of there undetected and leave Patapong to his devices, but they have to make the push eventually. He's got a shotgun there ready to receive.
Free rotation for Twisted Minds, getting ready for the next circle pop, but Peril trying to keep them away from their compound as much as possible. Cerberus taking some pot shots at long range as well, and Twisted Minds has some work to do. They do have kind of that northern edge of the prison available, or a crash onto Cerberus is what our observers think they might do. I think that's a little ambitious, observers. I'm not convinced that that's the play just yet, but we'll see. Maybe they're going to think about it. Right now, they're going to route towards the path towards FaZe as well, but it looks like they're just driving for center. They're going to try to make something work, maybe top edge of prison.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough in this position. They might survive a little bit longer, at least through this phase, as everyone else is going to be fighting on the edges, but once they're done and they can turn their attention inwards, this car fort is not going to hold up all too long once grenades start flying through. But first of all, a push onto Patapong. The shotgun fires off once, doesn't land. And Chris deals with the last remaining member of T5. Our first team eliminated 17.5 minutes into the game. That is a rarity from what we've seen so far in the PGS5.
That's very true, man. It's hard to believe that that's the first team that's been eliminated, but now the Expendables have gotten danger close to Day Trade.
We have more players alive here than we did 10 minutes into game number 1. That's fun.
Sounds about right.
Jeems ain't one of them anymore, though, as Sparking finishes off what Chewy started, stealing away the point, like we said, all important, but Lil Ghost down to the blue zone after taking a tag from Luna as they wrap their way around.
Oh, that's a tough loss there, 4-17. Lil Ghost was so good, especially on Erangel yesterday. Really kicked some doors in for them as the maps rolled on. Nan's going to get a knock onto Flash off screen. Petrichor Road trying to see if they can find a little bit of safety on this dirt path. It's kind of a step there for them to work with so they can keep themselves obscured from Cerberus and FaZe. Ascend now has to make a move. Maybe they're going to be the team to crash Cerberus, especially with Kilyakai confirming onto Hisaki. They know there's only 2 here if they've been kill track feeding. Grenade out. Salalzi trying to guard the door. He gets one. Tries to pre-fire another. Can't find the damage, and it's a great peek from Pains. Going to take Salalzi down. Himas, the last one alive on this top floor. What does Ace have up their sleeves?
Oh, he hopped out of the window using that grenade to cut off the audio cues. They didn't know that he made this play, but they're double peeking him around the side. Oh my god, Himas! That was so close to getting the drop shot, but Brex, the last man standing for Ascend, the all-important final bullet. Himas almost did something inhuman, but no, denied by the veteran of Ascend. And he'll get all 4 revives as well. That is a big big impact swing for Ascend.
I mean, we've seen inhuman plays from him before, which just more to the highlight reel. TSM got a couple knocks onto Petrichor Road. They're returning the favor, though. Rex as well getting involved, sparking Purdy Curdy down low. Now it's going to have to be a pause here to try to get some reses of their own. Sparking did find the blue zone connection onto It's Chris. There's a flank coming out here from Brexico, though. Throws a stun up and over. Pull off on the res of Purdy Curdy. They've got Sparking back up and running, but Petrichor Road as well, swinging down to try to find angles onto TSM. TSM stuck between a ruck and a hard place. Chewy finds the first grenade. It re-knocks Sparking. Brexico continuing to hunt his way through the smoke, seeing if there are any TSM players lurking. It's just stuns right now. Brexico now decides to back off.
This little ridge has been an absolute war zone ever since Haisaki pushed out from the Wizard Tower to try and put some extra shots from an additional angle into players on rotations. It's just been deaths left, right, and center, and Chewy has just made the push over on foot from his vehicle as his hold on the dirt road. His teammates behind him got cleaned up by FaZe, so he's committed. He's in at this point until the end, and the end will come quickly at the hands of Corexy's Dragunov, but the fight still going on.
It's going to be TSM finally cleaned up by Ascend. Petrichor as well, mutually assured destruction in that fight. FaZe very, very happy with some of those points, desperately needing to start climbing the leaderboard. Another one of those teams towards the bottom right now that needs to get their way into that top 16. Luna is, however, going to take out Fex in the background. 17 pinched between Day Trade and New Happy, so smokes have to start coming out as they have to try to make their way through to the next circle.
With all the teams pushing to the north, Luna has a great opportunity to backfill and take a lot of space on the west and get some much, much needed points. But that means that everyone else is fighting on the east, and the Lumberyard is not a safe place to be for 4 a.m., nor is the Wall of Prison. Nan over the top. There's surely no way that Xiaobei gets the better of him there. Tanadol landed a tag from across that almost made it dangerous. But Xiaozi, the newcomer to the global scene, just gets the final tag in time.
Yeah, now New Happy able to wrap back towards the new circle to set up this barricade in the positioning that 17 would want to take. Day Trade, a few harassing shots in parting, but now Kwangdong Freaks, they killed a couple 4 a.m. players, and they heard these shots, and they're swinging in. They've got a knock. Salute takes down Tanadol. Now Nurens swooping in to try to save the day if needed. But right now, KDF isn't really feeling comfortable enough to push in any further. Salute testing the waters, but finding it to be just a bit tepid.
Yeah, I think it might definitely be needed for Norins to step up now, because with 17 on the backline still being held down by New Happy for the time being, as soon as they're dealt with, they're going to commit to this push and try and take out Day Trade. But KDF splitting their focus. Heaven gets sat down, though, just as 4 a.m. are finally removed. Batulins finds an angle. They've gone pretty much uncontested towards the center of the zone because of all the chaos around the Wizard Tower. And now, Twisted Minds have the opportunity to get proactive, and KDF might have just overplayed their hand slightly.
They took off so many fights up there. It was just too much. Now, 17 Suju, last one alive. That grenade almost finished him, and finally AZ and Mingming figure out where he is. Mingming turns his attention right on over to Belmont. Quick finish onto him. Nurens, 9 HP, takes down Gyumin, and Heather now alive for KDF, but the only one is Gyumin will be flushed. So KDF just too many fights on too many fronts, too spread out, and they are nearly out of this particular lobby.
So last-ditch repeat this spray, but it gets the job done. But now there's two solos out towards the east. Either one of them wants the kill point, but they can't quite find it. At least Norins gets an extra placement as Example's grenade takes care of Heather. The emergency parachute onto the south ridge of Prison. They were there for a while. They managed to get some of those fights that they covet so much and got some points on the board. But Twisted Minds that send into a wide open, unsafe area that if anyone was looking in this direction may have been treacherous terrain. Turns out they've managed to sneak their way again, now in a position of power.
Oh, the grenades are being prepped here. But it's spotted out by Xiaozi. He takes down Vaughn. Rectix cleans off Nurens in the background. Xiaozi trying to hold the line here, getting some help from Batulins. And he's going to get the grenade, though. Jun launches another, looking to try to swoop in, but nope, Non having none of it. That's why ZYU trying to do what he can to go for a raise, and Batulins just so happy. He's got angles onto both of these squads from this position.
And just think about that rotation they made in the middle of this game and how well they're able to play off of it.
Yeah, it's a damn good thing they didn't just go for the 4-man crash.
Yeah.
Cerberus, because everyone who did is no longer involved, and Twisted Minds is looking primed again because Batulin's over the top of New Happy, getting knocks, getting the flushes, but Hwangef is not done yet. He has a grenade, he has hope, and he has 2 knocks onto New Happy.
Phenomenal stuff here from TDT. However, a third party is on the horizon, seemingly Luna very, very close to this.
Great
nice
angle.
shooting. Oh my God. Crazy accurate stuff there from ZYU. Now AZ doing what he can to try to get into some kind of safety, but it's not going to be allowed. TDT is going to end up finishing off New Happy. And here comes Luna for some points. That's a quick one for Posa. And yeah, TDT, Huang going to go down to the blue, and TDT goes down in 4th.
The stupidest thing is we just had a stat about Batulins and how he's stolen 13 kills up to this point. That's probably well above 15 right now, just off that fight alone. He grabbed so many extra kills out of New Happy and TDT, and they're still 4 up, still solid, strong positioning with a lineup, and Batulins is still getting damage done.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the control they have. Ascend is completely boxed in a little corner. Luna spreading out, getting into the late game, getting some desperately needed points here for them. Ascend as well, of course. You do have that FAMAS for Kraken. Lou trying to harass Ascend, keep them pinned as long as he can towards that edge. The longer you keep them there, the harder it is for them to make that move into the new circle safely when the blue zone does close. You make it that they have to either expend more smokes than maybe they wanted or just take a lot of blue damage on the way. However, good return shots from Kilyakai. At least buy them some breathing room temporarily. Oh, Perfectix.
Huge. It's a difficult call now for Luna. They need Ascend to die. Ascend currently in 16th place. If they can kill them off, they keep the cutoff point that they have to chase lower, but none of that matters if they don't win the game. So do they turn their attention towards Twisted Minds and try and take care of that problem first? That is a mountain to climb to try and win the game, but it seems their primary focus will be to get the points that they can, maybe presented by Ascend. They've committed Kraken outside of the blue zone. If this doesn't work, there's no coming back. He's going to go down to the grave if he has to get these points. But a grenade first from Haven finds Pains. And Killy takes about half from a second. And another from Haven. And Ascend wiped out by a bombardment from Haven. And now a 3 versus 4 against Twisted Minds.
Oh, what a beautiful play there from Luna. And had Posa on the edge the whole time to hold the flank or maybe pounce onto the Twisted Minds players. They got a little overextended. Now they need to figure out how they want to play this 2-1 split. And it's going to be a 3-1-ish split, maybe a 2-1-1 for Twisted Minds. Batu did snag a P90 in there. FAMAS I see floating around, so a lot of level 3 gear for Twisted Minds coming into this late game. And we'll see how they want to set this up. Right now, it just looks like a bit of a concave formation. Yep. Try to hold the line, try to maintain control over that center area of the circle.
Sucks to be Posa right now. Your team's coming in up against maybe the best team in the world at a numbers disadvantage, and you have been the man who's assigned to hold the opposite angle, but now Haven repositions up towards the high ground, and now the onus is on Kraken. Up really in a kind of isolated 1 versus 1 against Example, but both teams just posturing north to south, swinging their might one way and the next, just to try and find whatever sort of advantage that they possibly can. The zone doesn't favor either of the teams really, but it does mean that both Posa and Kraken are going to have to regroup somewhat. And Twisted Minds with a little ridge, a little bit of a dip to work around. They're trying to find a sneaky angle that Luna will not be expecting.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see exactly how Twisted Minds is going to work this final circle. It looks like they might send 2 out, maybe even 3 with Batu there, depending on how they want to hold it, or just rely on Batu with the P90 to maintain control over that center area of the circle as this one begins to close. But for now, kind of a little bit of a do-si-do here. Both teams sort of swinging in similar directions. Luna wants to try to claim some loot out of a crate, and there is quite a bit of level 3 gear floating between both squads. Smokes are starting to come out. Lou trying to keep this southern flank cut off from the the pressure of Luna Galaxy.
It's just not fair, is it, Clint? 12 frag grenades to 2. Twisted Minds, we've seen what they can do with utility. They make it last. But Haven, if he wants to sort of even up the fight, he's dropped his DMR and brought a Panzerfaust to a gunfight. If he can land a big knock with that, even potentially 2 if Twisted Minds are playing tight enough together, that could decide the fate of Luna Galaxy, not just in this game, but in this tournament entirely. But Twisted Minds with 12 grenades to try and put a stop to any sense of hope that they have from South America.
Well, I love this because Twisted Minds, even though they haven't really seen much in the way of Luna, can start using their extra amount of frags and other things they have to clear space to keep Luna pinned at the very least. At least try to flush a few players out of position. See if they can connect with any of those. They were being toyed with a molly thrown out towards a tree. Maybe just curious if there was a prone player there. Batulin saw ahead momentarily. Sprays it down. Only gets a little bit of damage onto both players. Kraken and Haven beat up just a smidge. And now the grenades begin. They've got players identified. And that's one down. Lou comes in. Kraken on the floor. Haven. Grenade perfect from Example. And now just Posa left here for Luna Galaxy. And he's got so many players of Twisted Minds barreling down on top of him. And he's gone. He's out. Twisted Minds take yet another chicken dinner here at PGS 5.
Batulin spots a pixel of a head behind a tree. That's all the information at Mark. And Luna Galaxy, the start of their miraculous run back into contention for the PGS 5 finals, may just have been brought to an abrupt end by the defending champions.
Ascend, though, is having a whale of a time. I mean, they found themselves in a tricky spot there, but spirit's still high for those boys. You love to see it, and we'll see if they can continue their run as we continue on here at PGS 5.
And we're here back with the highlights of this second game of the last year here. Honestly, Twisted Minds have been absolutely insane to step this up. Also, this rotation to get to the center, to get this control here in north side of prison here, and then to take on everyone, really well executed. Some rough fights in between here, but they're just putting out so much damage. 0 kills at this position here in 5th circle to get this many kills throughout. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the whole game, fun game to watch. Wraps up Erangel. Twisted Minds executed this entire game incredibly well. I feel like I haven't... The north of prison, normally I feel like we shift down to the Harry Potter Tower. You see stuff sort of in that area. But watching that sort of fight up
south side, yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's normally south. This was fun to watch. You had Lou holding his, make sure nobody pushed them from behind, playing that anchor. Twisted Minds just went out and had too much fun, it felt like, at the end of this.
Yeah, and also, they were like, okay, we can probably play some open area around here, but they didn't expect Lion's Rock to be that open. They didn't expect this whole southern side of the high ground of prison to be that open, and they've just been able to take that much control. And for them to watch a raid like this, again, at 18, 19 minutes, that's 0 kills. They walk in, they take the win, they get this, and they lock it down.
Look at that guy.
Happy for this.
But Batulin out there getting kills left and right, stealing them from other teams, stealing them from Example, in my opinion.
And your fantasy team.
Stealing from my fantasy team. Great games. Great game for them to come out there on top. We also saw Luna Galaxy. Remember, after the last game, we said they need to make their move at the right time. Ooh.
Petrica Road.
Very angry.
Yeah, Petrica Road. They're like, we need to kill more people, get more placement points. We need to do it.
Oh, is that how the game works?
Yeah,
that makes sense. But I think Luna Galaxy is trying to do that. So I want to remind everyone, that is one of those points where you said if they don't do it in this game, they may not have a chance to do it. Do you think they picked up enough points to keep them on chase?
There's so many situations where I'm thinking, okay, we're going to these 2 maps that we're considering somewhat wildcard still, right? It's hard to get points there. You need to be luckier than you need to do on the other match here. If they're able to win this one, I'm like, okay, they actually have a solid chance here. They still need one more big game before we get to Miramar for them to get their steady points and get the kills that we know that are probably capable of getting on once we get to Miramar.
I think they did what they could. I mean, honestly, the worst thing you want to do in that end game when you say I need that chicken dinner is go up against Twisted Minds. It was literally our third place, top of the board today versus the bottom of the board in 23rd, which I do want to remind everybody, it's shocking that there's a 24th place that has played 12 games, but we're not going to get into that.
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about that. They'll be better next time, I promise. But I think Luna maybe has that shot. If nothing else, to be a confidence boost to get them a little farther pushed forward. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams. Luna does walk away with those 6 kills and 958 damage. Twisted Minds, again, last game they finished in the top 4 with 10 kills. Here they are with 11. These guys are bananas. I think they will maybe fulfill your who breaks the 100.
Yeah, triple digits. I think they're at this point here with 4 games to go, Toughies. I'm like, okay, it's just a matter of how deep into the triple digits we are going, right?
I mean, you saw Batulin just lounging. That was the face of a man who knows he's about to dominate. Ascend coming out with 7 kills, a great game for them as well. And then TDT, who has been a refreshing surprise at this event, is wonderful.
I think, again, we come back to this. It's happening so often where this international single elimination group stage is just so fitting for the teams in APAC region. I think overall it's looking too good. Good to see Perfectix up here. 462 damage along with the 4 kills. Only 2 knocks, getting a little bit stolen there, but 394 damage taken. If you need a tank on your team, that's the case there for sure. That's good. Yeah, always nice to see Perfectix. I think he's fallen a little bit behind Example sometimes in terms of just kind of star power, but Perfectix, like historically, he's just been such a storied player in terms of both putting on the damage, putting everything, and he actually managed to get the man of the match here. Happy for him.
Holding that flex himself as he walks away with that MOM. But I think what I like most about watching that team is
Mom?
Yeah. Oh. Well, he's the carry, and that's who carries the family. And
right.
Perfectix doing a great job. But I think I've loved watching Lou playing that anchor position, very happy and comfortable doing that. But Tulin has, like we said, this year gotten better and better and better as an IGL who also is an incredible fragger. But this 1-2 punch of Perfectix with Example is incredible to watch.
It is.
The synergy between the two of them. And I'm just terrified, as any other player out there, that's got to be up there. I think maybe the only other combo I worry as much about would be a Shrimsy Tiggleton kind of vibe, but Example, Perfectix pushing you, that's horrible.
Yeah, and having a guy like Batunas on your team that's just able to consume knowledge and information better than the Cookie Monsters getting cookies. That's just crazy.
I heard cookies are sometimes food now. 21 points. Go on Twisted Minds.
And tied here for Luna Galaxy and Ascent. They both need this. They need to put themselves in. TDT again on this 9 here. Consistent. If they continue to do so 1 or 2 more matches, I'm pretty confident that they're going to be into the finals. That would be, a surprising but also happy thing for them to do. And now here, of course, we are going into the total ones. Look at how many matches have been played here. Twisted Minds, 8. They're now in 3rd. Tied with 4 games to go, Toughies. How deep into the triple digits are they going? 120?
Oh, I think
115?
Maybe 106. I'm gonna put them at 106 on the end of the day.
106 only. That's
106 only. I know I'm crazy. It's wild. Yeah. But here's what's gonna happen now over here. Team Falcons. You can hear the fingernails on the chalkboard as they sort of hang on and slide down slowly. But the good news for them is that the teams that we expected to make those big pushes and get up to the high ground, right, are the ones that are getting the points. And so when we get down to the second half of that leaderboard, that's what we're watching here. They have to hold on and stay above 16. Ascend gets to 16 with that 43 off the back of a good game. Day Trade right on the hunt. New Happy also playing really, man. I guess the only hope for Falcons is there are so many teams in that hunt pack that are close together that if they spread out those next 4 games, they might be safe.
Still, placement points for FaZe, they need that.
They do.
It's so low right now. It's second lowest. If they had the same as T1 to 10 more as the other ones, they would be tied with Ascend right now. 16, they would be in, right? So they get the kills. They're up there. More kills than Ascend. Ascend is scarily consistent in terms of placement. And if they're able to continue a little bit of that, it's going to be scary here. Right now, looking at this, 4 games to go. Does Falcons make it or not? What do you think?
Yes or no?
Yeah.
I think that they are going to make it. I think Rondo and Tego are a little too wild.
Right.
I think we're going to see different chicken dinner winners on there. And I think that's what's going to happen is that bottom pack is just going to spread some points. And I think that cutoff will be 53, 52-ish.
You think it's that though? Okay, yeah. That would be crazy to see.
Maybe. 55 at the most.
We'll see.
All right. So it sounds like we are ready to take a quick break while we re-examine my mathematics skills, which we know are weak. But we're going to examine some great player skills as we switch it up, head to a new map. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this break.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a scoop on what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Room. Smash 'em all!
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Enoy.
Follow my lead! Shut up! You can't even run properly!
kill that policeman? Why, of course not. It's against everything I've ever stood for.
Top, way to mother. Seen it from the top, way to mother. Seen it. Never seen it. Top.
It's a vibe indeed here at PGS5 as we are done with Erangel for the group stage. Moving on to a couple other maps here as Twisted Minds has really showed us that they're pretty good at PUBG, turns out. They've only, won a PGS, gotten top 5 at basically every event ever, so kind of just par for the course for them.
Yeah, there's been a lot of twists and turns in this tournament. With, Twisted Minds twisting the screw on their opposition. That's not one of them. That's consistent. That's been consistent. And now that they're in defending championship territory, then, oh man, they are still looking just as scary as they were a few months ago, despite the fact that EWC was a bit of a blip on the radar for Twisted Minds. Definitely an event that they would have liked to have put up a much better performance. Missing finals entirely is like a low that they haven't hit in years for that team, but it seems to only have motivated them to come back harder. They're now currently tied first place in a 3-way tie in the group stage with Tiamba and Eternal Fire, but they've got 4 games left to play.
I love it. But the thing that I love about Twisted Minds the most right now is that they're just playing their game. There's no flashiness. They're not trying to maybe take some risks or do anything. They're just, it's just like Batulins has this sort of like spreadsheet, this flow chart in his head, right? That he's just like, this is just how I play the game, and we're going to do it that way because it works a lot of the time for them, and they're just continuing to show us that they are the cream of the crop here in PUBG Esports. Some of the other teams to consider, obviously Luna had a second place finish. Are they going to be able to get some more points? Are they going to be able to get anything going here with 4 more maps to go today is a big question on my mind. I think Ascend, they're got to be feeling good because they are looking good on stage.
I mean, their leaderboard position hasn't been the greatest so far throughout things, but every time the camera's on them, they're giving cheeky winks and smiling, so spirit's still just as high as ever over there in the Ascend camp, and that's what you need. You can't let the situations out of your control in a game like PUBG. It's going to happen sometimes that you get a bad shift or someone just panzers you out of a vehicle or something like that. If you let it affect your mental, it's a downward spiral, but that is a team with good vibes across the board, and hopefully it results in good performances too.
Yeah, and I think that's something that maybe gets overlooked a little bit in PUBG Esports is how important mental is, because this is a mental game. Just as much as it is a shooting game, this is a game of making sure that you're in the right places at the right time, and you saw Twisted Minds with the way that they maintain their space. They never overcommit to anything. They take the perfect angles to claim points, to kind of third-party fights, and they never overcommit to stuff. So stuff like that is what has set them apart as we have Tego on the horizon here at PGS5. Curious to see what our sort of Erangel-ish clone, in my opinion, map has for us as we rock and roll over to the Korean map. Tego makes its appearance here for Groups A and C at PGS5.
Approaching the halfway point of the final group stage day, and we are once again playing the freshly updated Tego. We are in the new patch, so Hospital is still in play and still yet to make its appearance at the global stage in any sort of capacity. But Songam, the Hosan prison area, saw some changes as well. Yet to really see what kind of impact they will have when we get zones that allow us to explore that area. But the rest of the map pretty much unchanged, and the teams have been on that area for best part of over a year now, since sort of PGS 1 and PGS 2 Nations Cup last year. around that area is where we started to see this map start to make its appearance, and along with it, all of those silly shenanigans like mortars, Panzerfaust, gliders, all of that, and the impact that it's had has been outrageous on the pro game so far. And it's again, it's just good to see the different teams have different takes on how to put those things to use. Ascend all the way up towards the north, no surprise for that whatsoever. If they could grab a glider for Brex, maybe it might help them out depending on where the zone shift goes to.
I have a feeling we might be seeing a glider. Absolutely right. It just kind of depends on the zone. We had a northern one yesterday. Where exactly aren't we going to find ourselves this time around? Ooh, back towards the eastern side of the map. That's where our very first Tago finished, somewhere sort of in this vicinity. Let's see if we get another one kind of near that creek that runs where 4 a.m. is driving right now, or maybe a little bit different part of the map. Twisted Minds, 17, always in the center, always in the thick of things. Still just going to be able to kind of have a little bit of priority. That's an early knock there onto Sparking for Type, and it's a finish as well.
You're kidding. With a hollow sight like this, Type, that's how you get the OPGG first kill on Sparking? That is just disrespectful. Oh, is Sparking... Man, all he can do is just sit there and go, man, I hope that guy had a 6x or something. Because if I just got hollow-sighted off a moving vehicle... Whew. Okay, that's a mental reset for Rondo.
Just don't tell him. I'll keep the secrets if you do, until at least he sees the VODs.
Nobody DM Sparking.
Yeah,
say
just
he had please,
let the man be. That was a tough one, and that hurts for me because I have both those players on my fantasy team.
Well, some points at least.
I think I lose points on that exchange, don't I?
100 damage, 2 points for the kill. You break even.
I break even. Well. That feels kind of bad. Oh, well.
Not great.
Still, though, Type the player for T1 that had the most kills for their squad, but we've got an interview with Batulins coming up here. Let's see what the IGL at Twisted Minds has to say.
Hey, guys, I'm joined by Twisted Minds. Batulins, oh my goodness, that's crazy, Batulins. You started off as number 7 on the leaderboard, but after 2 Erangels, you guys are number 1 on the total leaderboard. How are you feeling? Oh, hello, Perfectix.
I think we feel as usual. It's pretty usual for us to be in the first place.
Oh, because defending champions, right?
Sure.
Sure, okay. Well, gamer mode aside, I want to talk about, the team. So, when you guys are not locked in, who is the most exciting guy on the team? Who wants to have fun?
I think it's... Lou.
Lou?
Yeah.
Lou?
He's super active.
All right.
Every day he go out.
All right. That was Twisted Minds, and now back to map 3.
Bye.
Lou snuck in there a little bit, too, to just make sure everybody knew who he was and that he likes to party.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a lot to celebrate with the way that things are going. They get 1 more point, and they're clear favorites to come out as ranked number 1 by the end of things. Unless, of course, they start turning on the targeting reticles and aiming for teams outside the top 16 currently. They're easily safe. There's no way that they're possibly missing out on grand finals this time around, which is great news for them. But there's other teams down there that they may prefer not to see make an appearance, and have certainly turned that on their targeting focus towards Na'Vi towards the end of PEC in the qualifying rounds. Just a bit more of a scrap over a sort of drop spot, a bit of bants between the boys. But here, man, if you get targeted, especially by a team like Twisted Minds, you're gonna have a bad day.
Yeah. They are an unbelievably tough team to fight against in so many different ways, whether it be just a straight-up fight, but most of the time they're not going to give you that straight-up fight. They're going to be the ones finding the opportune moment to take the fight to you. So,
wow, look at that top 5 damage.
Oh,
a lot of brains.
That's a lot of brains. A lot of big brains. And Himas.
The GOAT.
For a while there, he absolutely was the best player in PUBG. He is just an absolute talent. Correxy, long range shots. Tulins, pretty weak. Smoke does come down. Actually, one of those bullets found Batu.
What?
After he unscoped, I mean, those bullets are taking a good 2 seconds to get there, I guess.
That thing went on a round-the-world trip. Rexy fired that yesterday, and it hit Batulins and knocked him out. That's crazy distance. Even with an MK, 5.5 high bullet velocity weapon, that was A lot of delay on that knock, but thankfully Example's in a position to put some smokes down and keep his IGL alive for now, unless Xiaowu did a little ghost up the hill. Start to creep over in this position and try and spot out an opportunity to damage Twisted Minds.
Well, it's a little bit tough there. It's pretty far, actually, and it's a flat top hill above Twisted Minds, so Corexy going to use this opportunity to try to pepper that vehicle, put some damage into it. Who knows, maybe get a tire if he's lucky, but still extremely long range here for FaZe Clan onto the shots. Res does happen. Now, Batu up and running. Smokes are coming down, a bit of a brief spot. Some bullets, not really connecting at this point. Corexy now turns his attention to 17. Man's got 5-5 for days in here, though, so.
Now, if I'm Corexy there, yeah, I'm assuming that the team on top of the hill is the same team. He's like, well, they're peeking me now, so I can't knock their teammates down below. But nope, that is 17 Gaming looking down onto Twisted with a big 2-2 split. Elsewhere on the map, though, the Expendables still north side of Yongchon, trying to find a way to get over a bridge or at least set themselves up somewhere safe for an emergency parachute. Got a bit of a body of water to try and get across. Ascend slightly to the north of them. May just make use of yet another new addition to the updated Tago. The Shipyard Bridge makes that northern rotation a little bit safer, a little bit easier.
Yep, that's a nice addition, especially for a team like Ascend. They love to have those extra options. My goodness, we're just watching Tanvu see his team be moments from disaster. And they are able to recover just in time. And they'll continue on their way.
Check their licenses, somebody.
Oh. Are they old enough for them?
I have no idea. Boy, we're getting pro settings. That is pretty high, general sense, but the mouse DPI is depressingly low. This guy probably takes a while to open a Word document, but damn, you can't fault the aim. Oh, well, it's got one.
It finally happened.
Oh, jeez.
Did they get the rollover? Yes?
At least they got that right.
I assume that's the vehicle that was knocked into. Kilyakai. Trailing shots. Should be all right. Looks like. TE, actually. I believe we're the one shooting at him there, yeah. And he just slides on down the hill. No problem at all. Just a little bit of info gathered here for Ascend. Let's see how they want to play this. Pains is posted up in a compound right on the edge of the circle, and Kilyakai just going to take this opportunity to pause. However, it is TE, and as we've seen today, they'll take a fight if they feel like they can win it out, but they don't know. Oh no, this is disaster. Did he just see him? Delwyn, a 1v1 here against Kilyakai. Kilyakai going to cook a grenade. Delwyn looks in that direction. Was it cooked well? Decently. Spray comes through, and Kilyakai is going to win the battle. So Delwyn reaches out to try to punish, and instead it's Kilyakai turns it around on him.
They were hunting him down. They knew that they'd spun his vehicle out down below. Nothing more Expendables than what's currently happening on your screen. They flip over their vehicles. One of them dies. The rest of them come flying through, but Glories gets the trade. But Killy has already taken down 2 of his teammates. Chris tries to get involved, but Glories takes him out as well. And suddenly, this safe passage, this northern bridge, turns into a bit of a scrap for both teams. And Brex up in the glider above can do very little about it.
This has got to be frustrating for Ascend, a team that really isn't interested in fighting early. You know, it's Chris is done. He's flushed. Glories, though, spotted by Brex. Gonna have to reposition to find that angle. Glories has the tree and a flush of his own. Now Pains and Brex trying to collapse on top of TE. Tanvu, or the Expendables, has flanked out a bit there to the north. You can see him behind that rock, but a bit of a pause in the battle. Let's see how Ascend wants to approach this. It's just going to be a peel back. Looks like Brex is committed, has the grenade, knows that the res probably came through not too long ago, sees the one player, has him dead to rights. The grenade just missed, but he gets the spray anyway. Nicely done by Brex.
So you're just telling me that the Expendables were so distracted that they didn't notice the glider flying in from behind them, crash landing. The guy just hop out of it and stab to him in the back. Maybe a bit of a tunnel vision from the Expendables. They saw a chance to get some kills, or maybe just simply the fact that they're safely qualified and they saw a chance to try and get rid of a team that is right there on the precipice. But regardless, damage done onto Ascend. They've lost 2 players, despite the fact that they've got 3 kills on the board, and they may just clean up the Expendables. Their game is pretty kaput from this point onwards.
Yep, no doubt about it. We did remove most of the Big River out of the equation here in Phase 2. So down towards where most of the teams had already kind of realized. You know, we all understand. Circles don't like water. They're hydrophobic. And so they got to go the other way, and most of the teams have already set up shop in a different area. Day Trade setting up shop south center, just west of Kwangdong. And across the bridge goes the Kwangdong Freaks, trying to make a bit of a wider wrap. Going to go over a bit towards the airport. You do have T5 quite a bit ahead of them, making a similar rotation. Also using the chopper to get that scouting rotation. This is also very T5. They love to do this kind of thing, whether it be with a glider or with the emergency pickups. Try to get a little bit of extra info from the air.
It's interesting. Again, it's normally the IGL who takes the position of the aerial scout, but Rossiter JR is he's just too cool for that. He's just he's like, I'm the old man.
He's too old for that, man.
I am your father, and you will do as I say, Flocky. Go and strap yourself to that plane and tell me if you see anyone. He spots nobody on this hilltop, and so Ranger X will regroup up, and T5's rotation is considered complete. KDF making a move in behind. Cerberus making a bit more of a direct rotation on the opposite side of things towards the west, getting a little bit close, just a slight ridge separating themselves, and where FaZe Clan are holding down a 2-2 split of their own. And we're still doing this, are we, boys? Back into the blue zone goes Ascend.
I thought this was a replay.
Oh, back at it again.
I mean, surely Ascend wins this. Vehicle explodes. Yeah, okay. That removed the cover for Tanvu. Ascend, confirms what they started. No problem, though. Plenty of time here with the blue zone bag. It's not even going to be a thing.
I actually respect it from Tanvu. He knew he was going down. The car was about to explode, so he says, well, if I'm about to die, I'll just throw a grenade, see what happens. It almost took down Pains as well, but this is the replay. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we were about to get a replay and they just started fighting again. Maybe that was the problem. But Brex from behind, hopping out of the glider after crashing it behind them, really fell apart for the Expendables from that point on.
I really felt like I was in a glitch in the Matrix there. I really did for a second. All right, I was curious about this. Kwangdong Freaks driving past T5. I was wondering if maybe they were going to butt heads a little bit, but T5 let loose with some long-range shots to sort of thwart the Freaks away from them, and so they have to go even further east. Up ahead of that, I see TSM waiting on a hill, a knock onto Cerberus, and they've got to try to get some reses. They've got a couple knocks in there, as TDT has a decent angle down into that. That's going to chew up a lot of smokes here early for Cerberus.
Yeah, it's just really a bad time, especially for T5 to take this fight with the zone about to shift in 5 seconds' time. It's also a terrible time for Cerberus to concede knocks. There's a team with an emergency parachute flying up above you, but they're not going to take it, though. TSM will fall back to their position as the zone has gone hard towards the north and favors the western side of the ridge. So we're not getting a repeat of Eternal Fire snaking and proning their way up the river and surviving long enough to get a win on day number 1. Last time we saw a zone in this vicinity. Cerberus just lurking in those smokes. They do manage to get the revives. TSM in the moves. Over the river they go. Have to find something to try and play, but they've got to get past 4 a.m. first.
Over the river and through the woods. Trying to get to the center circle we go. See Beyond putting some shots in towards that pony. Tires don't look great, but should be okay-ish, I believe, here. Another player comes screaming through on the UAS for TSM, but not much that 4 a.m. really can do about it from this position. Luke has to pull up, go for some heals. Alo as well, a little bit beat up. Day Trade driving right towards one of these 2-2 splits that T1 likes to run. The railing in the way there for Raining, and he has to retreat. Coming around the corner is Belmoth, but he's got the better of Raining with that barrel. Quick flush as well, and now Type trying to find some way to buy a little bit of extra time. I think reinforcements are going to arrive here shortly for T1.
Yep, they're committing to this fight. They're giving up the 2-2 split, knowing that Day Trade has all of their numbers in this compound, with the exception of Flash, but he's on his way over now. Zenith, though, gets caught out by Petrichor Road. They've been watching this regroup from across the river, and they know if they clear this up, their entire eastern side of the zone is completely uncontested. They want to make sure that this fight is cleaned up swiftly, but they can't give up their own position to make it happen.
This is brutal for T1. You're going to lose vehicles, smokes, a ton in this exchange. Even if you end up winning it, damage done to Belmoth, down to 40 HP. Tries to go for the first aid kit. Looks like he's going to be able to get it off. Zenith with just a sliver left on that death bar, able to get revived, and then Type comes through, immediately traded by Flash. EN shut down by Belmoth, caught him sleeping. Zenith waiting. right as Belmoth comes through the door, able to find the knock. And now we are down to a 1v1, I believe. Flash there, trying to go for the res potentially. Yeah, sticking it.
Oh, good
That's
name.
a frag though, and it's perfect. Well done by Zenith, but disaster for T1 overall, all things considered.
Wow. Yeah, Zenith really gave him the runaround at the ending there. There was good trades all across the board on day trade until the very end. Belmoth pushed into the building by himself, got caught out with Zenith, and just a well-placed instinctive grenade, just presuming that they were going for the revive. He was absolutely correct in that assumption, but Zenith last man standing now on this eastern ridge. That's exactly what Pero were hoping for. They wanted as much damage as possible onto both of those teams. Now all they have to do is put some DMR spam onto Zenith, and look at that zone. If they want, they could even go for a 2-2 split across the river themselves, take that compound back and make it impossible for him to make a move.
Absolutely. I'm really curious what the Freaks do if they try to claim that compound, maybe split from that compound. Depending on what information Heaven can get from that position, how far in towards that creek he can see. They have a lot of space to work with. TDT as well has a potential opportunity if they're quick enough to maybe get that easternmost compound under control. Batu almost taken out of the game early, but brought back to life and making good use of it as always. So clean. That long-range shooting. Here goes T5. Where, oh where are they going to go?
There's simply just not enough water in that little riverbed for it to count and play by the normal land ratio rules. So we're going to the full Wild West. But Fucky ain't going to make it all the way there. Straight down the middle they try and go. And out of the back of the milk float, he will be shot. Pathampong continuing on his way with Ranger X just behind. But it's going to where? There's simply nowhere for them to go. Wide open terrain, left, right, and center. It's enough for Fex and Gustav to combine to take down a second.
Yeah, this is just so difficult for T5 to find anything that's safe. It's just out of the frying pan and out of the lobby. Gustav gonna finish off Ranger X and T5 for this one. Still though, sitting in an A-OK spot with 49 points. Shouldn't be too concerned. Huang takes down Kraken out in the open. Luna's trying to find some way into this circle. Posa and another player out on their own, and they're just trying to do what they can to get in. And TDT is playing gatekeeper. Vinny has, whoa, that's about to take the over blue zone. No, you don't. Timing on that, not great, but you can grab them, drag them back in, or just take their stuff because you're just going to let them die.
Oh, I'm not sure.
He might pick him up anyway.
I'm not sure what opportunities he's going to get with the stuff that he's just picked up, because in front of him, Cerberus, FaZe, and Twisted Minds between himself and safety with the rest of the zone. Posa goes down towards the south, but if they start fighting one another, or at least TDT trying to make their own entrance in towards the south, that might give an opportunity for Luna to try and get something, try and make a move in towards the zone. Banji will get the drop on towards Duckmeyers, a breach from New Happy into the northern side of 4AM's 2-2 split. An exchange of grenades, blue zone grenades now being lined up. Those are the important ones. They will flush out this entire building if they're placed well.
Yeah, and this is a good one as well to not allow that flank angle from New Happy. So they have to shift over to their right. 4AM can just kind of hide in that back corner. AZ is going to try to press the advantage. Blue zones are dissipating. He's going to try to get in there, but Salute from the Kwangdong Freaks has something to say about it. They want to fight, and it's a good one. And it's the knock from Heather with the follow-up. New Happy, this fight never really kicked off, and the Kwangdong Freaks wanted to get the party started. AZ proning down inside of this house as more grenades raining through. Kwangdong lining up for another barrage potentially. But it looks like, for now, they're actually maybe going to peel off of this.
No way. 4AM actually just slipped away into the darkness. They put a smoke up, and they've managed to fall back and regroup. So New Happy will get the revive, but now they've got another 4 versus 4 push to make while still under pressure from KDF. Those blue zone grenades didn't find their targets. They bounced back a little too far, but Posa's grenade absolutely does. And he's going to go down to the blue zone, but he's taking TDT down with him. That is big, big points from absolutely nothing for Luna Galaxy.
I mean, something out of nothing. Take what you can get. One player left. Jun lets loose with some grenades, trying to catch Himas out, but it's actually Taisaki who gets one. Perfectic steps in, gets another. Ascend goes out in the background. Himas on his own, trying to do something done. Example gets him, and Twisted Minds just swoop in for some more kills, but they've got problems. They've got, okay, forget it. They take care of Haven. Good grenade, though. Actually gets the knock onto Perfectix. Corexi down to Ming from Petrichor Road, not from Twisted Minds. And FaZe, let's see if they want to keep pressing this fight.
Just to slightly correct myself, I suppose, it wasn't big points for Lunar Galaxy, but it was a big impact on the other teams. They only got the 1 point out of it, but they've sparked this whole chain reaction. Those knocks onto TDT forced the push out of Cerberus, and now Twisted Minds making a move in this direction. Now FaZe pushing out of their compound to get involved. Now they're conceding knocks as well. It's a repeat once again of the Wizard Tower to the western side of prison. One fight kicks off and everyone needs to get involved because they've just got very little else in terms of viable options left to play. And elsewhere on the map, it's those in the compounds that hold all the cards.
Jun got the best of Example there. Example was trying to clear that edge, and Jun was prone, took him down. Nan's going to get the knock on to Zepion. Former teammate there, grenade in hand for Zepion. He goes down, a nice piece of work there from Wang Zai. Swaps over to the shotgun. Going to throw out the stun. Ooh, didn't get through the window like he would have liked. Checking the corners. Seeing if anybody's going to make the push. Opens the door. Goes out. Finds one. He's got the pump. Can he find another? He gets some damage, but doesn't get the knock. Takes quite a bit himself. He's going to reset the fight for now. Oh, Bobo gets Nan around the corner. Things starting to look a little bit dicey now for New Happy. AZ, he's ready. From the Bobo. Bobo and Wang Zai combining. They're going to wipe New Happy out.
Took a couple of shells to get it done, but Wang Zai with the pump action shotgun through the doors of the windows, managing to shut down the push from New Happy and hold the line for 4 AM. 5 massive points for them and a chance to get some more on the board on Tego. And they need every single point that they can get. As do FaZe Clan, as do Pero. That's every team that's in the compound, but phases will be shifted away from. They've got to try and find something and make it work.
Love this from TSM. You've got to clear these forward players out from 17. The sprays are pretty good. However, Xiao Wu able to take Purdy Curdy down.
He's a mortar.
He's coming from the back. James has got a mortar. Is it going to find connections? Alo gets stunned up momentarily, but spots out Xiao Wu. Takes 17 Gaming down in 7th place. Now 4 AM getting involved. Here come those mortar shots. I haven't seen anything in terms of connections just yet. TSM going to have to take a moment to try to get their IGL back up and running.
Kind of firing the mortar over the top of the ridge. Fex has flexed his way out of the compound a little to try and provide some feedback and say a little bit to the left, 50 meters back or so, but looks like the mortar will have just been a bit of a one and done. Put out some fishing shots, see if you could find maybe a flush onto the TSM fight, but knowing that the damage has been done and now 4 Angry Men have a mortar of their own, it's in a bit of an unsafe position just using the UAZ for cover, and there's an exchange back as well. Mortars going both back and forwards between TSM and 4 AM, but it's Luke 12's DMR that finds the knock.
Oh, if they had gotten those mortars to connect, maybe 4 AM is going to be able to open up some space on that northern edge of the circle. Instead, they've got Kwangdong Freaks wanting to fight a little bit, and yeah, Yumin going to connect pretty quick. Wang Zai down. Yumin immediately proning. He suspects that there's another team up on that hill, and it takes a shot from Luke 12 as soon as he pokes his head out. Instead, going to slam another energy drink, try to reset and reload.
I don't think you could pay Petrichor any amount of money for them to get out of this compound right now. They would turn it all down. They're going to stay in there, keep their heads down as long as they possibly can because they need everyone to cross the road and start fighting. Then they can start flexing out along the ridge and getting involved as that final member to join the engagement, that 3rd, 4th, 5th party. But let's not forget that Twisted Minds still has a little bit of presence available in this game in the form of Lou healing his way through the blue zone. He's not going to make it too much further with only 2 first aids left, but the fact that he's still alive this long, Twisted Minds still just getting points on board out of nowhere, long enough to see Salute fall at the hands of Jeems.
What an angle.
Luke 12 stole it away.
Oh, still though, what an angle for Jeems. And Purdy Curdy going to go down to Fex. Couple of quick headshots there. Kurt on his knees and out. Once again, Corexi going to be the one to claim that. Lou finally going to go down in the background. We're down to our top 4 here. 4 for FaZe, 4 for Pero, 3 for KDF, 2 for TSM. Still quite a bit of game to go. Trying to blow up the vehicle now to remove Alo's cover. It's on fire. Will blow up momentarily. Gustav trying to find an off angle. Luke as well, but it's a quick 2K for Corexi. And that's going to send TSM to the lobby.
A lot of damage done, a lot of low health bars, but not a single knock conceded. That is big for FaZe Clan because Heaven is doing Heaven things. He's pushed over the road for KDF. He's up close. Around the side, he gets down Corexy, but Fex is already above him on the rock. Traded out instantly, and KDF can do nothing about getting him back on his feet, but FaZe has the freedom to grab the revive and reset. But do they? Petrichor Road, they've pushed out now.
Yeah, Petrichor Road looking to change their destiny, looking to show that they can get into the grand finals even without their superstar Aches left. Had a solid day so far, and when you have a Groza as well, makes things easy. You want to get up close and personal. One down for FaZe. Fex and Jeans trying to reposition, trying to find some more favorable angles if possible. Corexy with that barrel as well. Summer just keeping KDF pinned, just keeping them busy. Ming as well with his leader, seeing if they can really just take on 2 fights at once. But I think this is pretty wise. You know, you've gotten your value on the other side of the circle. Hey, let's wrap back. Let's see if we can set up shop, continue to control this circle. This compound's been favorable to us. I like that they make the most of it, though. Reach out, get those points where they're available.
Yep. And they've got 14 grenades. Again, it's the same situation. Their defensive hold is going to be pretty unbreachable. If KDF tries to creep up on the ridge line, they've got an absolute red zone to just drop on top of them whenever they feel fit to do so. But first, they're still going to keep a little bit of presence on the western side of the road. Mill and Chewy playing together and putting a little bit of their utility forwards towards FaZe Clan, but they'll hop into the vehicle and go for a reposition around the opposite side of the zone. It's a big set of airdrop crates there that not only gives them a chance to refresh some armor, perhaps grab a weapon, but also a little bit of additional cover that may not otherwise have been there if FaZe Clan continue to push that way forwards. Instead, they're going to stop on this side of the hill. A bit of an exchange of utility. It sends Petrichor fully back, committed into their compound, anticipating a push from KDF.
And this could be really nice because that doesn't really give a beachhead now for KDF. And if FaZe does continue this wrap, maybe they'll just stop on the edge of the circle. Nope, they're going, they're gunning. They need kills and they know it. They're going to try to backstab KDF, but Petrichor Road from that compound also has angles into this, so you're going to need some smokes to make sure that you can take this fight fair and square. A lot of damage done there. That level 3 gear working out nicely for Heather on the back line. Oh. And yeah, whatever, you know.
Okay.
Car's hard to drive, okay? Give him a break.
Well, ooh, it's hard to drive from the passenger seat, but it goes in a straight line, and James maybe wishes he had a little bit of an angle towards that, but Mill has just used the opportunity to wrap along the road up above FaZe Clan. And the Groza in hand from up on above is just too oppressive. FaZe tried to make a move, get aggressive onto KDF and clean up some points. It did not work out.
Oh, they didn't expect Yumin back there, but he's quickly traded by Ming. Only one player alive here for KDF, a 1v3 for Heather. I can tell you folks he's done stuff like this before, but not going to happen this time. It is going to be Petrichor Road with a huge win here on Tago. And all of a sudden, they may be well on their way to that grand finals. We'll see if they can keep it up.
FaZe Clan was right behind them as well, just a single point separating them in the leaderboard but prior to that final engagement. So it's terrible, terrible news for the teams in Group B who are sitting close to that cutoff point, because all the teams below them, the ones that they need to fall today, are starting to pick up points.
Absolutely. So pretty intense game there as things really start to heat up on the leaderboard as well. New Happy, though, still continuing to struggle here in PGS 5. Are they going to be able to bounce back? 3 more maps to go. We're halfway through the day. Don't go anywhere, guys. We got more PUBG coming.
What a fun name and what a fun game. Petrichor Road comes away to chicken dinner. Talk to me about the highlights, Martin.
Yeah, obviously somewhat insane circle in terms of like the high ground, how everything worked out, especially for the System Minds guys. But Petrichor Road, this compound here, they managed to hold it down for a super long time. But I gotta give it to them here. They managed to flex out, put pressure, take a kill here and there, especially on FaZe Clan towards the end there. That southern shift, though, for them, still to have that much of the compound was kind of unexpected for FaZe, so they had to do a Hail Mary. They had to try to go on and take on KDF.
I'm assuming that if you're at home, you can hear the loud clunking and the smashing behind us. And part of that is you can tell that we're getting down to the wire with 3 games left to play, because the second this match ended, every player's jumping up, they're running out, they're going to where their coaches are rallied, they're getting their game plans together, and that is the sound of 64 players rushing out as quickly as they can.
They're all just running out. They want to get a little bit of food, a little bit of drinks. Yep. They want to talk to the guys, and they want to see what's been happening so far. Obviously, a little bit of a longer break here between match 3 and 4 before we get into the last half of the day here. Overall, though, this area, the terrain, I was surprised that we actually saw Foreigner manage to get this one. There's a little bit of shotgun, you know. KDF also managed to do extremely well. Heather has been such a great pick for a lot of players on the fantasy. He's really been popping off. And then Luke 12 managed to get a good amount of points here for TSM. That's great for your fantasy team. Great for TSM. They put themselves into a great spot going into the last half of the day.
You know, and which is great because I think they were coming off of a bit of a bad headspace in the earlier part of the day. So getting themselves back up and running, getting a good Tego under them when it's one of those, as you call it, sort of joker maps, I think does open that door, because the next map we're going to head to is Rondo. And Rondo, while a joker map, is a very different one than Tego. The just insane amount of space, the need to move, and like the high prio of a couple of those drop spots, I think, caused some trouble.
It's really the map where most teams that just got a little bit of points here and there, right? It's very linear in terms of the points. It's not, 3, 4, 5. Usually teams that just get all the points here because it's just such an unpredictable map for so many reasons. Also, obviously, such a new map for the teams to play on an international stage like this here. So they are obviously having fun on it, but there are some things that a lot of teams have figured out, and you can definitely tell in terms of how they're playing it.
And you can tell sort of some teams have figured out different parts of the map, I think, better than others. Like
For sure.
Sometimes you get that south and you just see some teams really like immediately make those rotations. The north, you'll feel a little more floundery as they're not quite as comfortable in that area. So Rondo has quickly become one of my favorite games. I think
it's great.
Especially when you get those souths. I just love south circles.
The southern side, there's just some factors on the southeastern side that's making it hard for the shifts. It's a lot of land ratio, a lot of water, and as the guys pointed out in a lot of the interviews here, all these high grounds there are all these kind of pillars. Consider land ratio in Circle 4, a lot of water, a lot of lakes. That is really having an impact here while teams walks away and gets some food before game 4.
The speed that they have to eat is actually shocking.
It's running out.
They are. Everyone's getting ready, and that is because with 3 games left to play, it is time. Moving day is done. The early games are gone, and this is now the point where you start to say, to use a colloquialism, the wheels are coming off, where teams that are sort of in that struggle or that race, they
full send.
They do have to full send. Exactly. They've got to thrive like Froz, if you will, and just try to crash into that top 16 as quickly as you possibly can. Now, we did see Petrichor Road pick up a bunch of points. That should put them up towards that top 16 cutoff. Which will be interesting. I feel like it was a great game. They did catch a little bit to make that happen. And I don't know that it translates into the grand finals.
I think the 20 points is going to be enough for them.
Okay.
I think that's when you get propelled into that high 40s, low 50s, you have 3 games to go. That just is such a confidence and moral booster. And again, it's every time we have these great games, like you just get in such a different mental state. They're like, okay, guys, we can do it.
Yeah.
Like you go from we gotta have that good game to okay, now we got that great game, we can actually just do it. And you just need a few more, kills, a little bit of placement, and you're actually completely fine.
Well, I said it before. Other games, when we make jokes about PMA, it's kind of memey, but here it legitimately is an insane impact. Having someone on the team who can lighten the mood when things are bad cannot be understated. So I want to see which of these teams continue to do that as we go forward. We're going to chance to look at the scoreboard in just a minute so you guys can see where the points were at the end of that game as well as where we set up in the big race, because it's all about the top 16. Remember, it's cool to win. Being Twisted Minds, maybe breaking the triple digits, that is neat. There's no money on the line right now. It's just get the top 16.
No advantage. It would be cool, though.
It would be cool.
One point in the future, man, we might have a fun tournament where it's like, okay, if you win the group stage, you get the first pick. We do picks on where you're dropping.
Drop pick. That'd be fun.
Draft, drop map pick. That would be great here. But yeah, the win and 10 kills going in here for Petrichor Road. That is 20 points going there. FaZe being able to pull up and get the 7 kills here. That's going to put them on second overall in terms of the points. Ghana, TSM, Luke, I think he got 4 of the kills. So Luke really stepped up for that. So that's huge. As Pretty Curry gives me a thumbs up. And yeah, they just need a little. They need a little bit of more points. They're fine. KDF also looking really strong here. These are the teams that if you're Falcons, this is the teams that you're hoping are going to be continuing to sponge here. They get more of it, right? Well, Ming gets 5 kills and 600 damage. Nice. Yeah, I really like what I saw from Mill. He really stepped up, had a few good nades, had a few good pressure onto FaZe Clan, and that 2-man swing out to kind of get in, poke a little bit at FaZe, managing actually to get 1 kill away from them to then kind of extract from that area and then stay alive. That's just a huge play.
And then take that high ground on the road. He has that Groza, and from there it's just back and forth and sort of blazing everybody down. It was actually a really great end game, and to be fair, this is exciting in the sense of it's the best that I've seen out of them. It's like a spark of life, and considering that they quote-unquote all-star is not here, to see him pull out a win like that with Mill in particular and Ming stepping up was exciting.
Yeah, especially because they need the PGS points to stay in the PGS top spot, right?
Yeah.
We want to see them in there. We want to see them defend that spot after they did so well so far, right? And here, 20 points as we talked about. Very linear as well in the other terms, right? We have 12, 10, 9. Yeah. So far, TSM with the 9 there. 4 Angry Men, good to see them, and 7.
Yep.
They need to have bigger games, so we need to see them step up. Again, we talked about a little bit before EM. The roster kind of shuffled back and forth this year. It's just not been it for it. I feel like you need consistency in that. You need that synergy to be built throughout the year.
I mean, I think FaZe got as many placement points off this one game as they have.
They had 6.
They were at 6 prior to this, so almost as many. So they've almost doubled it. Good for them. So that is a big win. That is a big position for them as they're going to move up this leaderboard.
Right.
And we're going to take a look at that overall leaderboard because as we get closer and closer to that grand final moment, this is 16 cut that matters. So again, Twisted Minds is close to getting up into that 3 digits that you brought up. We'll see how high they can potentially climb. Other teams that haven't finished out their 12 games, KDF. Looking great up there at 7. That's a huge climb for them. Expendables feeling good. TSM, I think everybody over that 55 should feel pretty gosh darn comfortable right now because TDT in 17, they're ahead of Falcons, and they still got a bunch of games left to play. So
yeah, it's a little bit scary for Falcons now with this many teams that's crossed it. Petrica Road, Cerberus. Okay, so yeah. You think?
Well, I mean, the real problem we had in that last game is that Teraton 5's been picking up points. Petrichor pulls a 20 banger. Cerberus has been consistent. It's just.
There's no way. Their cutoff is going to be higher. 59 maybe?
Yeah.
I feel like it's 59. 59 is probably the number.
That game really did swing it. Petrichor picking up 20 points was huge.
Yeah.
FaZe coming up there to 45. I mean, this is actually going... So, okay. Honestly, I think the narrative is no longer will the Falcons make it. The narrative is which of these teams that are currently in 16 through 19 or even lower are going to be feuding in the last game. It is going to, I think, come down to multiple teams in that race for that short little cutoff there at the end.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about, right? You have these 9 teams that are kind of fighting for 5 spots.
Right.
While Falcons is hoping it's going to be way more sponge at the top.
Yes.
They're probably hoping it wasn't a Petrichor Road. It would be like an Expendables or a Twisted Minds that walks away with most of it. But yeah, overall, shorter break here now. We're almost ready with Rondo.
Almost ready to Rondo. So if you're hanging at home, you're enjoying your condo, maybe take a quick break, grab a nice drink, because it is time for us to get into the 4th match of the day. It's PGS 5. After this, there's only 2 more on the crazy dunes of Miramar. So this is a spot where you need to try to pick up as many points as you possibly can and make that statement that you deserve to be in the grand final and play for your share of $300,000. Now's the time to make it happen. Get out of that condo, go to Rondo. It's your casters, paper thin, and Saga!
Slap some Bondo on that condo because it's time for Rondo, baby! You know what Bondo is?
I have no idea.
Nah, okay. It's like a thing they use to fix like walls and stuff.
Oh, like Gorilla Glue?
Yeah, sort of. Sure, why not?
Cool. Yeah,
Anyway,
built my house with that.
All right, guys, it's time for Rondo. Last one we're going to see here in the group stage. Plane is up. Path looking fair. As we're a little bit northern shifted, but plenty to drop for along this map. But again, teams want to be essentially located as possible, especially with the way that circles tend to play out so far here on Rondo. A lot of teams want to be in one of those center 4 cities. Let's see if there's going to be another FaZe T1 dust-off, but it looks like this time FaZe is actually going to not contest Joutin from the Korean team. And anything else catching your eye? Cerberus, Petrichor Road doesn't look like it's going to happen.
It's a pathetic 2-team hot drop in Neox Factory Test Track. 17 Gaming ain't about it. They're off towards Mayran. This is, of course, if you play the casual version of this game, going to Lo Hua Xing, which I have definitely butchered the pronunciation of. If you drop in there, you're getting murked by AI guards running around defending the tier 3 the tier 3 marketplace. That's not in comp, so don't worry. Lil Ghost is safe. If you are a fantasy picker, he's not getting AI'd to death this time around, so they can go for a nice wide spread. But as so often tends to be the case, the center of the map so sparse and disparate when it comes to the compounds, but there's a reason why teams want to fight for them so dang aggressively, as the zone couldn't be any more center.
Absolutely. Panzerfaust there in the hands of a Twisted Minds player. It's 4 a.m. Also in the mix. FaZe looks to be making their move maybe towards Bailey. Could be. We'll see exactly where they want to go. Maybe just stopping along the way to snag some extra loot. Perfectix.
I'll tell you what, there is a glider up on the road to the northeastern side of Bailey, and James definitely knows about it. He's got the maps with all the hard spawns. That is exclusive to Rondo. Glider hard spawns, not on any other map, only on Rondo in esports. So teams like Ascend, who they like to loot the edges anyway, it's a little bonus. Glider right there, and it's always the teams that like to make use of them. If you want to see just how these teams make use of all of the cool little fun gadgets on this map, or if you want to see Twisted Minds sit on a roof for 25 minutes, if we continue this feed into Neox Factory like we had in PEC Grand Finals, then make sure to get their POV feed, or even just hear some of their comms as they sneak their way forwards, trying to get angles onto 4 a.m.
Perhaps 4 a.m. isn't going to allow them to just sit on that roof this time. We'll have to wait and see. As Lou peeking and checking, wanting to identify where any of the 4 a.m. players are, but anybody who's dropped in this area knows there's a lot of space to clear.
Yeah.
And you have this huge building in the center where the 4 a.m. players are that it just makes it so difficult. There's so many sightlines to account for. There's so many doodads here and there that somebody could be hiding behind, and you got to check every pixel, every little piece of the map. It's pretty challenging right now. Really playing it cautiously are both squads.
It's just infinite angles to try and clear, and the longer that this takes, now that Batulins is starting to make his move over as well, but for Perfectix and Lou, who are kind of the point men now for this push from Twisted Minds, if this takes too long, teams are already starting to make moves in. It's not unlikely at all that they're going to start making an entrance in towards the northern side of Test Track. Kraken, he hears a vehicle come up, he's like, JS9 time, come on, come at me. That thing still shreds. It got nerfed a couple of times, but it will still beam close range. But Nan has come prepared to breach a compound as well. Shotgun in hand. If he haps to, he can definitely put up a scrap.
No doubt about it.
Oh, no.
Oh, Perfectix. See, Zebion, you're just dead. You're just dead. Nothing you can do about that. QBZ in hand. And that's a quick one. However, Zebion, not flushed, but I don't know there's any hope of any 4am player getting to him.
I wonder how much of Perfectix Xiaopian actually got the chance to see. He sort of came around. He put a bullet or two into him, so quick reactions. But did he spot the fact that he also had a Panzerfaust on his back? Because 4am don't seem too eager to push in to try and grab that trade. And if my teammate went down and said, look, this guy's just ratting here and he's got a Panzer, just like, let me die. I don't think there's any way he's convincing them to go full send into that warehouse. And so Perfectix, quick reposition on the angle, and Xiaopian will be our first blood of the game.
Well, if they did see it, I like the idea of getting up on the roof. I mean, I like that idea no matter what, but it's harder to hit that Panzer from a lower angle. For sure, because you have to be a little bit more accurate or find something to splash it against behind. Lou, though, going to hightail it on out of there. Say, okay, well, we got our point. We're good for now. Cerberus hoofing it over towards Vinny. Vinny's got an AK now. And Himas looking to see if he can catch Vinny in transition. Vinny's going to load up into the Pico bus just momentarily, gets back out. Still just kind of, I think he may be trying to get up on the roof there. Let's see what Cerberus has to say about this.
If they can find the angle. And Vinny may just be next in line to join Perfectix, grabbing OPGG, first blood of the game. Vanyi, though, he's in a little bit of danger as Petrichor Road goes flying through his compound. The rest of TDT already behind, but Summer is still lurking nearby, unsure whether they heard a vehicle pull up and stay in this location or whether Summer approached on foot. He's still shuffling his way around carefully, trying not to give any indication of footsteps. Summer dodges out of the way the first set of shots, but Hwang Yef makes good on the spray on the second attempt. And Summer taken down. Petrichor Road, they haven't turned in back towards this. They're more interested in going for position rather than trying to get any sort of revenge, so Summer will just be left to fall.
And the chicken dance begins. Himas inching his way forward, cutting that sound. That's why he's crouching and moving like that. Some shots ring out from Vinny. The rest of Cerberus playing decoy here, trying to set up for this push from Himas. Now there is a player rolling in. Posa has reinforced. Now the equation becomes a little bit more difficult for Himas. Even if he has the opportunity, is it going to be worth it? Is he just going to be traded? So let's see what the response is going to be if Hisaki is going to try to get closer. Some shots to set up this push. Good covering fire from Cerberus. I don't think they have any idea Himas is already there. The real question is how well are they tracking Hisaki here as he rolls into this compound as well?
I feel like Luna suspects that something's up. They see only two firing back from distance, and they're aware that there's a big ridge underneath them. They seem reluctant to peek too far over the edge down below, but no concrete information gained, and definitely don't know that Himas is this close up. Even some DMR shots out of the doorway right under Himas' nose. If he had peeked for a second there, he would have been completely exposed, but Himas holds his nerve for the time being.
Now you're getting a little bit of a pause. Both teams are very unsure of this fight now. Cerberus thought maybe they'd have an opportunity. Luna, ooh, I thought maybe they were considering some kind of crazy wrap around that fence, but nope, just checking their angles, waiting. But they know something is up. Gonna go back up on the roof. This time it's Posa who's up there with that Mark 12. But still, the rest of Cerberus keeping quiet.
They're not convinced enough that up until this point that they needed to regroup that split. Only now is Kraken getting in his vehicle and heading over towards this compound. That's just because Daytrade sort of pulled up in towards it. So now Himas has shuffled his way forwards, made a move into this compound, and they still don't know. Kraken, if they knew that Cerberus was up this close, surely Kraken would come in, give them the numbers advantage, but Himas has somehow lurked his way forwards, and Vinny's about to run in front of him with the Dragonov in hand, and he can't get the flick for the one tap. Himas behind enemy lines. He's going to hear the vehicle. Oh my god, the timing is insane.
Please hit this shot. Please, you got to lead it a little bit more. Oh, he was so close. He was so close. I would have lost my marbles. He had hit that. What a play, though, from Cerberus. The patience that they showed there was incredible.
Pre-nerf Panzerfaust, he gets that kill. The fact that he has to now prime the thing by flicking the rangefinder up.
Yep.
Otherwise, it would have just been a pick it up and instant kaboom, but Posa, good thing we're on the new patch, makes it out of there in one piece. Well, T5 picked up a win in game number 1 of the day on home turf. Let's hear
T5.
การสื่อสารและวิธีเล่นครับเรายังคิดว่าเรายังทำอะไรช้าเกินไปยังตามทีมอื่นไม่ทันครับก็จะปรับเรื่องการมูฟแล้วก็การสื่อสารครับก็ยังรู้สึกแปลกใหม่อยู่ครับเพราะว่าทีมเรามีปัญหาด้านลอนโดตั้งแต่แข่งในรายการลีกของไทยครับ It's tough, man. Map is tough. It's got so much open space in it and so many just really low rolling hills. It's not like Miramar where the hills are kind of compacted so they give you cover, like an accordion, you know what I mean? This is like really spread out.
Yeah. I can imagine playing Rondo in APAC is a very, very different experience to what it's going to be like at the global stage.
That's a really good point.
Because if there's only one compound in the zone, APAC, everyone in the lobby is just going to go and fight each other for it. Elsewhere, it's going to be a little bit of a slower experience. Looking for position around the edges, maybe try and find something as uncomfortable and non-priority of a zone as it might be, but that doesn't happen really in the Thailand series. We just go kill.
Yeah, that is a W key region for sure.
Always has been.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what makes it so fun to watch. Petrichor Road gets to the edge of the track. Twisted Minds hasn't really moved too far at all this game. No need to, quite frankly, as they're still pretty well central. So this might be a bit of a flashback for you from your league in EMEA.
That was an experience that any of the players from the EMEA region who are currently in this lobby, are begging not to reproduce. Chewy thankfully gets away from Delwyn, who brought an SMG to the party. Didn't quite land the tags that he needed to, and Clories doesn't either. Ming disappears just behind line of sight.
Yeah. Gonna get away in that Blanc. Let's see where Petrichor Road, maybe just a different angle here from the edge of the track. Set up a little bit of cover. You got a hill, got a couple cement barriers, some other things. So, oh God, my teammates would 100% run me over in that situation. But these guys are good at driving, so they are A-okay. Petrichor Road gonna continue on in this quiet position towards the center of the circle for now.
A lot of E pickups coming flying across the screen on the past phase or two. There's been about 3 that have been used. One put TE into the middle of a field because there wasn't really much else to go for, but the ridge is there, giving them enough cover to survive for now. Although Tanadol is starting to make a move in behind him. FaZe are starting to creep in on the northwestern side as well, but there's a couple of teams setting up a bit of a vanguard to try and hold them back. Rosita JR up on the hilltop should have information on Xiaowu's position now, but he's looking in a different direction. He's checking out to make sure no one comes in from the east before he gets too overly focused on Xiaowu DD. He's there by himself. The rest of the squad's out in the EMP zone, so they definitely can't come over for quick cover should it be needed.
Let's see Ascend, edge of the circle, TDT on the other side of this mountain. For now, nothing brewing. There he goes. Jeems, another one of those glider fanatics. Just gonna have to dip out into the blue momentarily. Looks like he's got a little bit left on that blue zone bag, fully boosted, so plenty of time to swing around. As we're only phase 2, phase 3 not too far away, and he might be able to see a little bit of what's going on with T5 up on that northern edge. But for now, he's finding a new angle into the circle. New Happy. They are sliding in towards the center. This is a 2-2 split. Those bamboo trees get knocked over real easy, usually.
Doesn't take much, does it?
Yep.
Well, straight towards the center. Once again, west side of test track will be our playground for the late stages of this game. Jeems has a bit of catching up to do as he makes his re-entry into the zone out of the blue. Flucky did the same thing, just to his eastern side as well. But now that ATC on the northern side of test track becomes a target point. But if teams can even get there in the first place, Petrichor Road trying to set up a roadblock from where they pulled in earlier on, and FaZe managing to squeeze their way past.
Ascend is really fanned out. But it looks like the Expendables is going to push on. T1 dusting it up with another Korean team, Kwangdong Freaks. Grenade in hand. Oh, that's so good, Gyumin. Taking another scrap of damage, but able to get back. EN trying to find the opportunity to use one, able to sidestep that follow-up grenade. So for now, nobody's found any kills, but some knocks have come through. Salute's going to back up. Try to get a little bit of healing in, and the Freaks are just, I think, just fishing for the knock, and then maybe they'll collapse this 2-2 split to try to take a real fight, but for now, just going to bully T1 back.
We've had a lot of quasi-engagements and teams sort of jostling around for position, but no one's really committed too heavily at this early stage of the game. Things have been separated enough that there's been no real threats of third parties, but that all changes on this zone now. 61 alive at the 15-minute mark into this game, getting closer and closer to the Phase 4 shift, and that is when we just do not have enough space for all of these teams. This map is not big enough for the 64 of us. So people are going to have to start clearing space by their own hand.
Dude, Hwang F, man, is absolutely cracked out of his mind. This guy is
pretty good, huh?
Outrageously good. He is really impressing me this event. Love to see it. Love to see players stepping up on the big stage like this. Rossita Jr. trying to dial it in. That's up close and personal. That's got to be FaZe Clan that he's gunning for. Let's see if he's got the distance right there.
Cogs turning in his head. Calculations running wild.
I have no idea.
If Flucky's still in the glider, that is the perfect way to get information on how to range.
Oh!
But he doesn't need it! Fex immediately dropped from the first attempt. How does he know? 318. Bang on the head.
Man paid attention in geometry class.
What?
Love to see it. FaZe getting out of there. Gonna have to sacrifice some vehicles to that mortar as well.
This guy's got a chip in his brain. How does he know?
That was insane. To dial in one mortar like that. Woo!
Not even a warning shot. That was the warning shot. And Fex just caught it completely. I mean, Fex has a bit of a history of getting headshot out of vehicles, but that's just like a next level. Fortunately, they do manage to pick him up, get a smoke up, get the revive, and the follow-up mortars did not account for that. And so, FaZe will remain with as many players standing and the Phase 4 shift in their favor as well. Unfortunate for the teams down towards the south. Fights are going to have to start from this point on.
Yeah, T1 is making a mad dash for the test track. That's going to be the safe haven for a lot of teams, or attempted safe haven for a lot of these squads. But they pull off. They see Ascend cut in front of them, and they know that they've been beat to the punch. So they need to find a different opportunity. A few of the emergency covers and some cars. This is going to be their landing zone. New Happy behind them outside of the zone. But they're squaring off with Day Trade. Panadol got the opening knock. Now they're trying to fan out. Now they're pinched between a couple different teams. This is going to be a really tough fight for New Happy.
It's going to be tough for a whole lot of teams as well. It might not even be any easier for Day Trade now that TDT is starting to make it a move behind them. FaZe, though, a quick reposition. They're using James' glider as part of a car fort, which is not something we see very often at all. But Nan does get caught out. Tanadol makes a move up over the top. He does manage to clear him out from behind. They have left a vehicle behind as well. Tanadol might just need to put that to use because the blue zone is starting to encroach and push Day Trade's line forwards. And they've got two teams that they're going to have to fight their way through to safety.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for both New Happy and Day Trade here. Come out of this in any kind of decent shape. A lot of damage being done there. It's actually EN who's going to find two big knocks onto New Happy. Nurens, we're going to finish the job there. New Happy down to just Xiao Z, and he's spotted, and he's out. New Happy, first team eliminated here on Rondo. And now swinging through is TDT. They're right to the west of this. T1 still in an okay position, though, and TDT doesn't push any further.
But now that TDT has made their move, they've taken the pressure off Cerberus that was keeping them in their compound, and now they're pushing in from the west as well. It's like an endless sea of teams just pushing in to get in behind one another, look for opportunities to get the points. Hisaki with grenades towards ZYU into his smoke, but they bounce a little bit too far.
Gonna peel off. Oh, Duckmai, though. That's ZYU. Meanwhile, TSM putting the hurt along with TE on the KDF. I saw Luna get involved in that fight as well. KDF seems like they're in dire straits. Flash gets a knock on a van. Himas loading up with some grenades. Day Trade here. Oh, where are they? Well, now they know. Belmont wrapping around the backside of TDT. Finds one, looks for another. Grenade right underneath that vehicle. There's a second. He's done. He's knocked. All of a sudden, things getting extremely chaotic. Himas comes in. That's TDT gone.
The whole kill feed, just the entirety of the south side, crushed in seconds, and not by the cover falling from the air, just by one another. But Cerberus, with 4 players standing, 6 kills now on the board as they push out last, clean up everyone on the southern side, and then turn their attention directly on towards T1. End taken down by the Agile of Hisaki.
Well, T1 seemingly thought they had the time to get into vehicles to make a rotation quickly into the next circle, but Cerberus already had sightlines down onto them, so now they have to regroup. Now they're going to have to stand and fight. Good shots there from Type to back off Himas. That might have been the space that they need. That might have been just enough to allow them to try to get further into this. Well, goodbye, Fluky.
That's a GG.
That's a GG.
Nothing. Like that whole area, it's like an icy puddle. And you've got a firing line on both sides of it. There's no way through for T5, especially against FaZe Clan, who were already a little bit upset about T5 due to recent events where Amorta was involved. But they get their revenge. T5 taken out. They are now on the cusp, 16th place on 49 points. That will be their finishing position for Rondo. FaZe with a great chance to overtake.
I'm curious what 17 wants to do. If they're going to try to take a fight or just try to cut directly south down that ridge line. I mean, the problem is Petrichor Road is already still in that spot that we saw them take at the very beginning of the game, near the cement barriers. Oh, good shooting, Batu. Duckmai is going to help out T1 a little bit, but I don't think you're going back for E-end at this point. It's going to be tough to get to him. Type already mega beat up. Cerberus just waiting here. It's actually Lou. And all of Twisted Minds claiming all of T1 from afar. Great long-range shooting there for Twisted Minds, but now they've got to make a move. They've cleared a little bit of extra space. TE is taking some damage too.
Yeah, TE blew up Cerberus's vehicle, and now they're taking all the damage as well. Himas last man standing, trying to make his move forwards. Twisted Minds profiting the points once again, beating up Cerberus. Himas goes for the god, the god play. I don't know what he was hoping for. Maybe just send the vehicle into the smoke and hope to run someone over, but Clory's a swift little reposition. And finally, Cerberus are taken out of the equation. 6 points on the game for them.
It's an APAC move if I've ever seen it.
It really is. But which is more APAC, that or Expendables going back to fight Ascend on Tego?
That's a good question.
It could honestly be either.
You pick your poison there.
Both high on the APAC scale.
No doubt about it. All right, well, 17 did. Yeah, they just went directly south down that ridgeline. Kind of the obvious choice for them. Smokes have to come out for phase now, as with 17 pushing forward. Now they have to use smokes as well to cut themselves off from Pero, but trying to find those these firing windows. Smokes are down. Suju not really able to connect. Pero busy though. Maybe that'll turn the attention indeed of 17 Gaming towards that kill feed. Trying to track it as best they can, but Twisted Minds are just shooting everyone. They don't care. They're too good. They're just happy to just take shots at range and knock you down with DMRs.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to pick their poison. They just poison the well and watch all the villagers fall behind them. The peasants, who have no right to stand in the presence of such royalty of PUBG, says Twisted Minds from up above on the test track. Indiscriminate with who they're firing shots towards, and why would they bother caring who it is when they can just dominate like this? 11 on the board. Lou makes it 12 for his 5th of the game, and Delwyn with the JS9. Okay, maybe we found the answer. Use a bit of 9mm, and Batulins, he's going to have to call in the cavalry to get some support. Maybe get the revive.
Batu's sitting here like, SMG's my only weakness.
We found it.
Oh, Xiaobei. That's a bit of an angle onto the back of Example. This is getting pretty rough now for Twisted Minds. I think the fun is over.
And this is what happened last time as well, when we saw a zone that was similar to this. Everyone ran out of bullets. Lou has 10 left in his MK12 because he's just been shooting too many people. He's got 5 kills, doesn't have enough bullets to make it anymore. But Tanvu has plenty, more than enough to take down Ming. He tried to creep his way around the side. TSM finally getting active and getting some points on the board on the western side of the zone, maintaining control of that space while the cleanup work is done on the east.
Still, though, Twisted Minds is alive, and they're, again, soaking tons of points. So Desk was talking about it, that maybe that 55 mark wasn't going to be it, be a little bit higher. Things keep a little bit congested here towards the center. A lot of those teams have been eliminated from this lobby. Now you're looking at 17 TSM, TE, Twisted Minds, and Luna. Good shooting there. Xiao Wu going to take down Perfectix. Lil Ghost on protection duty to keep TSM pinned down. Luke, though, going to take down Haven. Tanvu springs into action. Can't quite find the knock. Backs off. Grenade towards him. That molly was good. He'd get it, but no, it's a better grenade from Kraken. Takes down Tanvu. Posa swoops in immediately. Shut down by Clories. What a spray there with the AUG.
M249 as well in play. Infinite ammo seemingly from the side of Posa, and he might just need all of it, but it doesn't really matter who comes out ahead in this fight. They're not going to make it too much further into the game. Kraken, though, makes extra use of those additional bullets that he has, gets the flush on Tanvu and Duck Juice as well. Clories around the side of the smoke, hip fire spray, because why ADS? But he does get enough damage done. Kraken goes down, but now it just has to be hop in the vehicles and send it somewhere. TSM has had their attention drawn over towards 17 as they clean up Blue. Twisted Minds eliminated in 4th with 17 on the board. But TSM, they've left their back exposed somewhat. If the Expendables can find angles onto this, this could just be a problem.
Absolutely. They're fully dialed in towards 17 Gaming. Grenade splash past, but TSM still has that northern edge to themselves. Suju trying to do his best to contest this. Not a ton of cover. Sparking up close and personal with a Groza. Prone down below 17's noses. However, he's spotted out by Delwyn, and he makes short work of him. You're proned out in the open like that, it's pretty tough, and now TSM has to scramble to try to revive their Brazilian superstar. Xiaobei trying to keep him pinned and not allow it.
17 flexing their position as well, getting angles on both sides of the road, using the ridge that is available to them, and Purdy Curdy falls victim to that crossfire. TE starting to creep their way forwards, trying to get a little bit more control in this game as TSM start to steadily lose their grip on proceedings. But 17 Gaming is the team that has the numbers and has the percentage on their side as everyone's focused right now on TSM. They do manage to get Sparking back up, active in action with the smokes that they tossed out earlier. But the position still is doing them no favors at all.
Yeah, this is just clean stuff from 17. Looking to be back in form here for PGS 5. Definitely feels like shades of early last year 17 right now. Very controlled when they need to be, can be explosive as well if the situation calls for it. The grenade, just basically short. Not really doing much to Delwyn. Still has that JS9.
There's no way.
No.
For what? Who's within SMG range right now, Delwyn?
That JS9 can, it's not too bad at 100 meters-ish.
Yeah.
At this point. It's probably about the longest fight he's going to see.
I feel like I'd rather have an AUG, but...
yeah.
You do you, King.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to spare my man some blushes, you know?
Well, MK12 gets the job done, though, if you hit headshots with it. Suju, he was holding the backline. He was the anchor as the rest of 17 started to make their cross over the road. TSM, unfortunately, can't really push up over the ridge to capitalize on that, but the 3x JS9, I mean, spray the smoke if you like, but it doesn't do nothing when Alo has a Dragunov. That's even better within 100 meters, and the grenades are by far the best at short range. Xiaobei, one single grenade expended, and the expendables taken out, and 17 can reset and turn their attention quickly towards TSM, but Sparking, Gillisu, and Groza around the side, hugging the blue zone. Xiaowu DD down.
Had a great pickup there for TSM, being able to get him back up and running. Now you got a crossfire angle here from Alo, but it's a quick up and over. Suju and Lil Ghost in tandem, taking down two players of TSM. Alo trying to make that Dragunov work. Cannot! It is going to be a win for 17 Gaming on Rondo. Well on their way towards that grand finals. And a smooth game for them, top to bottom.
Sparking got the first initial flush on the play, but couldn't get the flash out in time. That would have been all important if he wanted to continue that spray down onto the rest of 17 Gaming. But they hold their ridge, they played patiently, they bided their time. And when they got the opportunity, when the expendables were cleaned up from the south, they took their chance to take the fight to TSM and picked up a big win.
Still though, TSM just too good, man. What are you gonna do? They're well on their way. Let's see if they can win another PGS here. And we will be back with you very shortly.
With 2 games left to play, 17 Gaming comes through with the chicken dinner, looking good. I don't know, what do you think? Did we like it, Martin?
I loved it.
Loved it.
That's great. That's great. Match 4 here for 17 Gaming, obviously stepping up, taking a lot of control here. Another, I would say at this point, it's almost so similar. We see these test strat endings all the time, but that was a great one from Rusted that got lined up, and he was like, what? Where are you shooting me from? What's going on here? I like the reaction right there. But yeah, overall, some teams that we actually expected to do well are now getting these points here. Maybe Paris Piscoros was a bit of an outlier, you could say, but 17 Gaming, TSM, the Expendables here, making sure they get all the points. They're now secured. They're going to be going through to the finals.
Yeah, that TSM 17 at the end was a nice little fight there. You saw Twisted Minds, again, they were on the top of the test track, and I think it was one of those, they know we're not going to get the circle. We're just going to go and mop up and have a great time. You know, you asked me how many points they're going to get. They're going to get over 110, and boy, was I wrong, because 2 games left to play, and these guys are already well north of your 3 digits.
I think you said 106, but I was thinking 120, maybe 125. Yeah, they are deep. They are deep. That's looking good for them. But here, actually, they got gate kept quite hard by a few teams here. Expendables looked good to take out Twisted Minds here, but still, they didn't take the control early enough. And you saw the kind of checkmate that we saw from Expendables on the southern side. I really like what I saw from them. If they were more than 2 alive with Glories and the boys, then they could have been a contender here. But 17 Gaming too strong. TSM locked that down. And the multiple angles that they had on Expendables, it's just too much to endure.
Absolutely. I mean, I do think TSM, they had a good push there. There was there was a moment where I thought maybe Sparking pulls it off, but it was not to be. 17 was just too strong there at the end. Taking a look at those reaction shots, kind of thing I've been enjoying seeing is the players' reactions after the elimination. In fact, Luna fist bump. They seemed excited about how that game went, or happy with it at the very least.
Yeah, and now it's getting even closer to, 2 games to go here. We're talking about a cutoff right now. Falcons, if you guys are watching, 55 points. Is it going to be enough? It really depends on those teams that are in their 40s. We got a lot of teams that just need, a 6-7 point game, and they could potentially be taking over Falcons.
That was nice.
Right
I
now,
thought you were going to say Falcons. If you're watching right now, there's always PGS 6.
Nice.
But it's going to be tight. Now, that said, there were 4 teams on the chase, and every single one of them got no points and fell off, right? So there is the potential that with our 2 last maps, and again, we're going to Miramar. It's the Dusty Dunes. A little bit of a wild card is what we're used to in the end. That could keep happening in theory, but it doesn't seem likely. It does seem like that cutoff is going to be north of 55.
Yeah, and honestly, it would be surprising to me if a team like Faceland didn't make it, but they got kind of wiped out a little bit. They had a 2 central position, got pushed from the northern side, too many angles. But 8 kills here for 17 Gaming, 13 for Twisted Minds. That's nuts. Only 2 nades used for those 13 kills.
That's why they ran out of bullets.
Yeah, they ran out of bullets. You see, they shot all the bullets. They spent 600-700 bullets, a whole cartridge.
13 kills, I swear. This is their year. The EWC, where you know what EWC was a kick in the pants that made them even better, right? They're going to be unstoppable as they head towards PGC.
But look at the distance travel, 3,300 meters. Wait,
fair enough.
I'll translate that to freedom units for you. Yeah, 3,700 yards, I would say.
Okay, so a couple of football fields.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm going to change that to sports talk for you. All right, 17 Gaming does come out to win. There's the WWCD team stats. Little Ghost with 3, Shawu 2. Wow, I mean, across the board, the damage, the kills, everything very evenly spread out.
Yeah. I really like what I'm seeing here. But this is the team. These are the boys that have done it before, and they could come back, do it again here at PGS 5. That would be crazy to have a repeat winner for them here already. They're looking good, and Lil Ghost, it's gonna be your man of the match. I have him in my fantasy.
I have him in my fantasy team.
I'm happy he survived as well.
But not only am I happy that he's survived, I'm happy to see him kind of feeling like he's getting back to form, right? Like Lil Ghost is one of those. You go all the way back. I think it was PGS 1 in Malaysia. I remember talking about Lil Ghost and how just incredible he was, and there was sort of a fall off. But I do feel like 17 is getting that back under them.
With this lineup, I feel like they could be unstoppable, especially if they're uncontested in the cut of Chingy. We don't see Sonics there. That would be a setup for them for sure.
And I don't think they do. The new Sonics, where they're sort of like, we don't need to have that to be good, it does really open the door, I think, for 17 to have an incredible year once they get back into form. All right, match leaderboard. 18 points will go the way of 17.
16,
so yes,
17, 18. It's like we're counting here.
As we're counting down, TSM with the 13, and Luna Galaxy does manage to get 6, and it's a big fall off between that 4th and 5th
It's the
game.
top heaviness that the teams that are struggling at the kind of cutoff that they need, because these are the teams that already have been getting a lot of points, right? So if it kind of continues with this, with the sponging at the very top, it could be a very interesting last game. Those 1, 2, 3 points, the denials could matter so much. Those extra steals and flushes could really matter. It's one gonna be pushing you over the top 16.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard as it stands right now. Twisted Minds up to 112 in their dominant position, but again, what really matters is getting through to the big 16. Everybody on the left side is advanced at this point. We don't see any issues with falling down below Cerberus. Now, when we get to the next side of the leaderboard, that's where the pressure really kicks on here, because Petrichor, TDT, they're in at 57, but it doesn't even mean that those teams are necessarily locked in, because there are so many teams in that cutoff position that could have a massive Miramar game.
Yeah, but we need to see Thirds and 5 Faceland, Daytrade, and Ascent do it at the same time for them to all kind of be pushed out a lot, because we still have Falcons and Thirds and 5 in, right?
True.
So we need Faceland, Daytrade, Ascent, and New Happy to do that well to be worried. I'm actually not worried for Petrichor Road or TDT. A little bit worried for Thirds and 5. They're on that cutoff right now. There's a lot of teams with them being aware that, okay, T5 is a team they cannot get points. We need to third party them. Falcons not playing, so that's that's our aim, that's our goal. We need to get to 56 points, right? So if you're a Faceland, if you're a Thirds and 5 or a Daytrade gaming fan right now, even a Sin Club at this point, you need a 10-point big game here. to be able to defend that in the last game.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. My only caveat is I will not give Petrichor a pass just yet because they had one incredible game, but it has been a little bit hot and cold. And I do think when you talk about FaZe Clan, yes, their placement points haven't been great, but they have had big pushes. Day Trade came to play today, and I expect them to go hunting in the next 2 matches. So
they really need placement points. Look at that as well. FaZe Clan and Day Trade right now, 13-12. They are getting the kills, more kills than Petrichor Road, but they have not had that big game with 6-10 points from placement yet. They need a win. They need to get that because they're consistently getting the kills. So I'm completely fine with that, but they need to get those placements.
But I think that outlines something you saw on that. Even Falcons, right? 15 placement points. That's just something we talked about at the start of the show, at the very beginning of this weekend, the amount of percentages that come from kills. And I think a lot of teams have focused on that, but maybe let sight go of the fact that placement points still are incredibly relevant when it comes to these cutoff points. Now, we're going to take a quick cutoff point as we go to a break, but when we come back, it's the Dusty Dunes of Miramar and the last 2 matches of the group stage from PGS 5 here in Bangkok, Thailand. So don't go anywhere.
For the future of humanity.
They come from the dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Enoy.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a scoop on what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 hard-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Room. Smash 'em all!
You didn't mean to kill that policeman. Why, of course not. It's against everything I've ever stood for.
Top, way to mother. Seen it. From the top, way to mother. Seen it. Ever seen it. Top.
What's up, everybody? We're back. 2 more maps to go here at PGS 5 for the group stage. 2 more Miramars to find out which 16 teams will be going to the grand finals and which 8 teams will find themselves on the outside looking in. I'm Paper Thin. This is Saga. We're going to guide you through these last couple of games here. I mean, it's good. It's really close around that cutoff line. And now as the Falcons, you're sweating bullets back home.
Yeah, big time.
But you got a couple teams that are in shot, right? You got FaZe and others.
and the rest of them. Yeah, Ascend is right up there.
T5, that was the other team I was trying to think of.
T5 right there. Yeah, there's about 8 teams that are within less than 10 points of that cutoff point with 2 matches left to go. Look, if it was 1 point left, you'd say Falcons, ooh, maybe it's sketchy, but they could do it. But with 2 games left, it is a tough ask. And maybe now is the time to take a little bit of a look at the PGS points. Because even if you are already qualified to PGC, there's benefits of making sure that you get into the top 8 through the PGS. Coming into the circuit format, it gives you buys in towards the later rounds, a little bit of extra safety for week number 1. Falcons, coming into this tournament, needed 2 top 5 finishes or 1 single top 2. If they don't make it to finals, it's going to have to be the latter, and that's a lot of pressure when PGS 6 comes around. But first, 2 more games to go for PGS 5.
Absolutely. A lot of pressure on a lot of different teams, Saga, as we get ready here for Miramar. Find out exactly what the Dusty Dunes will be bringing us this go around as we get ready to kick off the tail end of the group stage. The Oasis, one of my favorite drop spots. I love the Oasis. It's pretty, it's fun to fight in. It's got some vehicles sometimes.
Yeah. Some of those statements were sometimes correct.
That's correct.
It's definitely cooler than the old Oasis. It's got a lot more water too.
That's true. Yeah, the old Oasis was a little weird. New Oasis, much better. Anyway, plane path, a little bit eastern shifted. And some of those teams like T1 have a little bit extra distance to go to get to their drop spot. But everything else seemingly kind of ship-shape there, as it is going to be Petrichor Road coming up quick to Paraiso. So it's going to have to be ult drop for TDT. It's looking pretty strong in this event. Can't say enough about how impressed I am with that team.
Yeah, it's definitely huge for a debut performance at the global level. A couple of the players on that roster made some appearances back in sort of PGS 3, PGS 5. The likes of John and Van Guy, they've been around the block here and there, but the man of the hour, definitely Huang F. He is a brand new addition to international PUBG, and what an entrance he has made. Unreal scenes for him, and it's a good circle on the phase number 1 for TDT to try and continue that run.
And so we saw one of the top 4 damage dealers here on Miramar so far this event. That's saying something. There you go. Thanks. They brought it back for me.
Huge.
Awesome. That's just synergy right there with the production team.
Shout out the production team. T1 getting way out of dodge quickly. They stole a vehicle away from under the nose of Twisted Minds, but they're not going to use that to push any further into the zone because doing so would be extremely unsafe given the flight path that we had. So they're heading all the way over to Montenuevo, the same way that you are all currently heading over to PUBGesports.com to get involved and listen to some of those juicy comms. It's going to get tense. You're going to hear a lot of stress on the voice of several of those teams, particularly, as they said on the desk, Petrichor Road. They're not out of the woods just yet. Despite the fact they've already overtaken the Falcons, there is a very real possibility that they could be under some severe pressure if they aren't able to get any additional points on the game.
All right, well, let's take a listen in with Lil Ghost, see what he had to say about those last games.
Hello guys, I am joined by 17 Gaming's Lil Ghost. Hello Lil Ghost, ni hao.
Ni hao.
Alright, that second chicken dinner here at PGS 5 all ready for 17 Gaming and 2 MOMs for you. So talk to me, what's going through your mind right now?
你们已经拿到了 PGS 5的2把机，而且你也是第2次获得 MOM， 你现在心情如何呢？
挺开心的，能拿到 MVP。
He's very happy to beat MOM.
Yeah, very happy. So with that happiness with you, how are you planning to, play out the rest of the day? You're already qualified for the finals.
就是17现在已经稳步进入了决赛了。然后呢，今天还剩下2把比赛，你们现在是有什么新的策略吗？
延续保持打架的一个手感吧，跟别人战斗的一个手感，然后在决赛有更好的发挥。
We will keep doing what we're doing, and we will try our best to perform well in the finals.
All right, thank you for that, and that was Lil Ghost.
Fantastic stuff. Massive insight from Lil Ghost. We got all of the insight. They're going to show up, they're going to do their best, and he's happy when he gets man of the match. What more could you need?
I mean, that's living life right there. I tell you what.
Listen, things can be simple sometimes.
Yeah.
In a game like this, sometimes overcomplicating things gets you into more trouble than it's worth, and just keeping things nice and straightforward, well, sometimes gets the job done. Jeems, a little bit separated once again from the rest of FaZe Clan, coming in from Old Cruz del Val on the northeastern side, heading up to High Ground, because High Ground is good. High Ground is safe.
See, you're keeping it simple. It's good.
Yep.
I like it.
Thematic.
I agree. High Ground is good. Usually. My saying is High Ground is good until it isn't. Because especially on this map, when you get cut off your high ground and there's like no cover and 6 teams looking at you as you got to drive down the hill, then it's less good. But that's okay. 17 making their entry past Power Grid. Petrichor Road still chilling in Puerto Paraiso, opting to go for a heavier loot instead of scoot strategy.
Yeah, the zone kind of sort of forced their hand. Maybe if they found an early emergency parachute, they might have gone for something a little more aggressive, but there is currently like 4 teams in front of them, between them and the safe blue zone, so they've got to get as many bandages, as many first aids as they can, maybe even grab an extra gas can, because taking a 13-kilometer rotation around either of the coastlines, you're going to start running low on the fuel. Junt, with a quick jiggle peek around the side, does not want to hold the angle up against Perfectix with a bolt action, understandably so. He's actually going to make the wise decision of falling back to somewhere where he can get a little more support from the squad.
I kind of feel like nobody in this lobby wants to fight Twisted Minds with snipers right now after that last game.
Nothing to lose whatsoever. They are so far ahead. They have 50 points more than the next highest team in this lobby, and they're already like 20-plus points ahead of second place overall, and they've still got 2 more matches to play. outrageous scenes from Twisted Minds, but it's not even out of the ordinary, and that's the most outrageous thing.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's just steady as she goes, but steady as she goes is, 40 miles an hour faster than any other boat in the water.
Like everyone else is steady as they go in like a horse-drawn carriage, while Twisted Minds is in a Concorde, just living back, sipping champagne, listening to like Travis Scott or something, just vibing.
Heck yeah. I'm glad you know what a Concorde is.
Yeah, I'm not that young.
Yeah, but...
Listen, I'm kind of a boomer too sometimes.
Oh, well, you act the part well. I'll give you that. In case anyone didn't know, Concorde, the only supersonic passenger jet that ever existed.
And the nose of it can go so far down, it's almost 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's a really cool airplane. No longer in service, but there's been rumors that there might be another one coming out. We'll see. Anyway, Twisted Minds just keeping their eyes peeled for TDT members who overstep with the M24. Might be able to find that headshot at range and then try to pounce from there. He's going to go for it. Oh.
Did you just hear a boom around the arena? I feel like I felt someone just jump out of their chair in panic as that bullet whizzed past his head. Holy. Wow.
You could see the bullet dust right behind him. It's like, oh.
Oh, man. A bit of a scare for TDT, but they make it across the road safely. But Twisted Minds lets them know that they're still under the watchful eye. Rotation from New Happy. Well, they're going to spring the trap directly along the dirt road. Expendable setting up on the ridge. Nan takes a big chunk of damage, but not quite enough. And they sprung the trap a little early. They didn't manage to combine onto the final set of vehicles, but it at least turns half of New Happy's number back and separates them out. They're going to have to try and find a way to regroup further down the line.
It just feels like it's been one of those group stages for New Happy where their reads on some of these early rotations just aren't quite on the money. And it doesn't help that it's a team like TE because they're an APAC team. They're a little harder to predict exactly where they're going to be set up and why they're going to be there. But in general, New Happy, lucky to escape disaster there. And speaking of disaster, Chewy down and out. But to go back to New Happy quick, they're a team that's got a shot at potentially leapfrogging up into the top 16, but they have to have two pretty good games in a row.
And they fall victim to APAC teams setting up weird little camps somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and that's exactly what gets Cerberus, the OPGG First Blood, onto Petrichor Road, the team that we said. They're going to have to be very careful. They're still not out of the woods yet on 57 points. Yes, they're ahead of Falcon, so that's somewhat of a safety net, but they could easily be overtaken. And their route from Puerto Paraíso put them in danger's way. They were very separated as well. Chewy was about a kilometer ahead of Mill and Ming, and they were a kilometer ahead of Summer, so no chance to fight back. But the Sandstorm, at the very least, gives them a way to sneak past the rest of Cerberus's quasi-road block bridge camp. Petrichor Road are going to have to move on as a three-man.
Well, they've got quite a bit open space.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Oh,
please hit this.
This feels like a bit of an overly aggressive response. Someone fires a bolt action at you and you just blow up his entire mountain. That was worryingly close.
That was right where Batulins was just standing, but Perfectix got the knock with the bolt.
Was that on the mortar? Is that how he got bolted? But they traded it back. Oh, Ming! From where? Downtown, the opposite side. Wow. Batulin's left by himself down towards the south side of this split from Twisted Minds, and he gets taken out from Power Grid.
Insanity. That is forever away. That's great shooting there, Ming. What an exchange. I think that it should allow TDT to recover, but phase 2 looms and just donuts up towards the water treatment. Well, this is one of those parts of the map where compounds become extremely valuable.
Yeah, look at that. We regroup immediately from TSM. They were holding a 2-2 split that had several compounds in between them. So, yes, they can still hold somewhat of a split, but they've got to at least make it a slightly tighter one given their priority and the position that they have in this zone, and especially the compound that is currently occupied by Sparking and Alo. That one has a lot of onus for a lot of 8-game circles in a position like this one. So no surprise at all to see them regroup swiftly.
Absolutely. T5 also making a similar move, a team we got to keep our eyes on as they are right near that bubble mark. They're on the bubble right now, but they've still got to earn some points, make sure they can secure that spot. Day trade as well. Well, that's good shooting there, Fex. Look at Daytrade and Nuren's immediately shot out of the van. Not much doing there as they try to regroup and affect some clean shooting. FaZe needs some points for sure, and that's a good start. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Feels pretty hectic so far in the leaderboard, looking at how a team like KDF has 63, a team like Cerberus has 61. Technically, even they are not necessarily safe, but it would be some pretty specific scenes if either of those were to be knocked out. But a team like FaZe Clan currently now on 16th place with 50 points. There's still the door being knocked on by 2 Thai teams behind them. And plenty more looking to follow that could turn their fate around with a win here in our penultimate game. The Expendables have done a lot of damage so far in the group stages, and it's again a bit of a repeat of their PGS2 performance where they came out swinging, looking incredibly hot in the group stages. They topped the entire thing. But then when it came to the grand finals, people kind of figured out their over-aggression and started to set up a little bit more defensively. So hope to see that they can maintain this momentum as they will be making an appearance in the grand finals this time around. But Bobo may not be spending too much more time in this game if KDF commit to this breach.
Yeah, the Freaks choose violence once again. Wang Zai tries to bounce a grenade around, but he's still able to get the spray down. Not in time to finish off Heather with the M249 Heaven as well. The Heavenly duo combining to take down 2 members of 4 AM off the back of a knock. A quick decision there to go for the collapse. And that's going to leave HS and ZP Yan on their own. Teammates for a long time. Trying to hold on for dear life for 4 AM. See if they can get anything going. Seeing if they can find any hope to get into that grand finals. But it's going to take a lot more work now.
Yeah. It's a great read as well from KDF. They pulled up on the garage that was sort of dead in the middle of the 4 AM split. And hearing no shots exchanged between the 2 positions and seeing limited peaks, they got the 1 knock. And whether they knew for certain or whether they just had a gut feeling that it was a 2-2 split, they made the call correctly. They called the bluff of 4 AM, put the numbers advantage in the aggressive position, and KDF, full send gameplay, comes out ahead once again.
Yeah, Gyumin has a great head on his shoulders for that Kwangdong Freaks team. Really understands situations extremely well. And they pounced and profited. New Happy on the move once again, this time trying to get ahead of this next circle, pre-rotation, very likely to start shifting north at some point or another, away from San Martin. There you go. And let's see what they can find. Again, these circles are really sparse north of San Martin. It's one of the more deserted parts of the desert. Let's see where New Happy wants to roll up. I think they're just going to drive right past T5, yeah. No chance in hell they're going to try to fight a 4v4 like that.
Weirdly would have been a 4v3 because T5 is still holding us with Rossity JR up at the top of the hill, but New Happy wasn't to know that. Maybe if they had that information, they just full send onto Rossity and take him out, because that's definitely a much more enticing position than 4 men in one singular shack where a couple of blue zones could end your game. Ranger X needs to get out of there quickly and just about does so as TSM commits to the breach with full force. Take the backfill on the compound that T5 have left behind. The Sandstorm rolls in as well, so those bullets will get lost in the wind. No more damage will be dealt.
Yeah, like the play here from TSM, getting ahead of potential other teams trying to crash that compound or something. And T5, quick to move. Wanted to get back to Rossum Jr. there. James, long-range harassment of Daytrade. Into the shack they go. Let's see what Ascend has to say about this. If they're going to try to find a way to just wipe Daytrade out of this map, or if they're going to be content to let them have that shack for now.
FaZe the only real team on the eastern side that's putting pressure over towards them, but there is a bit of a wide wrap coming around the back for the Expendables, and KDF still yet to move forward. So with the vehicle explosion, Daytrade's cover is getting more and more limited, and the vehicle's rolling away from Belmont as well, so he's just going to have to hop in, join the boys in the shack. And Cerberus with some defense to do from above as Lunar Galaxy have taken an emergency parachute on top of them. That has to mark the regroup of the split. Oh my god, Killy just rocks out of the compound, tosses 1 Molotov into the shack, and Daytrade burnt to a crisp, and they gain very little. And they've got a lot of work to do in the final game if they want to make finals.
That's a great move though by Ascend. They need points and they knew it. They took a perfect golden opportunity. Capitalized. Kraken getting shot in the back. I think it was T1 there, putting some damage into him. And Cerberus able to just barely get that res on the high Saki. So now you try to wrap around, see if you can close in on Luna. Luna's had a tough time some of these situations, but that's a good start there for Posa. It's up Himas. Himas tries to get out to safety, cannot. Posa had the angle held. Nothing he can do. A few grenades now starting to be thrown. Posa out in the open, making some plays. That's 2 down, him and Kraken. Evening the odds between them and Cerberus. But Duckmai finally takes him down. It's going to be Salalzi for the final nail in the coffin for Luna.
Fortunately for Cerberus, no flushes confirmed, so they will be able to get back to strength. And fortunately as well, T1 did not hear this fighting and make a push out of their compound. They're too comfortable in that position, and there's the reason why. Look at that zone shift. Look at the control that they have. Teams maybe try to make a wrap up towards the east, but if they want to try and do that to get to the northern side of the zone, they got to get past Ascend, and that's very unlikely to happen. 4 a.m. as well, getting bombarded now that KDF is making a move onto the opposite side of the 2-2 split, looking to finish the job they started earlier.
Absolutely. Some stuns there. Yumin's going to keep pressing the angle, but too bad for him. Zipian was holding. Didn't get nailed by that stun nearly as much as he maybe thought. HS is down. Grenade up into the top. So close. First aid kit does come out for Zipian. Heather. Oopsies. Didn't exactly go where he wanted it, I think, but that's A-okay. Can try to bounce another one up there. Able to change over. The grenade did the job. That should be the res on the Gumin as well. Nice work here by the Freaks, taking down 4 a.m.
Clean 4 for 0 that came in 2 separate parts and 2 separate players with 2 kills apiece. 4 a.m. taken out of the equation, and with 38 points on the board with 1 game left to go, it's looking like it might just be over for 4 a.m., but who knows? Crazier things have happened on a Sunday.
Absolutely. But it's Wednesday, isn't it?
It is. But for them, it's basically Sunday. If they don't,
I see.
it's over.
Now I get it.
Yep. So
I was like,
they gotta live the dream. This is their grand finals now. This is their match 18. They have to be FaZe Clan this time.
I get it. I was like, don't do this to me, Saga. I thought it was Wednesday.
you thought you were like, oh, I gotta pack my bags.
I'm old enough already, man. don't confuse me.
For Killy. Where's this going?
I love these mortars. 17. I don't think that's going to be anywhere near anything.
That's not hitting nothing. When Brex isn't in the air, Ascend's info is a little bit off, it seems.
Yeah, it's tough. Just maybe trying to clear some space or expecting some players to be around those rocks. That might be one of those positions you already have dialed in.
Sure. Checks out.
Petrichor Road has just a little bit of room to go, and they're trying to keep their eyes on the TDT, but actually Flucky is getting some shots in the mill there. I don't even know. Oh, okay, now I see. He's rolling back there. I was like, where is that mortar going? Out in Narnia.
He really went for the pre-nade mortar.
I love it. I respect it.
If it landed, that's a highlight reel clip, but it didn't. But a big trade between TSM and 17 Gaming now as Suju gets taken out at the hands of Alo. He was trying to push down towards the south, maybe get away from the push from KDF as Petrichor Road trying to find an avenue into the zone, but they're finding nothing. And 17 Gaming finding nothing either but death at the hands of KDF.
Well, TE crashed T1. They do get Zenith for their efforts, but 3 knocked already. Quickly trying to see what Delwyn can do. EN trying to keep track of him. Type out on the outside, but look who it is. Cerberus. This is giving them the opportunity to get up close and personal. The spray from Delwyn, so good. EN down. Grenade out as T1 might have to just abandon ship and cede this over to Cerberus. And Delwyn, well, let's see what he can do. You've thwarted one team. Are you going to be able to get another? Nope, point taken away. He's trying to hold the line. UMass pins him down, sends a smoke down the stairs, and see what, tough fight for Delwyn, no matter how you cut it, even with this defensive position.
Even with the fact that T1 have kind of given up on committing to this fight, they've fallen back to hold the shacks halfway down the hill, and even that is a sketchy position. It's just barely on the edge of the zone, but they can't really commit to going any further without getting shredded from every angle as soon as they make an entrance in towards that valley. Haisaki just for a moment dipped out towards the north just in case anyone was thinking about making a wrap up on foot towards the northern side of the zone, but T1, they're going to take the risk. They don't want to be staying in those shacks any longer, and it makes sense because now that Cerberus have cleaned up Delwyn, they would have been next on the list, so they're going to just make a wild play. It pays off. They get themselves a position a little deeper in the zone.
Yeah, great recognition there. Because you know that once Cerberus is done messing with Delwyn, you're in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, and they need the points. They have to survive. They've got to get it done whatever way they can.
Exactly, Saga. TSM, though, sitting pretty and can just kind of play the game as they so choose, trying to sniff out what's going on around them. Some shots are ringing out towards Pero from the center of the circle. Cerberus going to load up on their horses and move out. Let's see where they want to go. Are they just going to go right for T1? Nope, they're just going to take this abandoned shanty town and claim it for themselves for now.
They've got about a minute to scout forwards. They know that shack he's occupied. That might just be target territory. If you can get up there, they've got grenades. They could drop a couple into that shack. That's 4 kills just waiting for them for the hands of New Happy.
So juicy.
Oh, man, it's a big target. And that's pretty much all the scouting they've done. They're in the vehicles again already. Where are they going to go?
Love to see it. Nice shooting there from Brex, though. It's going to thwart those early plans, so now they're going to have to stop up. Rossita Jr. as well, trying to find an angle. Smokes are coming down. I don't know if Rossita Jr. quite has that range dialed in. Hello, that's a bolt. No thanks.
Yep,
good.
Not peeking that again.
We've already seen that bolt in the kill feed. We don't need to see it again. At least from T5's perspective. From the viewer's perspective, I'd love to see it again.
Yeah, I hope we have an observer that's just sitting on that man right now with the bolt action so we can get the little highlight clip like we did with Norins earlier on. But T5 have opted to take their push east along the ridgeline in towards TSM, who have their back turned for the most part, but Ming is their warning system. Maybe they weren't even aware that Ming was looking, but he's helped them out, taking down Patampong. But T1 cleaned up as Brex finds an opportunity to creep his way out of the compound. A quick little spray, and T1 down.
And that's a big pickup there for Ascend in a lot of different ways. You're knocking out one of the teams that's dangerously close to you in the leaderboard, and you're gaining more points for yourself. 17th currently as things stand. Just Falcons ahead of them, I believe. And long-range shots from Solalzi. Looking for that angle between the fences.
Oh, they know. They're pre-firing that gap in the fence.
Can't blame them. That's what I do, too. Just messing with them a little bit. Seeing if he can find the range, but not quite able to do so. Now Kilyakai gets in on the action from God only knows how he's finding that angle. Nice shooting, Sparking. Nice shooting, Luke. 2 out of that car from KDF. And TSM now going to drive right into their faces and try to finish what they started.
T5 got turned back. They did manage to get the revive on towards Patampong, but that early knock just gives TSM the freedom to make this push, just control this eastern side of the zone. They're doing just that. Cerberus doing whatever they can, but that ain't very much from their position. Going down to the blue zone are a couple of them. Himas has already made a move to try and get forwards, lower ground. And it does cost Perfectix and Twisted Minds a little bit of their own life force as they try to make a move out of the concretes. And it is very open terrain, but all of the high ground, the hilltops are being shifted away from as well. But that doesn't mean Salute can't put up a fight from the low ground. Luke turned his back for a moment to look elsewhere, and suddenly 2 of his teammates are on their knees.
You got a world champion to deal with still here. Salute, though, backing off to get some heals going. Luke trying to clear this corner towards the edge of the circle, gets a spot. Salute is actually getting the flush there as well. Takes a bunch of damage from the Dragon off of Alo. So close. Finishing him off. Alo is going to spin around and go for the res. Sparking getting dangerously low. That does give Salute the time to get a little bit of healing going, but he is in a desperate position. Ascend now flexing their muscles, trying to take control of the center circle. New Happy still sitting inside of that shack. And there you go. Alo able to connect with the headshot, take Salute down. And crisis averted for TSM. They've got 3 up. Still have a fighting chance in this one. Brax gets a knocks before he is sit back down for the first aid kit.
This is a huge fight. Could have massive implications. T5, 4 alive. Ascend, 4 alive. 1 point separates. 0 points separates them both. And they're both 1 point away from the cutoff point. But Ascend have the way better zone control. They've held onto their compound. They've cleared up any little invaders, little pests that snuck in behind their lines. And now they've taken care of Lou as well. They get the additional point for the kill. The shift means that they can still play that ridge just a little bit longer.
Oh, Alo! Absolutely disgusting stuff there. The barrel spells disaster for Petrichor Road. Now Sparking reinforcing this position. Putting some shots down on a T5. I just got to give a huge shout out to Ascend. They are playing great this game. They are really taking the points that are coming to them. They're fanning out. You know, they're picking on the weaker teams, which is what you absolutely should do in this game. Really love to see it. Rex, decent damage, no knock. And instead has to realize that Circle's going to be here soon, so smoke barricade going up. Try to keep him obscured from New Happy and TSM, I assume. Alo has been so good with this Dragunov, looking for more damage. Just one headshot, and all of a sudden, could be a very different round. Those are getting close, Saga.
It's not very often that the team who's been 4-man in a shack for 25 minutes has a 31% win rate, but they've got tons of utility. But Jesus, T5 has brought a whole munitions factory, 18 frag grenades, probably a couple of blue zones in there as well. They know New Happy's 4 in this shack. They want to get in range to drop the utility, but too much pressure coming from TSM, too much pressure from Ascend right now. But if they could get a couple of blue zones over to that might just be enough points for it to be worth them going down for it.
Exactly. And I mean, this has been a super favorable circle for New Happy, that it's kept the high ground in play, because that's kept Ascend from being able to do exactly what you're talking about. Get close enough to throw some nades into range and just wipe them out of that shack. And TSM can just continue to set up shop. They don't have to go any further, so it's playing peekaboo up on top of the ridge for them. T5, though, going to have to make a move. They're on the outside looking in, sparking, keeping his eyes in there. Kilyakai gets yet another knock. Here come the grenades from New Happy. They want some points, they want some kills, but they're just so short. There you go. That one's going to connect for Ming Ming. Plucky down. Ranger X very, very weak. Rossita Jr. trying to sweep in, but he's shut right down by Non. And New Happy able to step out that door safely and nearly end T5's round.
All they wanted to do was get to a safe ridge where they could throw their 18 frag grenades at New Happy, but they're having none of it. They step out of the shack. They've got a bit of a smoke grenade to block the line of sight from Ascend. That's really all that New Happy have to give themselves any sort of safety. But it's enough to pick up 3 of the 4 T5 members that looked to threaten onto their position, and now they are the sole team that has anything in this Phase 8 circle. That shack is the only hard cover that remains. And Ranger X still putting up a fight, but there's very little that he can do against a 4-man firing squad of Ascend.
Absolutely. Now the impetus onto Ascend and TSM to find ways to get into the circle without just tearing each other to shreds. New Happy content to just continue to hold down this shack. I mean, what a maneuver they made. It looked desperate. It looked dire. But they have found their desired spot, apparently, and it's working a treat. Ascend slipping into some cars. Going to leave Brex as an anchor. It's Chris on his feet as well. The other two take the car to flank out a little bit. Still some room to go, though. They're going to have to find ways to get across this flat plateau that in front of them that leads into the next edge of the circle. Trying to find the tightest angle they can to cut off as much of TSM's sight lines as they possibly can, but it's going to be tough no matter what.
Yeah, it's not ideal. They can maybe try and send a play if they've got vehicles to get underneath TSM, but while that might keep them a little safe from New Happy, TSM still has utility to burn, and they're ready for it as well. They see that wall of smokes heading in their direction. They bring all of their numbers through to spam in towards it, and a couple of free grenades going out as well.
Oh, there's a rock right there. Oh, it bounced up and over. Pains to quite a bit of damage. No knock, though, found. Now you're seeing that the mollies and the frags starting to run dry there. Ming Ming springs into action. Xiaozi as well. Quick knock and flush there with the Dragunov onto Alo. Things starting to fall apart here for our teams on the outskirts. There's a good knock from It's Chris. Rex looking to get flushed by Non. Able to just get down in time. Non not really able to find that comfort that he needs. Not much util to speak of here for New Happy at this point. Sparking running into the smoke. Trying to get something done. Shut right down by Kilyakai, and It's Chris.
It's big points. Big points for Ascend. Then now, even with that, they've just jumped so far above so many teams. But it won't be enough for them to get the win in this game unless New Happy does something absolutely foul. But they've managed to step their way forwards out of the shack that's been their home for the longest period of time. Xiaozi holding the back line as the rest of New Happy take the high ground above, where T5 shortly before have met their fate. But Ascend running out of options. A smoke grenade. They've got 5 Molotovs, but getting them to land up this high ground is going to be dangerous. 0 smokes remaining. You just got to get it done with the weapons if they're going to get it done at all.
Yeah, and they're just in a dire position. The blue is almost there. They're trying to cede the points over. They don't want to give anything. They know how close in the standings it is with New Happy. This is the right play for sure. And it's going to be New Happy Esports that is going to take a desperately needed chicken dinner, and they are right back in the thick of things.
That man over there with the 90-degree keyboard, a bit of an absolute unit when it comes down to the way that they played out that end game. It's a patient one for New Happy, and they had to be damn patient. They were in that shack for a long, long time. Maybe the opportunity was there earlier on for them to punish the 3-1 split of T5, but instead they went straight down the middle, found themselves a brief little bit of respite, and stayed there just about long enough to claim a winner-winner chicken dinner in our penultimate game of the group stages PGS 5.
New Happy's gotta be ecstatic as they come out with a chicken dinner when they needed it the most and rise above that 16th position cutoff spot.
Yeah, New Happy no longer sad and arguing after this one here. Off to the back, I think a lot of mistakes from other teams.
Yeah.
T5 could have pulled out one smoke grenade launcher straight at the door. New Happy can't see anything. Throw all utility, as Rick pointed out multiple times. They got all the utility, all the munitions that they needed to actually close that one out, and that would have been a T5 literally locking themselves in for grand final if that happened. And then the other teams deciding to fight each other. I understand it from a sense point of view. They're fighting a team that they can potentially get more points away from in TSM that is already locked in for the finals. And the sense is like, okay, we need to maximize points against teams that we are not directly competing for that 16th spot.
I mean, I think some of that, like the T5 thing, I think came down to, we heard that interview, and it seemed like the tenor coming in today was we felt a little bit out of our element or maybe outclassed at some points. And so there is that idea of like, normally I would push this. If this was our qualifier, I would have pushed this, but maybe I should reconsider it for a second, and then you sort of lose that pace.
Yeah, but no, just one aggressive smoke on that shack, and you have full disparity on New Happy. They can't see anything. They gotta get out or gotta stay in. Blue zone grenades, nades, mollies, boom, and it's cleaned way earlier than it's actually happening there. So I feel like it's a little bit of a misplay from T5. They could have been way more aggressive with the utility they had, and they could have set themselves up nicely for that, but they let them come out and shoot back and nade back and everything, and that should never have been a case of that.
All right, then we'll go home and they'll get a chance to look at that tonight in the replays, but it doesn't mean they're out of it yet. I mean, they're at 16th place at the cutoff line, and we're going to be going through all those numbers after this. Now, here's the end game. As you do see, Ascend denies 3 points to New Happy. Now, I do think New Happy got enough off of that game that 3-point deny necessarily won't mix things up too much. But it is very, Ascend doesn't necessarily know that. They don't know how well that game's gone for them. So that's sort of really smart forethinking.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from them so far, and facing the struggle a little bit here at this point. They need to step up and have a few good games. Well, one good game with just one to go
Now's
here.
The time.
And it's just the last chance to dance with them.
Absolutely. And as far as, Paper Thin's concerned, it's Sunday. So they can go ahead and they can take it now and get that big push. He doesn't care.
No, it doesn't matter. It's just he only looks at dates. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, doesn't matter.
He looks at, do I need to be here today?
Yeah. Okay, it's the 20th something of October. I gotta be here today, so I'm here.
Right, and he is, and so are all of our teams, but they're here for one more game, and that last game is going to determine who makes the top 16. It is going to be a very, very close race. We'll break down all those numbers for you in just a minute, but I do think the story of like who wins this really has come and gone, right? It's a Falcons definitely not going to be going. I hoped for a while, and then we lost faith, and it's just been the fall, but it does seem like the sponges just haven't sponged. And it's been so spread out on that bottom pack. Everybody finding ways to get points. So there's just this huge horde chasing that 16th spot.
And also because we haven't seen, sure, TSM and the Expendables have gotten points, but they haven't maybe gotten the amount of points that a lot of teams expect them to get. Sure, here, they're again consistent, TSM, but the start, I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more points in the first few games. Ascend with a big one here, 9 kills, good to see. Huge. New Happy to be able to come out of a shack in the center of Miramar and win that game, that is mind-blowing to me.
Surrounded.
It really comes down to terrain, lack of terrain that's very flat around it. You can see how Ascend was like, okay, we got this run rock to play to make sure we can fight TSM. And teams like, sure, we'll fight you guys.
It's interesting too. It almost felt like it was just people were just less aggressive than I expected to see them willing to be. And I don't know if that's because we're ending on Miramar and that's thrown some folks into, a little bit of disarray. Would they have crashed that if it was a different map?
Right.
I don't know. Let's take a look at the team stats for that game though. Again, spread out pretty well across the board for this win. We've seen a lot of teams coming in with those lower kill counts, lower damage counts, but that's because it seems like our center drive circ teams are not being as challenged or crashed as hard as we've seen in the past. They're kind of getting away with it.
Yeah, and you have a mediocre day one here for them, 31 points, and now with this one here, they're going to be completely throwing themselves into that top 16. A win like this, yeah, it's just a guarantee for them, and it's the same case for Petrichor Road. Really kind of mediocre play, and then you have a huge game basically off the circle kind of faith and fortitude for you. Yeah, and giving them 16 points. Yeah, that's huge.
Which is great for group stages.
It is.
When you talk about this isn't the end of the tournament. You want your share of $300,000, you got to win the grand final, and you cannot hang your hat to take home the $100K on, we'll have a good game or two, right? That might qualify you, but that's not going to do the work that you needed to do. Now, let's take a look at that overall leaderboard because we want to have some time to break down exactly what the chase looks like. I can guarantee you Twisted Minds is still up on top.
Wow.
But the real story is going to be the second half of this leaderboard when we get down to that. Is going to be just how close it is in those teams that are between, I think 12, 63, these guys should all be totally fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think 63 is going to be the cutoff, but yeah, TSM Expendables 81 tied. Good to see them up there. Our teams that are playing today, they've been able to do extremely well, and they're actually breaking a little bit. But it's the other teams in the other half that has been getting a lot of points here. So let's see. Let's stay here. Look at this a little bit, right? Descent 62, Petrichor Road 62, 59 on New Happy. They put themselves into that spot just above TDT, right? Third on 5, they are chasing. FaZe Clan are chasing. Day Trader with a big game for T1, it could even be done. With a huge game from Foreignerman, it could be done. With a record-breaking game from Luna Galaxy, it could still be done.
In theory. But the key is, if you are even maybe New Happy to a certain extent, I think New Happy and TDT, you have to have a good game.
We got to be honest here, right?
Have a bad game, I guess.
Right. We got to be honest here. The chances of both thirds on 5 FaZe and Day Trade passing both New Happy and TDT feels like it's, I feel like at this point, Petrichor Road is in. Safe.
Yeah, I think they should.
They know that they're gonna have to
4. That was good.
Yeah, they can get 1, 2, 3 more points here, and they're fine. It's really the chance of third on 5 needs to defend, TDT needs to defend, and we need to see Day Trade or FaZe Clan have some big games for them to be able to catch up and get into that 60 points plus, because it could be one of our highest cutoffs ever for PGS.
And I think you also just don't want to, if it's when it comes to New Happy and TDT in particular, you don't want to be the one that goes out first, right? Because one of them is probably in a threatened position, especially if they drop that ball right out of the drop. There are too many teams that could have a good game to pass them that is going to set up them to not make the entry. So I don't know. In that situation, is that the one time? I say never change the way you play, but if you're those two teams, do you change the drop a little bit? Do you play a little more passive?
You got to be hyper aware. You got to make sure you look out for your drop. You don't get hot dropped. I don't see it happening at this point here still. There could be some teams that'll be like, okay, FaZe Clan's drops are actually pretty nice. We could potentially deny them a little bit, but it could also be in the other end where they just wipe them. They get a great start with 4 points, and yeah, we'll see where it is. While the guys are screaming in the background, we're getting ready for the match here. But I gotta say though, this is the time to be extremely aware of your surroundings, extremely aware of that kill feed, because if you can third-party a team that you are directly competing with, that could be the game-changing moment.
And when we say be aware, it's not this idea of like play too passive, be too careful. It's the idea of you just need to really make sure the communication is on point. You're tracking and looking for fights, maybe even playing more aggressive at some points when you know that the numbers are in your favor. But it's time to find out who's in favor, who is going to make the push. In just a few minutes time, we are going to see who the top 16 teams are advancing to the grand final. One last game to play. Let's go to the grassy pastures. It's your casters, Saga and Paper Thin.
Well, it's a desert. There's a little bit of grass here and there on the map. Yeah. If we go down the
at least he knows what day it is. Let's give him that.
Okay, now, in my defense, I knew what day it was until you tricked me into not knowing what day it was.
It's that easy, honestly.
It is. You're not wrong. I'm gullible as hell.
Yeah. Hey, Clinton, what's your credit card?
What's your social security number?
It's that simple. Well, For everyone, hey Clinton, what's the secret key to how to get a winner-winner chicken dinner? Because several of these teams would like to hear it for this final game, because those 10 points could come in extra clutch, because it's extremely, extremely tight.
I've always felt like you shoot good.
Yep.
You move smart, and you throw some nades, some smokes. Yeah, that's about it. It's pretty easy, right? You said, simple.
I was with you until you started talking about smart. Then you lost me at that point.
Ah, fair enough.
So we'll just go back to using our eyes and watching people shoot good gun as we head into our final game of the group stages. It's a pretty even flight path unless you're a very northern team, but if you are, you're going to have an alternative. And Sparking doing his best Bombilovo impression for PEC enjoyers with the Burst Fire M16. That guy, it's a shame he's not here because that was some absurd gameplay out of him that we saw, but dead center down the middle again.
Think about this. This is interesting for TSM. They have an opportunity if they want to claim Los Leones, try to knock New Happy out and at least see if you give another team the opportunity. TSM is perfectly fine. New Happy right in potential cutoff range. Maybe now's a good time to kind of fight for this spot, mess with New Happy a little bit, see if you can contest that leaderboard, keep them stuck at about 59 points or so. Maybe give some of those other teams a chance to leapfrog them. I'm curious to see how aggressive TSM wants to get in this. I mean, Los Leones, look, it's a big enough city for a couple teams. You can share it. However, nobody wants to.
Yeah, you would prefer to not share it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that checks out. So will Purdy Curdy and the boys look to hunt down T1, maybe look to set up a bit of an exit strategy blocker for New Happy, not T1. But no, New Happy have already started to make their move out of the northern side of Los Leones, but actually Delwyn has started to creep his way up onto the mountains nearby, so he might have that information. That's your reminder. 57 points has been the highest cutoff point we've ever had, and that was all the way back at PGS1 well over a year ago. Currently, that is the cutoff point that we have. So if TDT gets even a single more point this game, it's going to be a record-breaking performance that's needed to be the 16th place team. And TDT has been looking pretty solid so far.
What I love about this is it really shows you how good all the teams in this lobby are, like how close it is. I mean, yes, Twisted Mind's kind of blowing the doors off things. Okay, yeah, we know they're really good. The Sonics look great on theirs days. We know they're really good. But it's like all these other teams that have had some kind of ups and downs that are really fighting tooth and nail in the middle of this pack that has really made this group stage super exciting, super interesting. And this last game in particular could be absolutely incredible.
And we have a lot of familiar territory. Again, the middle of the map will be vaguely around the playing grounds. There's a good chance that this goes northwest up towards Power Grid and Twisted Minds just gets to close it out with a W, perhaps. And maybe for some of the other teams, that might be best case scenario because, as Martin said on the desk, the svamping, the sponging just hasn't been enough. They need to absorb more moisture, absorb more points. And if you're a team like FaZe Clan, Day Trade currently, you need to get at least 10 on the board at plus or minus whatever, like the teams above you, whatever they get, you have to get that plus more. And it's very, very difficult, especially when we get some of those obscure zones. So it's at least a comforting fact to say that all of these players have played this zone, every potential ending in this circle, hundreds, maybe thousands of times.
Yeah, exactly. This one's not going to bamboozle too many people, but you're going to see a lot of teams go east, south, southeast, east, and south because it's pretty unlikely that this triple hard shifts back towards Power Grid because of the unplayable territory. So that's why if you're checking out your map feed, which you totally should be, but that's a big knock there for Alo. It's actually Clory's, and two teams that are sitting pretty, maybe going to dust up.
Boys,
I have this feeling that TE isn't going to take this kindly.
Yeah, but boys, this is the wrong team. This isn't the guys you need to gatekeep. This was the team that was maybe threatening the team that is sharing Los Leones with you. But hey, TSM's going to take all the points they can get.
Yeah, New Happy's close. Mm-hmm. They're not too far away. So I think this is still maybe all according to Keikaku there, that's Japanese for plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, E36.
That is, yeah. That's a bit sad.
Yeah.
Oh, well. 4 a.m., like they were saying on the desk, it needs an absolutely banger day. Or map. The day hasn't been banger, but it could be banger if this map is banger.
Yep, there's still potential. Everyone has recency bias, whether or not we acknowledge it. So if the last game is a banger, then the day was a banger to go with it, especially if it's enough to get you qualified. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for the Falcons. They had a pretty solid last game, but wasn't banger enough to keep them up above that 16-point cutoff. That is now the pressure of the world on the shoulders of TDT, and the pressure of driving in a straight line towards Chris is in the hands of Vinny, but he veers to the right, and Chris with the AK, and surely with an SKS, he's not going to land with a headshot with the first bullet, is he? No.
Okay, no. It's not a good gun.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's really bad.
And there's no one here who's going to argue that.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea, though, from Ascend. Like, another thing, going back to the desk, I mean, they did such a good job setting you guys up for this match, and if you missed it, shame on you. But saying that, teams like Ascend just need that one more point to just really basically guarantee it no matter what. I mean, they're already in a really good spot, but that's why Ascend is allowed to set up these road traps. They're allowed to make plays like this early. We haven't seen them do it a ton this event. They're a very safe team normally on the edge. They take their time. They want to get to late game if possible. But this time around, that 1 point is all you really need. I think this is super smart to do what they're doing.
That sucks for Haven. His car is full wedged. But that sucks even more for Chris. He's caught on a bicycle and gets taken down. I don't think he knew that Haven was here, but that Murado is going nowhere. And that caught him off guard. But I got to say, I respect it from Ascend. They're a team that pumps out a lot of very solid content, so they wanted to keep the viewers on their toes. Got to make it close for the drama whenever the vlogs come out behind the scenes and we get a bit of a glimpse of what it's like over in those teams. The content that org produces is exceptional, and so is the gameplay. But that time, just got caught out.
I was going to say, that's like the anticlimactic ending to ET there. He's on his bike trying to get away, and instead he just gets shot off of it.
Yeah.
All right. Petrogor, oh, those are good shots. Nan got a knock on the Sparking. Huge points for New Happy.
That's exactly who they want to not get them.
Yeah, they're letting him know it too. I can hear him even through my headset.
Well, now they know. They know where New Happy is now, and even despite the fact they've got the numbers disadvantage, they can just sit here and just passive-aggressively camp them for the rest of the game, or maybe if they get a knock, they just commit to the fight. Because TSM already poked the Expendables bear, and we've seen that they're more than willing to run down their game for the chance at getting a couple of extra points on the board. So maybe if they can drag them in, maybe just corral them to fight New Happy and do their dirty work for them. Who knows? That's an IGLing masterclass, but either way, target acquired.
Absolutely. And certainly for New Happy as well, knowing that your drop spot was contested by that team to get a kill like that early, feels good, man. T1, though, danger close to 17 in Picado, who's opted for a 2-2 split north of Picado to the compound just about 400 meters or so north of that. Luna escaped the disaster that was the Ascend gatekeep. The road trap, but they're okay now. They can just set up a little bit northwest of Los Leones there, take their time, plenty of time, with it only being phase 1. Day trade, going to hear FaZe Clan driving by, so using this opportunity to try to harass, see if they can get some good shots to land, but not really a big window for them to do so. And by the way, Crexy's all on his own. In like near that C block compound west of Minas. So curious to see what they're doing. Well, they're getting shot. Heaven's got James looking for another season. Pre-fires it. Heaven's got 2, looking for the third. Heaven.
Oh my God.
Clean as hell with that hog. Ridiculous stuff. And now, well, I guess he left Crexy on his own, and he's going to have to try to fight this one out for FaZe. This is not what they were looking for.
They were scouting out for vehicles coming in from the back, but Heaven was already there. And thankfully there's a graveyard nearby because they've got 3 fresh corpses. And they're gonna need some boxes. KDF just absolutely dunking FaZe Clan, rocking up into their compound. Quick peek around the side. Audio cues was all he needs to land the headshot. That is gross.
He's cracked out of his mind. Let's see what happens. Yep, as expected, we're going to start leaving the power grid area and heading towards the Picado Los Leones area with some of those crater-type things.
That's the problem. If that fight for FaZe happened 45 seconds later, KDF would no longer have had their phase 1 buff, and they might have had a chance. But sadly, we're now into phase 2. KDF is still forming up. FaZe is far from it and about to be GG'd unless Corexy hits some kind of highlight reel clip, but no, flash through the top And, well, there was no way that he wasn't getting traded immediately. Cleaned up, Day Trade Gaming on the board, 1 point closer to TDT.
Huge fight here for T1. EN stands tall, gets 2 for 1. And Type trying to come in to go for the finishes. Has a free spray down with that AK, but now he's hit from the side. That's Luna up on the crater edge. And Suju swoops in, takes Type down, steals that point. T1 trying to hold the line, but Suju, great peek around that box. Pallet works wonders for him. And T1 down to just Zenith, down to their last hope here for PGS 5.
Started so well. They got the 2 for 1 on the trades, but the tags from up the hilltop onto Lunar Galaxy. Zenith, 2 HP the difference. He gets the extra point, but it's really not going to amount to all that much for T1 because the trade surely comes through. Xiaobei just trying to pre-fire some angles. He didn't get the chance. He had to cancel the heal. Hip fire is all that's required. Xiaobei lets him know T1 eliminated. They're down and out, and FaZe Clan as well. 2 teams confirmed will not be making an appearance for the rest of the week in Grand Finals.
And needed some big games, and it looked like maybe T1 was going to be able to get the round started on the right foot, but Luna played a crucial role in that, taking Type down at the perfect moment, and that opened the door for 17 to come in and claim the rest of T1's lives. This is just a bonkers play from Heaven. Just great read of that situation, and then poor Corexi. Nothing he can do, and you can see the dejected looks on FaZe's faces. They know that this isn't the result they were expecting, and certainly they figured they'd at least make it to Grand Finals, but they're going to come up short here at PGS 5.
That's big. They had 185 PGS points coming into this. They were looking to overtake E-Arena, and who are not here at this event at all. 250 points is their target. That was a very doable target for a team like FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, they've just made their route at PGS 6 that little bit more difficult. But now the Expendables being pulled upon by Ascend this time around. And Ascend, like you said, looking for any additional points you could already get. The Expendables, though, not going to give them up lightly.
Absolutely not. 3 players for each squad, though, so even in numbers. DuckJuice caught a glimpse, was expecting maybe push around the corner. However, Ascend dipping inside of the building, trying to nestle themselves within the safety. Brex might be going up top. DuckJuice saw him. Great spray with the ace. Finds the first knock. Looking for more. Blue zone's in. Now TE on the hunt, on the push. That's a great hold from Kilyakai, though. Just wants that point, and he's got it. It's really about all you need here as Ascend. Sure, you'd like to win this fight, but DuckJuice and the Expendables probably have other things to say about that. Oh, 4AM on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to see that push from the Expendables just be a little more cohesive, so that he will at least would be able to grab the trade without allowing Tanvu to get flushed, because they probably would have liked to have him for this fight that's coming through. Delwyn gets a lot of damage, but 0 knocks. As 4AM commit to making the cross. DuckJuice just about has enough time bought for him to get up into the rafters, but they're well aware. They already tagged him as he made his entrance. So a couple of grenades, maybe to fly through and dislodge him from that position. But this position is still in the zone, so this fight doesn't have any necessity of ending anytime soon, unless Lunar Galaxy tries to pull up on the western side and put the pressure on 4AM.
You know what? In some ways, 4AM, if this was a crash from Luna, you might kind of be okay with it. You need all the points you can get. That's why they're crashing this fight. Hearing 2 weakened teams, they want to scoop up as many points as they can, but Luna going to wrap around the wide side. Not really giving 4AM close quarters battles, easy nades potentially on the entries. Instead, it's going to be long range, a little bit longer range fighting that they're going to need to deal with. Vinny trying to reposition himself, get a better angle. TE's just going to climb up into the rafters like bats just to hide in the belfry. 4AM, though, not really feeling comfortable to move out, and that's actually Petrichor Road getting involved.
Just tags from all sorts of distances, all sorts of angles. Wang Zai through a doorway, through a window, through a smoke, just closes the door, says enough of that. And 4AM, they've kind of locked themselves into this engagement now, looking to try and get the push onto the Expendables, and Lunar Galaxy right behind them. Again, for either of these teams, a huge win, a massive game, could still just about mathematically be enough, but it's a long shot. They basically have to clean this fight up cleanly, and then the next one, and then the next 2 or 3 to even really have a prayer of catching up to the TDT, and that's, of course, assuming that they get no more points on the board, but it could be done. If they lose even so much as a single player, it's probably game over.
Absolutely. Himas sending some mortars in towards TSM again. And these are going just a bit outside as the blue zones now are going to displace 4AM. Stay inside those buildings safely. The spray, pretty good there. Kraken taken down. Haven now trying to hold the angle if 4AM trying to go for that flush. That's going to give him the opportunity to allow for Posa to set up the smoke. Try to think about the res. Meanwhile, TE just chilling, just waiting for their moment. Seeing if this really kicks off. There's like a knock on either side, then you can really try to hammer through, but Delwyn gets caught. Trying to see if he could find it off angle. Takes a bunch of damage, has to go for heals, and we reset, and we kind of go again.
But the good news is that while this fight is drawing a lot of attention, there's now 4 teams involved in it as Pains looks to make his entrance over the eastern side once again. Those teams that are all scrapping around the cutoff point hold the entirety of the north and the eastern side of the zone. T5, Daytrade, TDT, those are the teams that really need this game to go in their favor, more so than the other teams that are their direct competitors in terms of where it comes to their position in the zone. So this fight between 4AM and Lunar Galaxy, yes, it's an impactful one. Yes, there's a very slim outside chance that it could be some miraculous run, but it's not going to be at the hands of Lunar Galaxy as they're just a solo. And Pains rocks up 1 grenade, sits down 2 of Angry Men, and there's a chance now that Delwyn gets another one in and closes it out for both of the teams to round out the bottom of the leaderboard and be eliminated entirely.
He has a great idea of where those grenades landed and the opportunities he's had, but Duck Juice, huge play by Wang Zai. Keep his team alive, but he jumps up and he's taken down. Delwyn spells disaster for 4AM. Pains getting involved as well. And 4AM tried to make a go of it, but just could not find the fight.
And technically, Luna is still alive. I mean, Vinny was never really in this compound. He was off holding to the west, but there's no way as a solo that he's getting the points required. We can do land on the head. There we go. Drop the fall damage. Nicely done from Delwyn. And TE. And look to try and climb the leaderboard up as potentially as high as 2nd place, because there ain't no way that nobody's catching up to Twisted Minds in a lobby like this. But now, the real impactful, important teams that are still alive. T5 have lost 1 player. Ranger X did not make it on this new zone shift as they tried to regroup and then get a position in this zone ahead of Daytrade. Direct competition once again for that 16th place slot, which is currently held by TDT, who are just on the west of T5. Only one of them can make it unless they all bust through the door and knock New Happy aside to make room for themselves. Oh, and Sololzi might have just helped them out with that Molotov.
Yeah, Ming just couldn't quite find that angle. There's Perfectix though, getting a little bit of damage in, and that's going to be it's actually Ming who's going to get that point. So huge points for New Happy, keep themselves solidly in that top 16. Shaozi trying to harass Haisaki. Just a little bit high there, I think. Not quite able to find those shots. AZ finds the off angle, going for some damage in and toward CES, but just going to have to stop up to heal. The smoke's making things a little bit tricky. Perfectix is pushing in on this angle. Stuns are already out. The blue he goes. Haisaki knows it, was ready for it, and shuts it down.
A battle between PGS champions of 2024. This time goes the way of Twisted Minds with a lot of assistance from New Happy. Haisaki winning the first of the 1 versus 1s, but the blue zone getting the rest of the job done. They've cleaned up a lot of space on towards the west, but they're going to have to make a move down towards lower ground if they want to continue on. New Happy having slipped away earlier on from the eyes of TSM. They're making their appearance now out of the valley and setting up a bit of a gatekeep against TE, who are trying to push forwards. T5 loses yet another as they try to regroup into the zone. It goes over to Daytrade. The gap closes. T5 loses yet another, and they're still 1 point away from the grand finals.
That's huge. Daytrade trying to make a move here. Better late than never. Another player going down. That's Rossiter Jr. for T5. Down to their last life. And they're gone. They're done. They're out. 17th place. They are just shy of the cutoff point. AZ trying to pop the tires on the way out, though. Delwyn, I think, able to get over the hill. Duckjuice going to pay the price. TE will continue on in this match. Still a role to play. but really our eyes right towards Day Trade to see if they're going to be able to catch up, if they can get to that cutoff line that TDT sits at. But they've got 4 players. They're sitting pretty. They're sitting safe in the graveyard.
Yep. They've got a lot of favors done to them by this zone. But Day Trade have 5 points on the board already. They have momentum. They've been hitting their shot. They've been warming up with the sprays. That's going to have to come to a head now. They're going to have to put all of that experience to use because Petrichor Road have crept their way over towards their ridge line. They have New Happy up on the high ground. Day Trade have a difficult fight ahead of them, but if they can win it, that might just swing the points in their favor, even if only briefly.
Well, things are going to get quiet. 22 alive in a phase 5 circle. A lot of room to maneuver out here.
Yep.
Especially this part of the map. It's got a fair amount of cover to work around. Some hills and some valleys and all these other things that you can kind of tool around with. Just kind of keep our eyes on Day Trade in particular.
You know what it doesn't have? Grassy pastures.
Yeah, it does not have that.
Yeah, hold that, Toffees. Hold those grenades, Summer, but don't hold them too close. Single-digit HP, but he gets out of there just about in time and trades back half of Tanadol's HP with a nade of his own. Those vehicles are looking mighty close to exploding, and it's a tag from Ming Ming up the hill that actually gets the last hit onto Summer. It was an SKS of all things that lands the shot. But he was prone, fair enough. You probably could have done it with a VSS if you really wanted to. Maybe even a pistol would have got him down. He was low as heck.
Yeah.
No, New Happy trying to get low, but the vehicle gets wedged again.
Oof, this is tricky. Backwards driving. They have to just get out, but it's actually Heather from the Freaks in the center. And they're making quick work here of New Happy. New Happy's Ming Ming trying to do something about it, but Milt had a great angle from the edge of the shack. Nicely done by him, but really, Day Trade probably kicking themselves that they couldn't get a knock and a finish onto a couple members of Pero. Would have been huge points considering TDT still has a role to play to this. And look at this, TDT knows. They understand the situation. They understand the leaderboard. But it's actually Flash who catches them out. That's a huge kill for Nurids and Flash on to June. TDT might have overstepped their bounds.
I think Petrichor Road as well. Hearing all these shots, they wanted to try and make a move towards the zone, but KDF says no. They're turning them back. They're forcing them back over to the east. Day Trade are going to get sandwiched. They're 2 points behind TDT. They've got 6 points on the board, but they've lost Flash now as TDT bite back out of the graveyard.
This is going to be so tough right now. Day Trade is going to commit to the fight.
They have to.
Do or die right now for them. Here in PGS 5, a good grenade. Softens up Tandadol. Immediately proning. Trying to find that timing he needs to get the first aid kit off. ZYU lets loose with the frag. Belmoth in the back line. Maybe the target just comes up short. Nurins trying to buy a little bit of extra time. The heal is going to come through. Another good grenade, though. Softens up Nurins. A reposition being attempted here by TDT to find the angle. Day Trade still just holding on. Another good grenade. Almost takes Nurins down. Tandadol trying to be sneaky. Trying to get up into this smoke. He's got a player right on the other side. ZYU, does he have any idea? Tandadol steps out. He can't win it. ZYU is going to take him down. And Day Trade in trouble. Nurins down as well. One player to go, and they're out.
That's it. It's done. TDT is in the finals in their debut appearance at a global stage, respectful of all of the other players in the lobby, not to get involved, to say, hey, you guys settle this between yourselves. It's a 3 versus 3. Whoever wins makes finals. Whoever loses waits for PGS 6, and Day Trade could not get the better of them after that first initial grenade, getting the knock over the top. Tanadol trying to sneak through the smoke as well. Was not enough. Well held under immense pressure by TDT. And they're going to make their appearance into the grand finals. Absolutely huge.
Day Trade, 17th, just short. Absolutely heartbreaking for them here on their home soil, here in Thailand. Just couldn't quite break through. Still, of course, another opportunity in PGS 6, but for PGS 5, we'll continue on into the grand finals weekend. Wong F. Gonna go army crawl mode, try and get up close and personal with KDF. Long range shots at Ming. I mean, yeah, he's just done. Too many people shooting at him up there on that hill. And it's actually Yumin gonna take down Huang F, and the Kwangdong Freaks trying to just ride out this shantytown to victory.
Again, it always seems to be the team that has the compound, that has all the utility. 14 frag grenades in the hands of KDF, but why bother with frags when Heather can just bonk people with the MK12 from distance? 600 damage for him in this game, and yeah, he started things off with getting a lot of work done, and that has continued throughout. Realistically, 9 points on the board now. KDF looking in prime position, but now Twisted Minds makes their appearance. They've been steady and slow, biding their time on the western side of the map, but Example's got a FAMAS in his hands. You know he's just itching to get that trigger finger ready and going.
Absolutely. Tremendous, tremendous players. Example, throughout his entire history in PUBG Esports, has been one of the best fraggers out there, and has shown us time and time again on different rosters, different teams, that he can get it done. Heather will succumb to his wounds. Heaven going to go for the rainbow grenades. The classic Korean grenade style right there.
Up and over.
Yep, I love to see it.
The craziest thing is about 2 minutes ago, we were looking at a fight between TDT and Daytrade. Whichever of those teams won that fight would make grand finals. Whichever of them lost would have fallen in 17th place and not made it. 2 minutes later, 1 or 2 extra points gained, and TDT is now in 12th.
It's
like
insane.
They've got a 3 or 4 team buffer. That is how close it is, and that's why it's so damn heartbreaking for T5, for Daytrade, especially on home turf, to miss out by the slimmest of margins. But when a team like Twisted Minds is in the lobby, a team like KDF, the PWS champions of Phase 2, it's tough competition out there, and they've had enough. They've said, TDT, you've survived this long. We let you take the 1 versus 1, the fight up against Daytrade. Congrats on coming up ahead, but you ain't getting any further.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, these two teams aren't going to give you anything for free.
Unless?
Well, still, though. Van, good knock on the Gumin. Trying to wrap around. Batu's going to claim the point. Not that it matters, but still, you know, it's all about pride at this point. Want to come through with a win. And Twisted Minds really wants to show everybody that they are the favorites coming into this finals after a rough go of it at EWC. After being PGS4 champions, they have bounced back quite nicely here at PGS5.
I've spoken with Batulins many times before, and he always comes with a philosophy that says, yes, we want to come in and we want to win tournaments, but that's not enough. We want to dominate tournaments. We want to win by 40 points or more. And by the looks of things, this group stage is going to be exactly that. KDF down to a solo. Salute with a grenade in hand, tosses it out as a last-ditch effort to get something going to try and open a door for an impossible 1 versus 3, but Lou has him trained. And Twisted Minds getting in the practice for Smash rules.
Absolutely. And there's the final cleanup for Example and Twisted Minds. A huge day for them, a huge group stage for them. They are miles ahead of everybody else, and they're going to close it out with an in-control, well-handled chicken dinner. KDF, solid finish for them, solid group stage. The real question is, are they going to be able to make a splash in the finals?
You can take the grand finals away from Twisted Minds at EWC, but you cannot take away the fact that they are the defending PUBG Global Series champions, and they are damn good at this video game, Clint.
Absolutely, man. I just love watching them play. They're so smart, so efficient, so effective. Those DMRs, those bolt actions, doesn't matter what gun's in their hands. They're doing damage. They're making work. All right, guys, stick around. Analyst desk. Some interviews coming up.
Twisted Minds does come out as the winners of the event, of everything. I mean, Twisted Minds.
Yeah, just give him the $300,000.
Right? Just give it to him now. The whole thing.
We'll skip the finals. $300,000. Here you go, guys. You're just better.
PGS6 who just come on their way.
Yeah, send everyone home. Let's get a fantastic game here for Twisted Minds, of course. Hard one for some teams. There are some heartbreaking moments going on throughout. A lot of teams, more teams than we actually expected, had a chance to actually get to the finals with just a little bit of a point gather there. And then, of course, some of the fights there, Daytrade, TDT, like 2 huge fights that actually had a huge impact. And TDT managing to make it to the grand finals. For their first international event, very impressive.
It was, and I think in a second we'll get to see the sort of head-to-head that we saw, which really was the story of the end of this game, is that it came down to Day Trade versus TDT. Saga claims everyone else was polite and let them just fight it out.
Right.
But it did sort of work out that way. I doubt politeness was part of it, but it did work out that they got to go on in a head-to-head fight. You're watching it, and TDT managed to pull it out.
They did.
And that's
huge.
They're new. I mean, this is a young team. They don't have a lot of S-tier experience. Like
New squad, young team.
Against a GPT.
Yeah.
And they had the brass to go out there and say, we're going to take this head-to-head and win it. That's huge for them. I mean, that gives them confidence going to the finals and a lot of confidence going to PGS 6 for sure.
Yeah, I'm honestly like in this situation and how everything kind of ended on. These last two matches, there's just so many heartbreaking moments, so many nailed by the moments where you can see in the faces of the players, they're like, wow, a small difference would have been 2, 3, 4, 5 points difference for them, and that would have put them in the finals.
And it's just yet another event where, yes, exactly, we look back and we say anybody could have made one decision differently in those 12 games, picked up 2 or 3 extra points, and it could have been the difference to play for $300,000. Now, we love to hear from the players. We love to talk to them, and I hear Bella has had a chance to catch up with some of our players, and Ascend, we're going to hear from them, so let's go to Bella right now at the stage to chat with Ascend.
I'm not an interview guy.
Hey guys, I'm joined by Ascend's Brax. Oh my god, coming in hot at the right place, just in time, landing safely 14th place on the leaderboard. Tell me what's going through your mind right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy. So it was kind of close, like the first Myanmar game. We had like a lot of points and a good zone. So we were 1 point off to be safe. And in the last game when we made the 1 kill on T, I was confident that we just made it.
It was just like, oh, we made it. That was the moment for you.
That was a moment for me.
Yeah. Looking back, like through the other matches that you played during the PGS 5 group stage, what do you think it was that held you back, like held the Ascend magic back?
I think we had a lack of focus. We had a lot of individual mistakes, and we need to work on that.
Okay, so I'm guessing that is what you're going to take into going into the grand finals, because you've played the other 15 teams that made it into the lobby as well, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you would like to add other than focusing and getting locked in?
Yeah, we're just going to prepare for the final, see what we can actually like research now and get out of the games we played. And yeah, the main focus is to minimize our mistakes and still play our own game. And hopefully we have better results in the final.
And I'm sure the fans watching you back from home, they would have been like on the edge of their seat. So would you like to take this moment to send a message? Thank you, perhaps?
Yeah, wir machen es immer. I'm gonna do it in German, right? It's fine.
Oh yeah, but no translation. So you could do both.
Okay. I mean, SN fans are used to it that we're gonna make it close. So as usual, guys. But thank you guys for cheering. We made it to the finals. I hope we do the best out of the final. And yeah, see you Friday.
See you Friday. All right, GG. It was a long day. You deserve a good rest. All right, best of luck to you at the grand finals.
Thank you.
All right. And off you go. All right. We're going to have Twisted Minds' fun guy, Lou, join us for the next interview. They've been killing it here at PGS 5 the last day, even taking that last chicken dinner of the day. Hello, join us on the stage, Lou. Congratulations again with the last chicken. All right here. You sealed the day, you sealed it shut, taking the last chicken. So, what was your take on the day?
То есть вы начали свой день с 7-го места, вырвались на первый и закрепились с ним. Твое мнение о дне?
Хороший день и хорошая зона.
It was a good day and we got a very good circle. So it was a very good day for us.
Oh, are you saying it's luck, circle luck, that you did so well?
Ты думаешь, что это была только удача?
Нет.
Not really. Not really.
All right. What do you think it was that, like, what was the main thing that you guys made sure to focus on so that you would, end the day with such terrific points? You're so far up ahead.
Как ты думаешь, что помогло вам именно завершить этот день с такими потрясающими результатами?
Командная работа и мои тиммейты.
Yeah, I think it's mostly about our teamwork.
Teamwork,
yes.
All right. Giving the credit back to the team, love that. But I also had this question on my mind. Did you guys feel any pressure coming into PGS5 post EWC?
Также интересно было бы узнать, чувствовали ли вы какое-то давление на PGS 5 после EWC?
Совершенно никакого давления, совершенно.
Absolutely no pressure.
No pressure because you guys are the defending champions. Oh, I like that confidence. All right, that was such a great game from you guys. Thank you so much. Get the best rest you need and best of luck to you at the grand finals. All right.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. All right. That was Twisted Minds Luke ending the day as number 1 on the leaderboard. And now back to the Boys in Blue by the barrel.
Well, the last game was the last chance to dance for those teams, and now it's our last chance to dance here at the barrels for the group stages. I do love when Twisted Minds or the team that wins the entire group stage also wins that last game. Sometimes I feel bad because the last game winner doesn't get the love they deserve.
Right,
but it's nice
still
when it's
they didn't celebrate in a way that you would have loved, right? Because they're like, oh yeah, we're so far ahead, it doesn't really matter. Like, yeah, and also they're in a, okay, there's no difference to what's happening to, okay, did we win with 30 points difference or did we win with 1 point different, right? So yeah.
You also got to love Lou. The mad professor himself, his answer is very straightforward.
Yeah.
Well done to roll with some of those. But that actually interview sums up Lou and his personality and everything I've learned about the man in my time meeting him.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Honestly, for me, Twisted Minds here, the big thing obviously is locking down this game here. There, it's just safe and secure, and everyone else is kind of struggling. And that's the scary thing in a group stage where some teams, they're struggling. They need those 1, 2, 3 extra points to get to the finals, and then there's another team just rolling around, just shooting everybody because they're so far ahead that they're already qualified. But yeah, here, the top 4 teams. Kadiv managed to get 10 kills here, but Twisted Minds with 5. TDT, I've been impressed with them so far, and I'm happy to see what they were able to do. And exciting to see what they're going to be able to do in the final, because that's huge for them.
Exactly, and it came down to those two fighting each other, and we talked in the green room, and you made a great point. You know, honestly, if you had to pick Day Trade, they're a GPT team. You want to see them go to the grand final. But TDT also, just a team that has really no S-tier experience and is super excited to be here and has that drive. Like, we're looking for the future of PUBG. This is another team that's emerged recently. Now, a team that hasn't emerged recently and has just dominated recently. These guys right here, those are their team stats. The man of the match will go to Example. But that game in particular, as with most of them, does seem to be the team is working really, really well as a unit. And if we go back to the win after PGS4 when we interviewed Example, I don't want to say he seemed a little aloof to the rest of the roster still, but I feel like the integration of Example into this roster has really hit its stride coming into this event.
I think the biggest props is really coming to Lou taking like fully ownership of that role that he's able to play, making them succeed and making them top kills, top damage, top survival time average here for the team summary as we're looking at all. So yeah, it's such a hard role to be in because you don't get as much love and props of everyone else. And Perfectix to, go from the star fragger on the team to really be the front man to now having to share that, for example. I think they're all happy and fine with doing it because they have a chance to win the PGC. And if they do that, everything was worth it to kind of take us one step back and be more of an equal line on it.
I would also say 6 figures in winnings often helps make you feel better about taking that step back is the leads fragger, right? Take a look at the team summaries in there in a second. Now, match leaderboard, Freaks comes out with 16 points on that one, which if you want to just take something away from that, it is... I think Freaks have looked really good during the group stages. I'm excited about them in the final.
Yeah, honestly, for me, Freaks is a team that is a contender for the top 5, top 6
I agree.
for sure. I think they're a team, and the way that they're playing, the way they're structuring their play, and kind of approaching the circles, I think they could definitely be in a situation where we could see them in top 5, top 6 for PGS5. So, yeah, excited for that. But 41 points ahead, second place in group stage with, 13... more than 10 kills per game average. Just absolutely insane here. Like, it's unheard of for these guys.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, getting that many points per game sets them on a great trajectory. Now, will the group stage curse chase them? Who knows? I don't expect it. Twisted Minds doesn't seem susceptible to any of the things that us regular mere mortals suffer from. So I expect them to come out strong and perhaps get their second PGS victory in a back-to-back.
If you can get 30-40% more points than your competitors, then you're just that much better. But here, the cutoff point, as you see here, it is going to be 63 points. That is the cutoff point for 16. It's really high here. Esports, they're probably biting the nails in that last match because actually if everything kind of lined up, TDT and Daytrade could both have gotten enough points.
100%.
If Daytrade survived a little bit longer and TDT didn't wipe them out like that. So that would be huge. But yeah, Na'Vi and FW is going to be our bottom teams here from the other groups. But yeah, few big surprises here. Fallen Grim, pretty big surprise. FaZe Clan Falcons, 3rd on 5, and Daytrade. You know, it's big name teams, big performances through the years and now these guys are not going to be in PGS5 finals. That's crazy.
To see that many GPTs not make it can be shocking, but here are the teams that will be playing when we return after our day off. 1 through 16, the best of the best. They're going to be here for 3 days of hard-hitting action, and it is going to be, based on what we saw, I think pretty wild. I would argue that almost exclusively the best teams, the ones who are out there on the hustle, are going. And I do think with some of those teams on the bottom that fell off, this is going to be a very difficult lobby to navigate. I don't think some of our teams are getting away with those middle sends that they used to.
No, I think it's a fact that, you come into the group stage. It's just a completely different meta that's going to be going on. It's a completely different way of style that's going to be playing. And to kind of see that happening, that's going to be, first of all, super exciting to watch, but also extremely hard to play through, because you're also changing drop spots. A lot of teams are going to be having these drop spots that they're kind of fighting for. They want to kind of put in. They're putting it in Discord. They're pre-saying that. But from Friday, we're going to be starting with Miramar on Totego and Runner, and then finishing on Erangel.
So we're starting on the grassy pastures, from what I understand.
No, we're starting on Miramar.
Yeah, I know. We're starting on Miramar and the Dusty Dunes. We're going to finish up on Erangel. It's going to be a great day of games. I know the teams are already probably putting drop spots in the Discord and arguing about who gets to go where. I'm sure Twisted Minds had their posted yesterday already because they just knew. And that's always fun to watch. See what the shift looks like as we get this thing continuing to go forward. Now, I do want to also give one big shout out at the end of the show to our sponsors who have made this thing possible. Besides the PGS5 hosted by Crafton and VSPO has been awesome. It's op.gg is our main partner where you can overpower your game. I want to thank Novotel Bang Na, our official hotel partner for this season. Green Park Studios Bangkok, our official studio partner who gave us the space for this incredible set. And finally, TT Racing, thank you for being a part of the PGS season by being our official gaming chair sponsor. That is it for group stages. They are done and dusted. The finals are on the way. So I want to get your last take, final thoughts. What are you looking forward to? What did you love most about this?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few questions. Is it really a green screen that we're on? I'll show you here. No,
not
a green screen. We got him right here. Here. Congrats with the win. Let's hope we see that in the finals as well.
It is. We will. So congratulations. Again, Twisted Minds, your champions for the group stage. On behalf of all of us here, it has been wonderful having you. On behalf of myself, Martin, Batulin, as well as Saga, Elfish Guy, Paper Thin, and everyone else. Thank you for watching. Until we see you next time, play more PUBG. Yes. Yeah.